I know there's there's talk about remuneration and the rest. I'm talking about motivation now. There's been a lot of talk about that, but we see them retire and still don't have anything to show for it. Some of them retire and they have what now, 100,000, as what they take home, 50,000, pension of 20,000. What would that do? If you're collecting a pension of 20,000, 10,000, how do you even survive on that? So what do you expect? They go back and use the training that they have to now start to oppress the people.
The training and the opportunity.
And the opportunity.
It's actually a chain. It's actually a chain. It goes around. I like your optimism about, is it optimism or your wish about state police coming true, but I bet you that it won't happen.
It's the
only president that can, bring state police is the person who is not afraid of losing an election, a return to office. That is the only person that can do it. As it stands today, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in his first term, will not bring state police.
I like the way you end that in his first term.
In his first term, will not bring state police.
Opportunity to come back the second time.
Now, when you talk about more checkpoints, you talked about between Lasso and Enyane Bajado, Igondo era. If you have more checkpoints, then you can imagine what will happen in the southeast. where traditionally there are more checkpoints than other parts of the country. I was in the east last 2 weeks, like 3 weeks ago, and oh my goodness, I lost count at a point. I lost count. Each meter, each 150 meters. And I say, what is it? The same question these people ask us is the same question these people are asking us. And unfortunately, as we see that 11,000 policemen were withdrawn from VIPs and pushed into society, because according to the premise the president did that was, to enhance local policing. We saw kidnaps in Kogi State.
I wanted to ask that question.
In Kano. Fresh ones.
It's increasing.
It's increasing. Yeah. It's increasing. So what is the value of that withdrawal? And I asked again. I asked the other day. Unfortunately, that is what it has
That was the next thing I wanted to ask. Now, does the influx or the withdrawal of policemen help to curb the issue of insecurity in Nigeria? I don't think it does. And
state of emergency insecurity. It's a first. That's a first. Never heard that before.
First time research, right? That we're with APC. We have so many words lexicon. We've added new ones, not just ordinary ones. But now, there's something Ubani said that converted. She said, no matter how many security personnel, we recruit, or how advanced our surveillance equipment become, no national strategy can succeed when communities remain abandoned and disconnected from governance. If you ask me, I would say he's right on this path, because most of the rural areas are being disconnected from what is happening in the reality. Yes, they are being abandoned, and that is the reason some of them will go as far as going into to beckon on terrorists to say, come and help us. Come and help us man our territory. Come and help us. We saw that was what they told us about the emergence of the Lakurawa group, and all that. Now, if, for example, the government is really ready to tackle insecurity, I believe they know what to do. They should stop playing politics with it. That's what I would say first. They should also get the political will to do it. It is only in Nigeria. It is only in Africa. In Nigeria, let me start from home because the security begins at home, that any elected official, especially governors and presidents, see the seat, the two-term as their birthright. It shouldn't be that way. It should be left for the people to decide. And that is why to tomorrow, I still applaud the likes of Jonathan, who believes that no blood of a Nigerian is worth a seat of presidency. And that was why he decided not to fight it. But if you check out what is happening now, many persons want to remain on the seat. They want to take the seat home. In fact, if care is not taken, they want to hand it over to their next son or next generation, which is quite unfortunate anyway.
All right, then we'll take a break now. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll be looking at papers, headlines from the dailies.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, let's dive into it quickly, looking at the headlines from the dailies. And I will be starting off with the Vanguard newspaper. Now, these are the headlines that we have here. Insecurity, of course. Bandits unleash terror in Kogi, Kano, Sokoto, Kwara. Nigerian schools need security education now. Shoyinka, be courageous to tackle insecurity. Reconcile Nigerians, Bakari tells Tinubu. Will rescue all Ejiba church victims, Kogi government. Niger kidnappings, church confirms 4 children of catechist among victims. And then we also have Dangote refinery to supply 1.5 billion liters of petrol monthly. FDI loses ground despite surge in inflows. Presidency to Obasanjo, terrorism took root under your watch. Okay. New tax regime may trigger capital flight, ex-Nasima chair. Ambassador designate, mixed reactions trail Ikpeazu Ugwuanyi. Others, a nomination. Abacha loot, EFCC seizes Malami's passport. Olusosun, Solos landfill site to be shot in 18 months. Lagos government. And I think that's, delayed trials undermine rule of law. Governor Yusuf. And that, of course, are the headlines on the cover page of the Vanguard newspaper.
The first daily is up next, and beside the masthead, Atiku slams FG over 17.5 trillion naira pipeline protection spending. And the banner headline on the cover page of the first daily today, Tinubu, we will hunt down Nigerians' enemies, restore security. Other headlines on the cover page of first daily, ADC condemns Tinubu's ambassadorial list, calls Yakubu's nomination insensitive. ECOWAS under fire. Obi faults block for selective outrage on Guinea-Bissau coup. Serap sues Akpabio Abbas over unaccounted 18.6 trillion naira NASC funds. Bandits kill elderly woman, kidnap 3 in Kano village raid. Troop free 7 hostages in Kano raid. 4 still missing. Gunmen attack Kogi church, abduct pastor, wife, others, and the Boston headline, Governor Oti meets Nnamdi Kanu behind bars.
Well, let's quickly run through the Daily Sun. With beside the nameplate, you have Dangote refinery to supply 1.5 billion liters of petrol monthly. Writes NMDPRA engages marketers to stabilize fuel market. Yield tide. Demand for cash surges amid fears of network glitch. There's sufficient cash. Flawless digital platforms, bank chiefs assure. Now, the big story itself. The big story says, excuse me, just a minute. The big story says, kidnapped schoolgirls' parents seek God's help. Hold marathon prayers in Niger. Beg Tinubu, Bago to act fast. More stories from the Daily Sun. Ambassadorial appointment, its political settlement. That's coming from the ADC. Tinubu exercised his prerogative, ex-minister, envoys. State creation, Southeast stakeholders settled for. Anim, Oma State. Anioma sits Asaba, supports Olo as proposed capital. Insecurity, suspend all non-essential gathering now. Bakare tells FG. Abacha $490 million loot probe. EFCC seizes former AGF Malami's passport. And that is it from the Daily Sun newspaper.
Well, that's pretty much how far we can go right now with newspaper review. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll come back, I beg your pardon, newspaper headlines. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll come back and have a proper review of the headlines. Now, let's get into one of our conversations for today. Bandits, gunmen wreak havoc across Nigeria with more kidnappings being reported. Let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where
Now, insecurity continues to plague Nigeria with multiple incidents reported across the country. Gunmen attacked a Cherubim and Seraphim church in Ejiba, Kogi State, abducting the pastor, his wife, and several worshippers. Now, the state government has confirmed the incident and assured that efforts are underway to rescue the victims. In a similar incident, bandits stormed the village in Sokoto State, abducting a bride, her husband, her bridesmaid, and several wedding guests. That's the bride, the bridesmaid, and some of the wedding guests. The attackers reportedly fired sporadically before whisking away the victims, leaving the community in fear and uncertainty. Now, the insecurity has sparked criticism of government's handling of the situation, with opposition parties accusing President Bola Tinubu of lacking a strategy to address the crisis. The Anglican Church has also condemned the killings and abductions, demanding that government expose and punish the financiers of violent attacks. In response, government has reiterated its commitment to tackling insecurity, with President Tinubu assuring that his administration will work tirelessly to address the root causes of the problem. Government has also announced plans to support security agencies with resources, training, and equipment to enhance their effectiveness. Well, these are promises, and some Nigerians are asking, is it lip service or are these words actionable? We have with us Darlington Agumo Esquire, public affairs commentator joins the conversation. And then Comrade Roy Oriabo, also a public affairs commentator, will be joining us from our Benin station. There we also will be having Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama, a social political commentator and advocate of good governance. He will also be joining the conversation. So we'll stay with these three gentlemen this morning, but I'll stay with Barrister here, Barrister Darlington. Now, the government have said a lot, and we're just having a conversation. Just over the weekend, former President Olusegun Obasanjo addressed the insecurity in the country and said, look, you don't negotiate with terrorists. You stamp them out. You go hard on them. Well, the presidency has responded saying, look, insecurity took root during your time. But we know that when Obasanjo was there was the issue of OPC. And we saw how it was handled. It was basically shoot at sight. And a few other issues came up, and he went hard on those that tried to undermine government. How have we fallen to the point where Nigeria now basically calls terrorists to say, look, those you kidnapped, release them. Regardless of the fact that you've killed a few people, don't worry. We will not attack you when you release them. Because that's basically what played out the last time. How did we get here? That's the question. How did we get here where we are currently?
We got here because of compromises. We got here because of selfish interests. We got here because you had an agreement that will consume you. And you never knew when you were doing all this. We got here because you don't have the political will to do the needful. Yes, you got here because you don't know what is governance. You don't. Seriously, you don't.
Is it okay to say that one who took years to prepare for a position has been overwhelmed? Is that something else within, the governance space of Nigeria that makes everybody there appear like they are clueless? When Jonathan was there, Nigerians and then the politicians also said, oh, he was clueless. He didn't know how to handle the situation. Buhari came and Nigerians thought, oh, yes, he was close to the people and he will be able to, reduce insurgency. But there was no reduction. And now somebody else. Is there something within that space that is making it difficult for anybody to do the needful, to act?
Now, let us be specific here. The Obasanjo regime did a lot in terms of curbing insecurity. He did a lot. Remember that it was what he did in Odi and Zakibiam that cost him the UN Secretary Generalship when Wole Soyinka was using it to campaign against him. Remember? That means the man was very decisive on insecurity. Some rascals killed 7 police officers and butchered him and was making a show of the man on the internet and all that. Obasanjo said, look, get me these people who killed these policemen. Get me these people. He gave them time. They couldn't. That was why he now moved in police and army. Is that not how you're supposed to treat a matter? Yes. But here now, just opposing with APC, they have been pampering these people from Buhari to Tinubu, pampering them. Pampering them. It is obvious, it is clear. And then you have some government supporters who are preaching and talking on behalf of the bandits as if we owe them a favor. The man that said that we should pay bandits, we should listen to what they are saying, or else there will be no peace in Nigeria.
So when you say they are pampering them, is it that they are more to this that we know already or that we need to know? Because when you say they are pampering them, we've seen some people come up to say that whatever thing they are fighting for is more like a just cause and all that. So help us actually work around this. Why should we pamper bandits or terrorists at this point?
The man that said that they are fighting, if you had told us the cause, Please, they should have told that, like Gumi has been talking all over the place, not even now. Under Buhari, this man was very strong in protecting and defending the bandits and terrorists. That we owe them a favor, that they are fighting for. You know, all those things he said. Somebody should have called him and said, come. What does Nigerian state owe these people?
Now, if you think he's not fighting a good cause, Barrister, why is it that he's still there? Because he's still moving around.
I just told you here, yes, I just told you here that the reason why this thing has first started is because the government doesn't have the willingness to do the needful. Because if they have, somebody like Gumi should not be walking around.
When you say the willingness, is it that they have something against the government that they are holding on that is making the government not ready to come out to act?
It looks like, from the way things are, because I don't see any government. Like I told you before, after God, it is government. When it comes to quasi power, nobody can challenge God and nobody can challenge the government. So when you know you have this power, why are you not using it?
There is a certain Nigerian made a revelation, on a television, national television, saying something about how some people are trying to make some part of Nigeria, Niger Republic, Chad, the headquarters of the World Terror Organization. And that is the reason we're having the issue of insecurity bedevil some part of Africa. Do you think that maybe the foreign entities or the people sponsoring the issue of terrorism and banditry at this point is what is making Nigerian government not really to be able to act swiftly the way they should?
I don't think so. I don't think that anybody, any neighboring states in the Sahel have the capacity to sponsor terrorism in Nigeria if the Nigerian state does not allow it. I mean, Nigerian state, as big as Nigeria is, you tell Niger, if any of these people cross into Nigeria, we are going to invade you. Right. You tell Chad, something I know that Donald Trump will do. So, for them to be using this as an excuse, they are the one that allowed it.
All right, but Barrister, we'll talk a bit about Donald Trump, and before we go to the virtual guest. But let me ask you this question. But first of all, let's correct one thing. You said Obasanjo lost UN Secretary Generalship because of what happened in
that was the campaign.
No, but Barrister, at that point, he hadn't even become head of state. That was in 1991. The UN thing that Boutros Ghali won against him was in 1991. He hadn't become Nigeria's head of state.
This didn't happen when he was in office. Then when he wanted
No, he wasn't in office then. Barrister, now the question is, it was under Obasanjo, that we had Boko Haram. It was under his watch too that Yusuf, the head of Boko Haram, was killed. And he treated it with levity, so to say. A lot of people are asking, and I want to ask you, does it look like Obasanjo didn't have accurate intelligence, to have told him ahead that, look, if you don't stop this problem this time, it might fester. And that's essentially what happened that will have this insecurity. So is the government wrong in putting the beginning of insecurity at his doorstep? And how much responsibility should he take for allowing that happen at that time?
Please, it was under Obasanjo that Odi and Zaki Bian happened. Two of us.
Okay.
Is that not
beautiful? Yes.
Good. And I'm telling you that when he was about to finish, he wanted to go for UN Secretary Generalship. That was what happened now. At that point, Wole Soyinka now campaigned against him because of Zaki Biam and Odi. And you are telling me he was not in office. I don't get it. I know my history now. So Obasanjo did well. That thing he did, sent a message. He sent a message to them. And that was why this thing was not like this under his regime. It wasn't. Obasanjo wouldn't have tolerated this seriously. He wouldn't. I'm not joking. Can you compare Obasanjo with what Buhari did in office? Because in fact, it was Buhari that now laid the foundation for what we are seeing today. Because of all he did in office. It got so bad that some elder statesmen in Nigeria had to sue Buhari to court for being the arrowhead of insecurity. Is that not a fact? So he laid the foundation of what is going on today. By his body language, by his action, utterances, and everything. The way he was trying to pamper these people, giving them all the privileges that they don't deserve. He was the one.
Okay.
So, and we are talking that when Tinubu come into office, he will correct all these things. But look at where we are now.
Okay, when he comes into office, he'll correct all these things.
Yes.
That is that we see a surge, in attacks. In Kogi Church, pastor and his wife abducted, more like what happened to Venerable Archie in Kano, over the weekend, in 2 other states, we saw fresh attacks. Does it look like these people are planning to draw in Donald Trump, or is it that they are trying to make the country ungovernable, to oust Bola Ahmed Tinubu, exactly more like what happened in 2015? Are we seeing a replay of the 2015 incident?
Do you know one thing about these terrorists and bandits? They have a way of embarrassing their sponsors. So. Seriously. Why their sponsors and their supporters are trying to give them a soft landing that this is not like that, it's not about Christians. So they are doing the opposite of what their sponsors are defending. Was it not here that Donald Trump said something about Christian genocide? And now the very thing that government is trying to do is what these guys are doing. Can't you see it? Since the last 3 weeks, please, who have been bearing the brunt of this thing? Christian churches, Christians, Reverend Father, their family.
Okay, some will say there's been an increase in that to further annoy America, maybe make America come in.
But what is the government doing?
What is the government doing? That's the big question.
That is it. Exactly. That's what is the government doing? Because when we said it, they doubted us. They called us names, say we are trying to hit up the polity. There's nothing like that. But the guys they are trying to defend are not doing the real thing that we are talking about.
Well, it's not just about the government. Some can, and also some religious leaders also said there was nothing like.
Please don't talk about those people that have been compromised. Okay, just like Father Kuka. He's a member of one of their boards. So what are you saying? It means when somebody like that talk, you now believe him.
Okay.
There are those who have sold out. There's no doubt about it. They have sold out. I ask again, how many of the Muslim clerics and mosques and others have been taken away like they have been taking Christians in the last 3 weeks? Do you know how many of them are in captivity now? Like that of Niger. They only returned 38 out of them. Is that not true? And it's on record that 260 are still out there. 260 human beings, and all of them Christians. How do you justify that? How?
More abductions. Barrister, thank you very much for your thoughts. Now, let's go to Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama, who joins us from Port Harcourt. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Nigerians.
Good to have you. Good to have you on the show. Now, from one abduction to a negotiation and release, and then another abduction, as what we are seeing. What are your thoughts on this increase in insecurity in the country? It was a husband and wife kidnapped, pregnant wife, and we saw how the man was basically begging for assistance. The monies he offered, I think he offered them about 7 million, and they rejected, and they wanted more, and he didn't have more. So he was begging that they were going to rape his wife if he doesn't get the money together. So basically, insecurity has increased. It has spiked to an alarming figure. What are your thoughts on this?
First, let me say I am not surprised. We did warn when certain persons in the country, instead of attacking insecurity and criminality, began to religize it, began to ethnicize it, began to give it a religious face, and so on and so forth. But before I do all of that, let me answer one question. The statement that Obasanjo will have done anything better is as big lie. Obasanjo was in power when the Niger Delta militancy got to its peak. In fact, his supposed anointed person that was supposed to take over from him, Odili, was the champion at the time in River State. And he had all the security reports. Those that created the Niger militancy were all in his party at the time. He did nothing. Nothing has changed in governance in this country. Politicians are the creators of all these problems we're finding in the country. And let me tell you one thing. If you take a good look at all that is happening now, you will find one simple truth. They know themselves. They've been in the same parties. They've only moved from one party to the other, just a change of name. So they know that their strategies. It won't be too far away to say that it is actually the opposition that is creating what is happening. at the level it is happening. And of course, we all know in basic strategy, when parties know their strategy, except one ups his own, they will play around the same game. They will play around the same game. It is a pity that it's human lives we are using to play in the country. It's a pity that we do no longer have respect for human life. It is a pity that we no longer have what looks like hope in our country. It's just a pity. But the truth be told, 90% of what is happening in the country today is created by politicians from all the divides. And they know their strategies. It's a pity those in government have not been able to up their strategy to be able to hold down their partners in the same crime. And the greater Nigerians.
When you see those in government have not been able to, end the issue of insecurity, what are the solutions you're preferring at this point? What do you think they should do? Because, some people are of the opinion that they don't even know how to tackle it. When we see others being vocal to say, we know who these people are, we know who their parents are, we know where they reside, to the point that people, when they're being kidnapped, to go ahead to kidnap others.
The problem is this. They know how to tackle this. They are all involved. It's a question of considering your extent of involvement and declaring that going forward, this is how it should be. I can tell you, the moment they begin to attack those known sponsors, they will also be mentioned. And that's just what they're afraid of.
All right.
The moment they begin to name and punish those known sponsors, they will also be mentioned.
All right then. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Comrade. I beg your pardon, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama. We also have our guest, Comrade Roy, joining the conversation, but we'll come to Comrade Roy in a bit. Barrister, let me stay with you. Let me come back to you. Now, we hear from information available that the United States are beginning to survey some parts of Nigeria. They have their base now in Ghana, from where they fly this unmanned aerial drone to survey some parts of Nigeria, and that's been going on. That information came from one Brent, who is a security expert, and also reported by certain media outfits. Now, is that information, is it necessary at this time? That look, today they've gone out, they've surveyed, and they've come back. This is the third time they're going out, surveying the Borno area where Nigeria shares border with Chad, and they have come. Do we need that information put out there at this time?
That will tell you the type of security you have. In the Nigeria...
The so-called Brent is not a Nigerian.
Yes, but whoever allowed him to put it out, how did it happen? How did it happen? If they want to do covert operation, you don't do it this way. Nobody will know who is doing what until the final D-Day. That was how Osama bin Laden happened. Imagine if somebody had told the whole world, okay, we have seen where we suspect that Osama bin Laden is hiding in Pakistan. Very soon, we are going to apprehend him. Please, will he be waiting for you? Will you see him there? He will simply relocate. Because these terrorists, they have their own network. Remember when they wanted to use a mask to infiltrate their camp? By the time the foreign soldiers were about to take off, they saw the same people wearing the same mask. The question is, who told them that they are coming after them with masks? So, the compromises are so many. You don't even know who to hold on to. I have said it here that this thing that government is saying, let us collaborate with America, it will not work. They will sabotage it.
So how then are we going to end the issue of insecurity?
Yes, because you brought Boko Haram members in your rehabilitation scheme. And they are not in government, they are not in the military, they are not in the police. So they know what is going on, whatever you are planning. You saw the mistake they made initially, Mr. Moses. Can you see? Because when they were doing this, some of us cried out and said, no, it will not help our security. They said, it is to do this. The military were defending it. Look at it now. It is the same people you brought in. You brought in from their camp that are now terrorizing and sabotaging you. So how can you make progress? Imagine if this collaboration with America fails. Because I know it's going to fail. With what we are hearing now.
Okay, but Barrister, talking about how to solve the problem, it's out in the news this morning that, look, the federal government is reviewing the list of 411 people that were sent to them, as sponsors of insecurity.
Good.
Do you think that they will travel far with that list?
Hold on. You want me to believe what you just said, me? You want me to?
No, it's not me that said it. It's out there in the news.
I know it's in the news.
No, I'm asking you, how far do you think that
if they want to do it, they will not hear about it. They will just see action. Mr. Okoro, forget that they are not ready. They will not do it.
I said they are reviewing the list.
I said nothing to review. They just don't want to do it. Forget that thing. Let them tackle what is present, what we are seeing now.
They want to tackle it from the root by
which root?
Apprehending those people.
I said it's not possible. They can't do that. They are just alerting the people. If you know that your name is there and you hear that they want to do, will you keep quiet? Is that you relocate or you do something about it now? Is that not true?
All right.
It's only a tree that you want to cut and the tree will be there waiting for you.
All right, Barrister.
It's only a tree.
Thank you very much. I'll give you one minute for your concluding thoughts because
my concluding thought is that if the federal government is serious, start from the known to the unknown. People are occupying Benue and Plateau villages. Go and dislodge them. Tell them to go back. Taraba, they are doing the same thing. Start from there. At least those people, you can see them, you know where they are. Then by the time you dislodge them and say, their brothers elsewhere will say, look, it's time to leave. Oh.
All right.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agomo. Now let's go to Comrade Roy Oriabo. Now, Comrade, good to have you join the conversation. Basically, from what we have in the news, how well do you, if you want to assess this administration in its fight against insecurity, how would you rate this administration, this government?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me once again. There is nothing to rate them about in level of insecurity. The government is not ready to be serious. Because the problem of this country is Nigeria government. They are the key actors, and they are not making any progress. We have a saying in my dialect that when a man who see your property, see helping you to find it, you will never get it. Nigeria government is aware of what is going on. They know how to tackle the insecurity. They are not doing anything. And that's the reason why the late Buhari, when I heard the news of his departure the other day, I said I find it difficult to forgive that man. When he woke up one day to inform all of us that the Boko Haram, once they embrace repentance, that they should be now be inculcated into our military and into our security arrangement. I think that is the beginning of our problem. As of today now, there is nothing Nigeria government can do to fight insecurity because those who are there, those who are within the security arrangement are also part and parcel of the terrorism, of the banditry, of the Boko Haram terrorism. Therefore, where are we taking it to? Nigeria leadership need to demonstrate sincerity. They need to demonstrate that this country be not all of us. The way they are doing that, they are doing as if it's even a kind of a market arrangement for them, a racketeer where they are making profit. Take your mind back. The money that Jonathan spent, 5 years of Jonathan, he spent less than 500 million. Record have it that he spent less than $1 billion to fight insurgency for 5 years. When Buhari came in 8 years, he spent over 200 billion to fight insurgency. The other 2 years now, 2.5 years of Tinubu, he have used over 400 billion fighting insurgency. What does that show to you? That it is not a business for those in government. It is not a very profitable business for them. They are not it's a racketeer and they are not doing that. The more the insecurity remains, the more they are making money. That is my thinking. And I start to be corrected. The Nigerian government is not making any headway in terms of fighting. They are not even willing to listen to our argument. They are not willing to listen to superior argument that will enable them to have what it takes to fight insecurity. We have been saying that Nigerian government, under the leadership of Tinubu by now, to convoke a national security summit where we have opportunity to tell ourselves the truth. So that we can tell the president now that the military, the police, they can no longer do their job as the way to be. Empower Nigerians to carry gun. Let us have license so that people like us can, if we can secure, if we can buy a gun, AK-47, let us go and buy it. AK-49, let us go and buy it. If it is somebody gun we can buy, let's buy it. So that by the time you know, and we go in my house and we go in my farm, you will not just come and say because you belong to the other one. You don't have to wait. It is a man with God that is usually the superior in any battle.
Comrade Roy.
Therefore, the Nigerian government must listen to us. That is my beginning. That is my concern about it. They must listen to us.
Comrade Roy, do you think Nigeria is ripe enough to have individuals carry guns? Don't you think that will be a recipe for disaster? Don't you think we can? Because I mean, we have terrible record of road rage. That alone. Don't you think there will be greater problem if Nigerians are allowed to bear guns?
There is not going to be a greater problem. Let us not be a prophet of doom. For how much are we? As we are talking now, people are being killed. As we are talking after this program, you are still going to hear results of numbers of Nigeria that are being killed as we are talking now. Why are we scared? In America at the time, there was kidnapping, there was armed robbery attacks. Until they woke up one day and said, no, let us let us make an arrangement for people to have access to guns.
But so you know that America at this point is finding a way to reduce the usage of guns. They are finding a way also to restrict it too, because they have seen that having firearms with some persons is causing them harm and danger too. So they are working on making sure they find a way to restrict it. And you're calling for Nigerians to have firearms.
The society is evolving. America's handling of guns is also evolving. There were some laws that were not there before. They are now looking at it and say, what can we do about it? And that is what we are telling the Nigerian government. That you cannot say, okay, this is the kind of gun you can hold. Between that, this is what you can do. You know, this is what we need. America is only doing that because they believe as the society is evolving and with the law that established the individual to carry arms and ammunition, they are reviewing it so that it will not be in harmony with present day reality. And that is what we are calling on the Nigerian government. For how much shall we continue to we allow only a particular region, a particular to be licensed to carry guns and ammunition? And you know, in this country, if somebody from my tribe, if police or Nigerian soldiers see that person with a gun or with a cutlass or a dagger, they will arrest the person. But there are some tribes in this country, you see them with a gun, with a knife, with a dagger, they will tell them it's their culture. They will tell you that is their way of life. How come in a same country we are having two types of law? How do we do that? How do we sustain that? Therefore, we are not saying that what is good for Kabiru is good for Roy. That is what we are saying. And that is we have to put this directive. That if we can do that what is good for Esther can also be good for Fina, then Nigeria will be at a very peaceful road. That is where we are now.
All right,
because you can't continue to empower a particular race, a particular tribe.
Let's get a reaction.
To continue to hold on to government.
Great, thank you. Let's get a reaction of Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama on the same issue of bearing arms. You think that would be a solution? Now, let me also take you back a little bit. There was a video that trended, even though it's been tagged fake, a video that trended about some people that were said to have invaded Port Harcourt, invaded Rivers State, but they were gunned down. Now that video was tagged, it was revealed to be fake. But what do you think? Do you think Nigerians? Do you think that will be a deterrent to those that intend to cause insecurity, or do you think it might just spiral out of control? Dr. Irayanama.
Yeah, the truth is this: we can't confirm, we can't verify that video, whether it's a made thing or it's something very old. We can't really verify it. But I can tell you that to a large extent, that infiltrating Port Harcourt and doing the kind of harm they do up there will be slightly difficult. You know who we are to some extent, particularly within our terrain. I doubt if they can be able to run us out. They are able to do what they do in the north to a large extent because of the peculiarity of those terrain, as it were. You can't come to Port Harcourt Township, for instance, and say you carry 20 by.
Or we seem to have a network glitch.
At all. I cannot verify that at all.
Okay, there was a network glitch, and we lost some of the things you were saying at that point.
Yeah, I said I cannot verify.
Okay. Well, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama, I think you're moving, and it's affecting the quality of the network. But I guess we'll just wrap up this conversation. I was going to ask for concluding thoughts, but if we can't get your concluding thoughts due to the network problem we're having, let's get concluding thoughts from Comrade Roy Oriabo. We are, putting the pin on this issue for now, because we know that it's something that Nigerians are still talking about now. But we do hope that it will be addressed very, very, very soon. Now we know that the 400 names are being reviewed as well. Do you think that will make headway, like my colleague asked earlier, Comrade Roy? Now let's wrap that with your concluding thoughts as well.
Of course, the only solution that we have now is for we to consider individuals. Arms, that is the only solution. And you also agree with me that the kind of security arrangement we run in this part of the world is eye service security. I call it eye service because one, you see that if you monitor our news in recent times, you will be seeing that the military will be telling you that Boko Haram were able to despise them. We are going to social place next tomorrow. We are going there next week. They keep on telling us every day what they intend doing. And I went back to my study to go and check. I don't know any part of the world where they run their security arrangement like that, where you have to inform the terrorists, you have to inform the people of what you are doing on a daily basis. In regards to people were coming to kidnap, we have to we drive them back. It's still very elementary to my understanding, and I believe that the Nigerian government under the leadership of Tinubu should immediately caution those who are managing our security architecture that because it's no longer the method that we have been using over the years.
All right.
The mechanism is no longer very useful. We should also have to divert a mix. We should change tactics by now.
All right, then change tactics, you say. Well, thank you very much, Comrade Roy Oriabo, and big thanks, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama. I do hope we'll be able to rectify.
Thank you.
Okay. If the network is clearer now, let's have your concluding thoughts, please.
Nigerians must begin to have some element of positivism, if you ask me. Let's still give a benefit of the doubt because of the Nigerians that are going to suffer in the long run. I won't support bearing arms because of several negativities around it. But the truth is this: we must rejig our political system. We must rejig our security system. We must rejig ourselves as people. The truth be told, these persons are not coming from mass. They do not just drop. Certain things are fueling them. The government must be sincere in her purpose. We hear everyday soldiers crying at the ground and look, the things the other parties have are higher than them. Recently we saw a video where a general was telling us that all the tires of the vehicles they used are gone. They changed over 27 of them and they were actually, but the boys were still active. What were the support mechanisms? What was the plan on that kind of venture? Are we just exposing our people to everyday death? We must sit back and do proper planning. I have the hope that if government is willing, with the people's support, we will be able to defeat security. We must work together. The press must help us.
That's a very hopeful comment.
On how to report negativities too. We must do it together to get back our country. This country is ours.
All right, thank you very much, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama. But please do stay with us as we get into another conversation. Now we're talking about the ambassadorial list put out, the names put out, non-career ambassadors and career ambassadors as published by the presidency. Well, waiting for confirmation. Let's have this conversation when we come back.
for the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has criticized President Bola Tinubu's nomination of former Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu, as an ambassador. The party described the move as embarrassingly insensitive and claimed it undermines the integrity and independence of Nigeria's electoral institutions. The ADC argued that Yakubu's nomination creates a conflict of interest, given his role in overseeing the 2023 election that brought Tinubu to power. The party also expressed concerns that the nomination sets a bad precedent, potentially incentivizing future INEC officials to act in favor of ruling parties in hope of securing post-tenure rewards. The ADC called on Yakubu to reject the nomination, citing the need to preserve the credibility of INEC and the integrity of future elections. The party also urged the Senate to reject Yakubu's nomination if he fails to do so. President Bola Tinubu has nominated 32 individuals for ambassador position, comprising 15 career ambassadors and 17 non-career diplomats. The nominees include notable figures such as non-career ambassadors who have Femi Fani-Kayode, a former aviation minister, Reno Mokere, who happens to be a former presidential aide, Mahmoud Yakubu, former INEC chairman, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, former governor of Enugu State, Victor Okezie-Ikpeazu, former Abia State governor, Fatima Florence Ajimobi, former First Lady of Oyo State, Laura Konde, former Lagos State Commissioner. Where we'll have the Korean ambassadors, Enebechi Monica Okuchukwu, Yakubu Yako Danladi, Maimuna Ibrahim Betso, Ambassador Shehu Bade, Ambassador Ahmed Mohamed Munguno. And the nominees are expected to be deployed to strategic nations such as China, India, South Korea, Canada, Mexico, and the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, South Africa, and Kenya, as well as key multilateral missions like the United Nations, UNESCO, and the African Union. Their specific assignment will be announced after Senate confirmation. Thank you so much, Comrade Roy Riabo, for being with us thus far. Also, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Reyenama, thank you so much for being part of this conversation. Let me start off with you, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Reyenama. What do you make of this, the names that we have, or the ambassador list, the Korean ambassador and the non-Korean ambassadors? We have even Reno Mokere make it to the list, and Yakub Mahmoud, who happens to be who was the former INEC chairman. As ADC and other Nigerians are reacting to what really transpired, recall that his tenure officially supposed to expire, last month, November, but he handed over, earlier than when it's supposed to be, and now we're seeing his name appear to be among the ambassadors.
For the career ambassadors, we have little or nothing to say because they must have grown through the ranks or whatever to earning the positions. But for the non-career ambassadors, of course, ordinarily speaking, it is the prerogative of the president to compensate persons he thinks will have aided him in one way or the other. However, what seems to smear the entire list for me is the seeming insensitivity in the appointment of the immediate past INEC chairman. There have been concern about how the election went through and accusations right, left, and center. Does this confirm a compensation for job well done in bringing him to power? That's the big question for me. We've also said the government had claimed that she's fighting corruption and whatever. We find certain persons' names who are said to be involved in one corrupt cases or the other. To what extent is that fight against corruption? I'd looked at that list as more or less purely political compensation.
All right. When you say it's purely political compensation list, from what you're saying, let's also look at what some Nigerians are talking about. How many people made it to the list from each geopolitical zone? We have the Southeast having just 5. Some would say 6 of them with the Abia State woman. And then a particular geopolitical zone in Nigeria have over 12 persons made it to that list. The South were like 3 persons or thereabouts on the list. How balanced is it? There's a appointment and also nomination. How balanced is it?
State do not even have one. From River State, we don't even have one, and some states have 3, 12, and the rest of it. But again, a balance in political appointments generally will be until we're able to sum up all appointments. So taking just one area of appointments to look at balance may not be completely correct.
Okay.
Except from the beginning in going. But you may find that good here and now. If you get to ministerial position, you will not find that same spread as it had been. If you go to other appointment, you will not have that spread. So I seem not to have much of a problem with that, except we have the complete figure to looking at all the appointments of the current presidency,
okay,
and then be able to share it to see how to extend it is balanced.
All right, Dr. Iroyanama, let me stay with you. I want to quote what you said, word for word. You said it is the prerogative of the president to compensate those who helped him to office. That's what you said in your intervening statement. Now, Dr. Iroyanama, how morally upright is it for the president to use this prerogative by appointing people of questionable character? Like, I'm happy that you mentioned Yakub Mohammed. How morally right is it for the president? Does that prerogative confer the right on him to reward people who had, in one way or the other, failed Nigeria? I'm talking about some state governors who made that list, who had disappointed their people for 8 years. They couldn't deliver the dividends of democracy. Now we have the same people going to represent Nigeria abroad. I would like for you to talk about that prerogative once again. I'd like for us to expand it. Does that prerogative confer the president, the right to do what is not right for Nigeria?
So when I raise that as a concern, now you ask the question to what extent, to how moral it is. It is moral to the extent of what the president rules as moral. It's a pity we have a climate where people do not have respect to certain norms of living, as it were. So if you ask me, I would simply say it shows the level of morality the president or the presidency holds. So that's my short answer to that question. It's a problem. And that's what that shows is that people could do anything, and as long as they're in the good book of whoever, they will get whatever they want to get in the country. That's what it shows.
Okay. All right, Doctor, one of the names that made that list is the name of Reno Omokri, former aide to President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. And he's been a strong supporter of this administration. But before he did that, he was also a strong critic of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He mounted a campaign in London and said, look, you're a drug lord. We are going to chase you out of London. You go back to Nigeria. You have questions to answer and all of that. And we see this man appointed, nominated as an ambassador. We don't know the country he is going to. We also have the Delta Democrats Forum calling for the withdrawal of Reno Omokri's ambassadorial nomination. If we have Nigerians kicking against an appointment. Do you think that the president will listen? Because we hear that the president has listening ears. The other time Nigerians said, look, the list of pardoned people isn't very good. The president went back and said, okay, let's amend the list. Do you think that the president is about to do this? Because there is a lot of people have raised concerns about names that appeared on that list. Do you think the president will go back on that list and make amends?
I won't be able to sit here and speak directly to the president, but from antecedents, I can assure you one simple thing. He is not likely to listen if he had made up his mind. So wherever you think he had ever listened, it was because he actually did not want it. Because we have actually said more things, worse things. We have rejected worse things that he has refused to listen all the while. So a few times, well, it happens in government, they throw a juggler they know very well that will not be accepted, and to create a picture of listening, they throw it and you reject it, they say, okay, they've listened. That's not listening. That's listening. I can assure you, for Iran and Mercury, for instance, we had expected something to happen since, even though not really ambassadorial. We expected that having turned the way he turned and being useful to him, as it were, something will get to him. Yeah. So we are not surprised. For Ifani Kayode, I had also been expecting it long time ago that he will have had an appointment, given the way he has consistently told a line that seems not to be what he used to be.
Okay. All right, Dr. Iroyenema, as we...
Normal in our own clan.
All right, Doctor, you recall that when the prerogative of clemency, the list came out, and a lot of people say, look, looks like, in fact, the Police Service Commission and a lot of NDLEA say, look, this is not the list that we presented. Looks like some names were smuggled, into that list. Now, do you think that there's a possibility that a similar thing happened in this ambassadorial list? Do you think that the president didn't go through it before releasing it?
Categorically, I can tell you no. Because all the persons involved there have personal relations with him. I can tell you, we can't compare the two.
All right.
For a ministerial ambassadorial list, it's usually not created from outside. It's slightly different from that of prerogative of mercy that usually comes from judiciary and certain other agencies. For a ministerial list, it is the president's prerogative. He does it. He sits down. He looks at it repeatedly. He knows them because he must know them. It's not the same thing with releasing criminals from prisons that he may never know from Adams. They are merely submitted somewhere, somehow.
All right. Thank you so much, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Iroyenema. Comrade Roy Oriabo, let's get you join the conversation. First, what do you make of the list? The career and non-career ambassadors that we have the list now. Recall Nigeria have been a country without ambassadors for some time, 2 years plus. And now the president have thought it wise to say, I'm sending the names of the people I want to be ambassadors to the National Assembly for them to vet. And after their vetting, then we'll have ambassadors. What do you have to say about the list, the names of the people on that list to start with?
To me, I was not surprised about the list because the president have the absolute right, have the liberty to. President have demonstrated now. Therefore, we don't need to be bothered about that. The president, as the president, after election, you look for people who work with you. Even when you have also an ambition for the next year, you also look for those you can also easily use. And that is what the president have demonstrated. All the personality. To me, these are the persons he wants to use, and he uses them conveniently. I don't have any problem with that. Nigeria must also know the issue of when you are discussing Nigeria politics, the issue of credibility, the issue of integrity, the issue of accountability. All these are always on their holidays. I don't want Nigeria to have the years. We should understand Nigeria more better now. When I see people trying talking about integrity, talking about transparency. These are strangers in our political discourse in Nigeria. While we're deceiving ourselves. The personality you are seeing, they are personalities who have worked for Buhari, no career ambassador. These are personalities who have worked for
We seem to be
for
having
Tinubu.
network glitch.
And at the end of the day, it's going to be food for the hello? Are you with me?
Go ahead, I can hear you. Initially, we're
Yes,
having some glitches.
I said the issues are very direct. These are food for the boys, and they have demonstrated that. And there is nothing any you and I can say or we
Okay.
can do about it.
Let me ask you one question. For one who waited 2 years to put out to list ambassadors, were you impressed? Are you impressed in any way? Comrade Roy. All right, we seem to be having network problem with your connection, but if you can hear me, you may go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Yes. After 2 years, this is what the president is able to present to us. To me, I don't see anything wrong with that. The president is not left for individuals who are nominated to say, we will not take this or we will take. That is my own concern, especially to the former chairman of INEC. It's not left for him. If it is a job given to him for compensation, you will know this part of the world, we hardly say no, especially when we are eating.
Comrade Roy,
give it to us to come out.
Comrade Roy, I would like to ask you this question. What kind of political culture are we building for the future if we keep insisting that, look, this is the way we do it in Nigeria? Now you said that, look, integrity, transparency, whatever, have taken a backseat. Is that what we should be at the people? When will we start doing things right? What kind of political culture are we building? If you say you don't have a problem with the president appointing people of questionable character as ambassadors to represent Nigeria, when we are going through a lot as a people, as a country, what kind of political culture are we building for the future?
What do you mean by people with questionable? How do you establish that? Who are the persons who are with questionable character? How do you establish that? How do you establish that? That is the truth. The president has the right, absolute right to nominate those if you can work with him. If you are not too comfortable with some person, you can go to court. Initiate a move against it. Are you telling me now that if the National Assembly, are they going to do away now with Mahmoud? It's not possible. Are they going to do away with Omupi? It's not possible. Are they going to do away with it's not possible. Therefore, if this is not, I've told you before that Nigeria is an unusual place. Until we take that unusual of Nigeria into consideration before we start analyzing this thing. Until president and president, they have issue with Aerofa. That was why he was not cleared by the senators or by the Nigerian Senate. If he didn't have the issue, nothing will happen. We are here making points, telling the Nigerian government to do what is right. But they have consistently refused to do what is right.
Comrade Roy Oriabo, when are we going to turn Nigeria? If we admit that Nigeria is an unusual place, what can we do to make Nigeria a usual place?
What we can do is what we are doing now. We must continue to let Nigerians know that we are not doing what is right. We are not doing what is right. We will continue to sing it. We will continue to. That's why we are here now telling Nigeria you are not supposed to do it. Our answer is that we'll continue to it. With those in leadership, will they listen to us? The answer is no. Mahmoud is one of the personalities who conducted one of the worst elections in the history of this world. After the election that was conducted by Devil in Hellfire. This is the election we have seen in this world. Therefore, if in his own conscience, in his own mind, and he said, I want to take this appointment, what can we do? He must have also imprisoned his conscience. He must have jettisoned his principle over the years to say, let me take this. This is
Comrade, I'm happy that you brought us to this point. When I said people of unquestionable character, you asked me who determines who has a questionable character. And in the same breath, you are telling me that you are telling the world, you are telling Nigerians that, look, a man whose name appeared there, Yakub Mohammed Mahmoud, conducted one of the worst elections in Nigeria. Isn't his character questionable?
No, that is our thinking. That is our thinking. You remember this song popularly by Wike, as in the street there. As in the pay there, he go the street us. You remember that popular song by Wike? That is how they view Nigeria. That is how they view Nigeria. I'm only telling you the truth, the fact that is available within all of us who are on the streets. But those in government, they see us as well. You know about the song. As they pay them, you go the street us. As they street us, you go the pay them. That is how they have reduced.
All right, comrade. Before we move on to the next couple of conversation, I want to get your opinion on this. You know, you just talked about the president having the prerogative to pick whoever he want to pick to be an ambassador, especially the non-Korean ambassador. Now, we also know that host countries to these ambassadors, have the right to reject them. And then with some of the things that you just pointed out to, how would that be, or what picture would that paint Nigeria to be if host countries start rejecting the persons that were cleared by National Assembly to be ambassadors in those countries?
But over the years, Nigeria and the National Assembly have not demonstrated that sincerity of purpose. We saw it very just a minister that passed through them, they vet the qualification. We were told that some of those qualifications were fraud. Therefore, back to your question directly, Nigeria, we have about 109 missions across the globe. Therefore, Nigeria must also look for a country that also operates the same level with Nigeria, as at the level of characterless country without integrity. They can also look and say, let's push this person to that place because it's just absolutely full for the boys. We can get it. They can get it. It's not the whole country that are on the same page with us. Nigeria must also look for a country that people like Mahmoud can go to. Look for a country like people like Omokri can go. A country like people like Kayode can go. And you also know there are countries who also accept them. Therefore, let us not label ourselves over that. Nigeria have a way of reaching out. They have the ability to reach out to those countries and say, we know of his character. You can manage it for us. And Nigeria can do that confidently.
We can manage it. All right, we can manage all of them. All right then. Well, thank you very much, Comrade Roy, for your take there. Interesting submission. Well, let's move away from this conversation. Let's look at Serap as they sue Akpabio Abbas over missing funds, and we're talking 18.6 billion naira NASC complex funds. Let's talk about this when we come back.
The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has filed a lawsuit against Senate President Godswill Akpabio and House of Representatives Speaker Tajudeen Abbas over the alleged misappropriation of 18.6 billion naira meant for the construction of the National Assembly Service Commission office complex. Well, SERAP is seeking a court order to direct Akpabio, Abbas, and the NASC to account for the missing funds, disclose the name of the construction company involved, and provide details of the contract. Well, the group argues that the allegations reflect a grave violation of public trust and the Nigerian Constitution. The lawsuit follows a 2022 audit report by the Auditor General of the Federation, which revealed that the NASC paid over 11.6 billion naira to an unknown construction company for the project without proper documentation or approval. We still have with us Comrade Roy Uriabo, who joined us from virtually from Benin City, and Dr. Emmanuel Iroyedema, who joined us from Port Harcourt. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Now, let's get into it. Comrade Roy, we are back again looking for 18.6 billion naira meant for the construction of the National Assembly Service Commission complex, and we can't find it. Now, Sarah wants to go to court. Is that what it should be? Why are we always looking for money in this country? I want you to react to the 18.6 billion naira that we are looking for. Something that is, and by the way, how come we are National Assembly Service Commission, people that work there, for how long have they been without a complex? Because I recall that that complex was, the commission was created sometime between 2000 and 2004. That is when it was created. Where have they been using, and we decide to build a complex for them? Can't find the money. What's your reaction to all of that?
But on a very serious note, it's quite very unfortunate that all the time we keep on looking for money here and there, as if we are not a serious nation. It now takes an NGO to draw the attention of the world and Nigerians to say, this is the money we are looking for. Where is EFCC? Where is ICPC? These are some of the issues that make me at times, when I look at Nigeria, my heart will be failing me because I'm not seeing really a future in this country. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. And I'm saying it. And I'm saying it with all emphasis. I'm not seeing future in this country. How do you talk to people? What are you telling us? That social money is missing that was budgeted for a purpose is missing. It that takes an NGO to approach a court. And you also agree with me, the court that is even the NGO is also going, they might not be able to even get judgment because some judges in Nigeria now have been declared judges of particular concern who keep on romancing with some powerful personalities. These are some of the issues. I salute Sharaf, who have always been there for us. They are the only organization now who have been there very consistent.
Comrade, do you think that the EFCC, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, and the ICPC, do you think that they are overwhelmed, with the number of criminal cases that they have? That's why they can't follow everything through. Do you think they are overwhelmed?
They are not overwhelmed. They have special interests on issues. Any matters they have special interests, considering the body language of the president and presidency, they go for it. That is why they are not overwhelmed. What kind of job are they doing that they are overwhelmed?
No, I asked that question. I'm sorry, I asked that question in the light of the fact that we have more than 10,000 corruption cases being handled by the same agency, and I'm not sure that EFCC has more than 2,000 staff. How can they cope? Do you think that we should create special courts or another agency to probably track corruption from the National Assembly, track corruption from the judiciary, track corruption from the legislature? Should we get into that track? Because it looks like that EFCC also handles private sector investigations. Don't you think they are overwhelmed?
They are never overwhelmed. Let us not go into that. Let us not give the excuse to say that they are overwhelmed. They are not overwhelmed. It is where they have interest. When they have interest in matter, they quickly go for it. When they don't have interest, have you listened to the head of EFCC telling Nigeria government that they need more manpower? Have you heard that from them? If it is an issue of manpower, they will be discussing that. They are not talking in that direction. Therefore, if they are not overwhelmed, it is the area they have issues they choose to want to say this is our issue of interest. Once they have it, they go for it. There are some issues they just say, well, these are not our issue, especially when you are in the good books of authority. They just look at it, okay, especially now the National Assembly as of today, what do we call them? What kind of name are we giving to them as in Nigeria? We call them they are mere rubber stamp. Therefore, they are on the same page with the president and presidency.
Okay.
That's understandable. Why are you saying that?
All right. Thank you very much, Comrade Roy.
We don't need more institutions. I'm even one of those who even believe that EFCC should be merged with the police, ICPC, all of them need to be merged under one unity front. Not for we to continue to duplicate offices and positions. We don't need EFCC. What they are doing, they have to improve on it. Not for them to.
All right. Thank you very much, Comrade Roy. We're talking about merging the EFCC with the police. A lot of Nigerians already have problem with the police itself, and mind you, the preponderance of staff of the EFCC come from the Nigeria police too. Now let's bring in Dr. Iroyenema into this conversation. Dr. Iroyenema, we are looking for a certain 18.6 billion naira meant for the construction of National Assembly Service Complex. We are also tracking $490 million. And former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, is come under the radar. EFCC has said, look, you can't travel now. Comrade, Doctor, why are we always looking for money in this country? And we can't find any. We keep going from looking for one to the other, and we can't find any. What is the problem? What do you think the problem is? Can you help us unravel, untie that knot? Because it's an existential threat and problem to us as a people. We're always looking for money. What's the problem?
Because we are corrupt. We're always looking for money because we have corrupt leadership. We have always looking for money because our legislators are corrupt. We are always looking for money because we have a judiciary that is corrupt. We have always looking for money because governance in our country strives on corruption. That's the basic reason why we are where we are. Okoro, did you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, doctor.
Yes. So that's why that's the reason why we're where we are. Now, I pity Sarah. It is one thing to expose these things. It's another thing to be able to get justice, as it were. The court Sarah is going to, which court is it going to? What are the centers of corruption in the country today? Is the judiciary. All recent judgment, particularly when it gets to politically exposed persons, we know where it will go, even before it gets to the judiciary. So what are we getting out of it? We are certainly not going to get any real results. It's just the information, and we thank them for giving us the information.
Okay, so what is the value of that information? Because we are from NNPC. In the past 10 years, we are trying to track 210 trillion naira. So what is the value of the information if we can't get the money? We are talking about a Bachalut, we are talking about 210 trillion naira, 18.6 billion naira here, Kogi 80-point-something billion naira, in almost all the states. In Kaduna State, they are looking for a certain billion naira and all of. In Kano State, the same thing. Every time we are looking for. What is the value of the information if the EFCC cannot get to a conclusion in all of this? And I ask you, let me ask you the same question I asked Roy. Do you think that the EFCC, ICPC, do you think they are overwhelmed? Because there are multiple corruption cases. Every day we see a new one. Every day we see a new one. Is it because of the number that they can't get to a conclusion? Because we don't hear that, look, this money has been recovered. It's only paltry that we hear. And when EFCC recovers 2 billion naira, oh, you know, they go to the world, the internet, to say, look, we have recovered all of this. Do you think they're overwhelmed?
They are not overwhelmed. The EFCC and ICPC as it is today is an arm of government aimed at targeting opposing views or opposing persons that are politically exposed and minor thieves like the Yahoo boys and so on and so forth. That's what the EFCC and ICPC are for as of today in Nigeria. And there's no, that is something that is known everywhere. So they cannot pretend that they do not know even these issues that are being raised today by the NGO, as it were. Sarah.
Now, why should we wait for Serap to be the one that will take the National Assembly to court, the leaders of National Assembly to court, when we know that this information, the people that found out about the missing 18.6 billion naira, what happened to be the Auditor General Office? So why should we wait for Serap to take them to court? Why wouldn't they do the needful? And how possible is it that 11.6 billion naira was used without any, bill of quality or quantity and any other thing being carried out? How possible is it?
For running a government of corruption, nothing of that money could have moved out without civil service involvement in the first instance. So let's be honest. If it ever, no government money comes out without the connivance of the civil servant. So first and foremost, you asked the initial question. I said, this is possible because we are corrupt as a people. This is possible because we run a corrupt government. So you can't be a thief-free industry and ask how something is stolen. Robbers can go out to steal and then come back and begin to ask themselves, how did we steal? Because that's the occupation. So both the office of the Auditor General, the office of the Finance Ministry, down to the National Assembly are all involved. There's a chain. And that's why I fear, and I am sure most Nigerians also fear, if anything good will come out of it. Knowing that the other agencies that will have been able to do anything are themselves also corrupt, including the judiciary, which I have the biggest fear. So we'll keep hearing it. And like I said before, for your information as it is, it's actually a no action designate. When memos are sent to you and they say it's for your information, somebody says don't take action, just keep it, know it. And so what Nigerians have been told is just know it, that it happened. I do not see actions, any action that will be taken. I do not see any action that will be taken.
All right then. All right then. So you lost confidence there. Well, anyway, we must say a very big thank you to you, Chief Dr. Emmanuel Orayanama, socio-political commentator, advocate of good governance, a seasoned and licensed human resource practitioner, management consultant, and chartered mediator and conciliator. Thank you very much for your contribution on the program. And also big thanks to Comrade Roy Oriabo, a public affairs commentator, a human rights activist, member, Coalition of Civil Society Organizations, advocate of Nigeria. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your contribution on the program.
Thank you.
Well, that's it on VOP this morning. I am Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10 for newspaper review.
And I'm Fina. Okay, Chico, enjoy the rest of your day. Happy New Month once again.
I'm Chukuma. I'll see you again at 10 o'clock. Bye for now.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things: a mixed society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. If you're just tuning in, this is Newspaper Review on VOP Television. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And of course, Barrister Darlington Agumore joins the conversation this morning. Good morning to you once again.
Yeah, Moses, it's my pleasure.
All right, and a pleasure to have you indeed. Now, we'll also have our virtual guest join from our outstations. But in the meantime, let's stay with Barrister. And Chukwuma also is an analyst on this show, so it's going to be bumper packed. So let's start off with, the story of insecurity is right there on the cover pages, but I would like for us to, not deviate from that, but start off with something else, and then we can come back to the issue of security and insecurity as we progress on the show today. Now, let's talk about crude for loans. NNPCL, according to the Punch newspaper, NNPCL battles 8 trillion naira outstanding debt. 213,000 barrels daily withheld for loan servicing. Refinery rehabilitation adds 1.4 trillion naira to NNPCL's loan burden. All right. I might take that one again for emphasis, right? So, it is crude for loans. NNPCL battles 8 trillion naira outstanding debt. 13,000 barrels daily withheld for loan servicing. Refinery rehabilitation adds 1.4 trillion naira to NNPCL's loan burden. And of course, that's on page 8 of the paper. Let's start off with that one. Barrister Darlington.
This is serious. When are we going to get out of this NNPC loan debt?
Oh, okay, there's even another headline here. Let me just add this one to it because it's basically the same story. 828 million liters of petrol imported to avert nationwide shortage.
Mm-hmm. Can you imagine? Who imported them? And we are going to pay for that because Dangote said that he's ready to supply us all we need, including the whole of Africa. So what is the need of importing? Look, you see, this type of news, it irritates me because these people think that all of us are stupid. I'm not joking. When they told us about this particular NNPC, whatever, every other Nigeria bought it except me because I rejected it. I'm not joking. I told you that there is no subsidy, that they didn't remove anything. You can see it now. Look at how much we are wasted. In fact, attached to that is the 17 trillion naira they use in what? Protecting your pipeline. 17 trillion naira. You can see that these people are very trickish. We raised alarm here concerning 210 trillion naira that was missing. You can see how any NPC is cleverly trying to justify it by telling me that they spent 17 trillion naira in 1 year to protect the pipeline. Have you seen this type of corruption? Who is protecting the pipeline with what? 17 trillion naira. So they want to justify that 210 trillion naira, how it was spent. That means in the days to come, they will tell us that 20 trillion naira was spent on toilet roll. Then another 20 trillion naira on refreshment to make sure that they exhaust that 210 trillion naira. And nobody will ask question. 17 trillion naira to protect the pipeline. Wetin happen? These are things that people should interrogate. Because this government told us that they are fighting corruption. Is it not corruption? Tell me what kind of protection they are doing that will warrant in just 1 year. Meanwhile, in 12 years of PDP, 12 years and 1 year, 12 years of PDP, they spent 18 trillion naira on subsidy. Nigerians, you can see what we are talking about. You can see that this government, they don't have conscience. Because when people are vilifying PDP and all, these are evidence. 18 trillion in 12 years and 1 trillion 17 trillion in 1 year. Please, which one would you say that the person managing this economy, at least he has conscience? Which one? All the people that are blaming the PDP for whatever, look at the gap. If you use that money, will you not put it into the economy? Will the economy be like this? The answer is no. You can see what we are talking about. So whenever they lie to you and you believe it, it gets me angry. So interrogate what they are telling you. Who is the person who got the contract for 17 trillion naira? Who is the person? Is it Asari Dokubo? You mean you gave him 17 trillion naira and he's still in Nigeria?
Where will he be? He has a university in one of these West African countries.
He will simply go and buy over Togo. Buy it over. They will open university by force. What are you telling me?
I think the issue of NNPC has, I don't know, even the accounts of NNPC will even confound the best of chartered accountants. Because the accounts have been so mashed up that you don't even know where to start from.
I'm telling you.
At any turn, you are talking about money that is missing. At any turn, you are talking about how monies were spent. And they are even talking about another 1.4 trillion naira refinery rehabilitation. Which refineries are we talking about?
Those ones are...
Which refineries? Is it the Port Harcourt refinery that after 7 promises, the 8th one, they happen to fulfill it? And 2 weeks later, we were told that the refinery has gone bad again. Is it the Warri refinery? Which one? Port Harcourt 1 and 2. Warri refinery. Is it the Kaduna? Where did they spend the 1.4 trillion naira? And after spending that money, what happened to it? A certain 210 trillion naira for 10 years. I can't recall for the 8 years that Buhari was in office, the accounts of NNPC were never audited.
At all.
And now we transited from NNPC to NNPCL, and we carried over. We have changed management from Abba Kyari to Bayo Ojulari, and we are still telling the same story. Now, since Bayo came in, you recall that when Bayo came in, he said, look, I'm not going to sell the refineries. I need $60 billion to reform, to revamp the refineries. Meanwhile, we also said that, look, at that point, our own Aliko Dangote used 20 billion naira
to build a brand new refinery.
The biggest $650,000 dollars capacity.
1.4.
Meanwhile, the 3 refineries, Port Harcourt 1 and 2, and the one in Warri, are not even up to half of this 650,000. And I get worried when people say that, look, Dangote refinery, does he have the capacity to supply us all we need, even at that 650,000 naira? I don't think so. First of all, is it operating at full capacity? I don't think so, because we still have a lot of 8-point-something million barrels imported. So who is doing this importation? So you see that there is still pressure on our FX. And that is why today the naira recovers, tomorrow it drops again, and all of that. And I asked this question, the economic team of the president, what are they doing? Is it that they are also overwhelmed by the vagaries in the economy? Because anytime you ask them again, they will tell you, oh, looks like the vagaries in the international economy is causing the whole problem. They are economists, they are accountants. What is the problem? Why are they not telling us the truth? And why is it that NNPCL, nobody has had the courage to say, oh, this institution, for the next 3 or 4 months, I'm going to audit you. We have reputable audit firms, accounting firms. I don't want to mention their names. Why don't you just engage them? Do forensic audit. Let us know. Because when we say that these monies are missing, it looks like we make a fool of ourselves, as if somebody just gets in there
and
collects money without, you don't sign papers for what?
No.
I mean, when you tell people like this, and we keep talking about it every day, a certain amount of money is missing, and we are looking for it. And if my money is missing now, I'll go back to my bank account and say, look, this is what I spent money on. So why is it that we are finding it difficult to say, this 1.4 trillion naira that is missing, this is where it went to?
They are looking for a way to justify their infamy. If not, this type of story that is 17 trillion. Mr. Okoro, do you know what it means? If they give you
17 trillion naira, even as bad as the naira is, 17 trillion naira is a lot of money.
If they give you that money to count from January to December, you get a gray hair counting that money, even at 1,000 naira note.
I believe you. That's a lot of money. A billion naira is. We're talking about 1 trillion in 17 places.
That's what somebody came to tell me, that they used to protect the pipeline. Are you serious? Protect. Whose company? What are they using to protect the pipeline?
So for the duration that you protected the pipeline with 17 trillion naira, how much did the pipelines make?
I wonder.
Yes, the pipelines are not making money.
They were just looking for a excuse. They're even telling you now that there is a certain 200 and something million barrels that they are using to cushion the effect of subsidy. So you are.
I'm talking about crude for loan. Why are we still getting into this?
Look, it's messed up, seriously.
Because at the time we were told that we'll finish paying by 2030.
2030, yes.
You know, that's 25. That's why.
That means how can you finish paying when you are borrowing more? It's not possible.
Are we collateralizing it?
Yes, now you are paying
again,
more. Yes,
problem.
You are paying because nobody wants to tell you the truth about that industry. Nobody. And when the president said he's going to man that, we thought that maybe he's going to do something fantastic.
Does the president have enough time to oversee that ministry?
Yet he's still there. Instead of him to bring in a technocrat.
Because he already has a lot in his hand.
He has a lot, especially in the area of security.
Security.
So he shouldn't be delving into the affairs of NNPC.
No, but we heard the vice president say that, look, the president will be in charge of the economy because he's an economist, he's an accountant and all of that. And I'll be in charge of insecurity.
All this
So
is
what
a-
is happening?
all this
Looks
is
like
a-
both of them, they don't, it's either they don't know their job or they don't have the work, job that they are doing. Because that is what it looks like. That's what I come up with. If I see a vice president that says, look, I'm going to be in charge of security, and for the past 2 years, the thing has spiked.
And all he does is to visit affected areas.
After the people have struck and gone.
And when he was sent to, usually the president will send him to go and then go out there, offer a word or two, and then come back and wait for the next, So the real thing they're supposed to do, nobody doing it.
Now, we're talking about, let's be off a bit. Matawale, is he back from KB State? Probably he's back, when those girls were rescued. No, okay. Who were rescued now? The Eruku worshippers. There are so many that I can't even recall.
It's hard to keep up.
Is it all of them?
So is he going to Kogi now?
All of them.
Is he going to Kogi or to Niger or to Kano State or to Sokoto or to Borno?
Well, before we go into the issue of insecurity, let's stay with the economy. FAC reconciliations injected 2.36 trillion naira into Federation accounts in 9 months. Fresh 1.03 trillion naira, $68.98 million await verification. NNPC responds to query, denies owing $42.37 billion. All right. Now, let me just read. There's an excerpt here. I'm just going to read this. It says the Federation accounts received a significant boost in the first 3 quarters of this year, with the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee, FAC, reporting that a total of 2.359 trillion naira in outstanding revenue arrears was reconciled and paid to the federal government and subnational governments between January and September. This is the committee's detail. Okay, well, that's basically what we have there. If you want to read more, you need to flick to page 5 of this day newspaper. Well, that's the headline. You may want to react, or let me just...
This is the drop in the ocean. In the ocean of the money we're expecting from NNPC. This is just a drop. This particular 2 point something is insignificant. Let them tell us where the 210 trillion is.
But Barrett, I don't think we will ever find
I
that
am
money.
telling you, with this thing they brought out now about securing the pipeline, that money is gone. No, I mean, what do you expect? That money is gone. Maybe they had us crying over that money. They now said, okay, let us give them something. That is where that money, I'm telling you, in the days to come, they will bring up other expenses that will shock even the devil. I'm telling you, the devil will be asking, these people, do they have conscience? You spend 17 trillion. Look at how they drop it like that. By the time you go further to interrogate that particular figure, they will tell you that they were misquoted. That it was not like that. We are trying to reconcile the account. This and that and that, But to bring out the person that took that 210 trillion, they will never. Because look at how long they've been asking for that money. The National Assembly. The manager that cannot come and explain. He was just sending some people and then writing some figures,
Okay. But Barrister, I think Moses read out was the FAC allocation.
The FAC allocation. 2.36 trillion naira.
So how much is that?
The problem with this thing is that we also got information. I think that was last week that despite the huge allocations governors received,
still owing money.
1 point something trillion naira is still. So that is why the gains of subsidy removal in quote, is not trickling down because those monies are deducted from source, deducted at source. If you, for example, because the federal government is always the obligor, the guarantor for those loans. So the time the state commissioner for finance goes to Abuja and they do all the deductions, and they will publish that your state got 27 billion.
Meanwhile, they have deducted money.
Meanwhile, they have deducted about 12 billion naira. So when people go, they're asking the governor, what did you do with the 27 billion naira?
Remember the day I raised that issue? I said, let them publish the actual money that came to the states instead of just announcing. Because when they deduct, What they are going to publish is the actual money that got to the state.
Yeah, because that is what got to use the other one in paying your debt.
So you can see now. You can see that these people are very, very tricky, very clever.
But you know the funny thing? In all of this, they are still borrowing.
They're still borrowing more.
Still borrowing money, both the federal and the state government. I'm sure if the local governments have had a way to borrow, they will borrow.
They will also borrow.
They will borrow.
Or even some ministries.
Even some ministries.
They will borrow money.
Okay.
No, but the federal government borrows on behalf of the ministries. When they borrow, they send to those ministries.
They don't give them more. That's why some of them, they don't give, that's why most of them are working on a shoestring financially. Yes, some ministries, they don't have any, they don't give them anything. And they have always been crying out. They have always been crying out.
You know, some commissioners go to the governor's office to wait, you know, for their allocation. Budget, allocated to them in the budget to be approved. 2, 3, 4 months. They don't get it. And they're answering commission.
Okay. Oh, well, let's dive into another conversation now. Discordant tunes trail Tinubu's ambassadorial list. That's, and then ADC, Onwubiko Baba Charanchi, fault list. Task Senate, okay. Yoruba Group, Folarin, Hale list as PDP demands withdrawal. Okay, so that is as reported by the Guardian newspaper. This day says Tinubu's ambassadorial nomination, mere political settlement, says ADC. Well, okay. What are your thoughts? Let me start with you.
Moses is like, I don't know. It's difficult. The first worry that strikes me is the fact that a lot of people, you know, who are sympathetic to the cause of the APC, you know, who in one way or the other defend the president, even when it is obvious to a 2-year-old that the president has done wrong. Those people keep defending what the president has done. I mean, I wonder how and why someone will applaud the list that the president sent, the ambassador.
Especially the non-career
Especially the non-career ambassadors in that list. Let me start. We have a Reno or mockery in that list. So what is the Reno going to do? To go and clean, okay, like it's
apparently,
to go and clean up the president's image.
He will have staffers under him. So the non-career ambassadors may not know much about the countries that they are going to work with. Okay. But of course, they have, you know, embassy staff.
They'll be briefed.
That will see them through. So they are just political heads, really.
No, but they take the decisions. They make the decisions. They represent the country.
They will be advised.
They are not.
Do you know the danger? It is the man that is going to interface with the host government.
Yes.
When you go for a meeting with them, what do you say?
This is what I'm saying. They are probably going to clean up the image of the president
when you send
and the country.
A sycophant to go and represent you, and you go there to talk those blah 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 he used to talk before the ambassadorial position. Do you think the whole country will regard him and say you have done well? That Arnold that Reno brought
Mike Arnold, yes.
Do you think he will be happy with this? If we wait, I pray that they should send the Reno market to US.
No, they won't. I think US, France, and UK got, you know, the 3 people were nominated initially for UK, US, and France. So these other one will go to other missions.
So let's look at the non-career ambassadors again. We have Ogbonnaya Kalu, Barrister Ogbonnaya Kalu. We have from Abia. We have Reno Omokri from Delta. We also have Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. Professor Mahmoud Yakubu from Bauchi. And then Erelu BC Angela Adebayo from Ekiti. Ifeanyi Egwuanyi from Enugu. Tasia Musa Maigeri from Katsina. Yakubu N. Gambo from Plateau. Professor Nora Ladi Dadut from Plateau as well. Otumba Femi Pedro from Lagos. Chief Femi Fani Kayode from Osun. Barrister Nkechi Linda Ufochukwu from Anambra. Fatima Florence Ajimobi from Oyo. Lola Konde from Lagos. Grace Bent Adamawa. Dr. Victor Okezekbazo Abia. Senator Jimo Ibrahim Ondo, Ambassador Paul Oga Adiku, Benue. Those are the non-career ambassadors. 17 of them.
17 of them. What I'm talking about now, the Delta Democratic Forum has written, open
They
petition.
want to withdraw all of
They
them.
want Reynolds' name taken out of
Taken
it.
out of it.
That is one. Now, for somebody like you see, the president appoints governors who disappointed their states.
I'm telling you.
So what are they going to do there?
It means that Tinubu is planning to fail. That's all. When you see this type of thing,
planning to fail or just planning to protect himself?
No, trying to fail. Because you are going out there. You are going into the world, not even Nigeria. I hope you know that.
It's not about it's about the world now.
Yeah, you are going to tell the world who you are. Because they will ask questions. You mean this is the type of people you brought here?
Is there something the world does not know already?
There are things they will even do more now, because that is the reason for sending them, especially people like Rodan Mokere.
Some of them are rewards. In fact, majority of them
are rewards. All of them.
They are rewarded.
They are rewards.
Just rewarded.
So now, for you to do that, are you not thinking of the image of the country?
When he started calling himself ambassador, he would wear Nigerian outfits and go to places and say, look, he's an ambassador for Nigeria. So basically, defending the kilometer, the coastal highway and the rest.
And this is someone who, like 3 years ago, said that, look, even if you give the president, that he's a drug lord, that even if you give him 30 years,
organize the protest.
Organize the protest in the UK. And say, because of that, we were able to chase him out of London.
Well, that's why some APC bigwigs are also saying, look, remove Reynolds' name from that list.
He will not.
Because they know the damage that he did to APC.
He will not. This government...
And that will further divide the APC from inside.
Yes, because people who worked assiduously, for the president.
Would expect that their names will be on this list as well.
Because they will ask, why should the Reno come there after all he did and all he said? Even if you carry what he said and go and show Tinubu, you say that one does not matter. Just allow him to.
He's a change.
And you see, some of the names there, you don't need to travel far to understand that Joseph Wike might have facilitated those names, like that of Okezie Ikpeazu and Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. They are part of the G5. I understand that Samuel Otom was approached and he said no, he doesn't want to be an ambassador. He wants to stay in Nigeria here. So it's just political reward, but is that what it should be?
I wonder.
Even if you are rewarding people, can't you give them contracts to do and make some money and just move away? Why must you put the image of Nigeria at stake? Because that is exactly what is going to happen. Look at somebody like Mahmoud Yakubu, who supervised what people describe as the worst election. And so what is he going to tell the country that he's sent to about elections and all of that? Because sometimes, these foreign missions, they also intervene when countries are conducting elections. They say, okay, ensure that your elections are fair, transparent, credible, and all of that. And
when they ask him, because the press there
will also ask him.
Yeah, they will ask questions. Yeah.
What happened to beavers? What happened to electronic what is he going to tell them?
There was a glitch.
I'm telling you, that Michael Arnold, I hope he will pick on Reno Moki wherever he's going and tell the whole world who that man is. I'm not joking, because
like I said in the morning, when I looked at that, when I read through that list, and I said, look, it is finished for this country. We can't get worse than this. We can't get worse than this.
You don't select men of integrity. You just surround yourself with people with skeletons in their cupboard, and you want this country to move forward. How? Please, how? Fani Kayode that have been
that one, I hope they will send him to Palestine now because he's been speaking for the Palestinians.
Afghanistan.
Yes.
So let him go there. Anyway, the thing is that APC, stop blaming people for your woes, for your infamy. You caused it. Everything that is happening to you. Stop blaming Obasanjo. Stop blaming the PDP. Stop blaming you are the one. You have not shown that you know what governance is. You have not shown. Seriously. And you can see in what you are doing. Your utterances, your actions, your body language is telling me that APC, they didn't come to govern. They didn't. But when it happened, they will look for somebody to blame. Obasanjo was there since 1999 to 2007, and you are still blaming him. in 2025 for insecurity.
No, Barrister, I think my take on that is that we should apportion blame and responsibility where it is due. Obasanjo became president in 1999, and it was under his watch, that Sani Yerima, proclaimed the Sharia in Zamfara state, and we all know what happened. The birth of Boko Haram and all of that. Obasanjo is my role model. I love him. I respect him a lot. But he takes responsibility for not stopping Boko Haram at that time. If he has stopped Sharia, because this Boko Haram came, to effectively implement Sharia in the northern states. So because he didn't have enough intelligence, and I question that, why is it that the intelligence community didn't see that, look, the birth of this Boko Haram will eventually, throw us into something. So he didn't manage it. And when was Yusuf killed? When was Yusuf killed?
Listen, don't blame Obasanjo for anything.
No, he takes a certain responsibility for that.
Listen, if a government is in power and they have done wrong, you come in and correct that wrong.
No, I'm not saying that APC is right in blaming him. I'm not saying that APC is right. Because APC knew that there was a problem and they promised to come and fix the problem. So instead of fixing the problem, you are now blaming someone else. That is not right.
APC invited them wholesale into Nigeria. APC invited terrorists into Nigeria. Did Obasanjo do that? The answer is no. So it was APC that caused the problem for themselves. So they should not blame anybody. Let them tell us, like one man was asking, if the security men that was stationed in that school were there, Mr. Okoro, would that thing happen in Niger State? The answer is no.
So the question we're asking, who asked
them to withdraw? The same thing. Yes. Who asked them in the adaptation to clear the road, to vacate their positions? These are two issues that happen on that.
So you just discovered that these things are still managed.
So what are they denying? What are they denying? What are they denying? That's the question. What are they denying?
So Barrister, we have reached a situation where we are going back, to a replay of what happened in 2015.
Of course.
Because there's a surge. Just over the weekend, 4 states, 4 new kidnaps, 4 new abductions in different states of the Federation. So what is going on? What is happening?
Do you know that some of these people that they adopted, we may never hear or see them again?
In life.
I'm not joking.
Some of them will be killed. Look at how Venerable Lachi was killed.
Is that what?
I said that's the heartbreaking
truth. And tomorrow we say you are looking for who? You are looking for the... You don't know. They can just pick somebody on the road and that's all. And those isolated cases, you don't hear about it because they don't make the news.
Sometimes you get into the bushes, you see the composing bodies.
Bodies.
2, 3, 4, 5.
They just don't
These are people who were kidnapped. Ransom were not paid. Look, they killed them. What they get into now is after that they do organ harvesting.
Do you know how a country brings himself or herself into problem? Is this type of thing? Yeah. That Reverend Father, they were threatening to rape the pregnant wife and the daughter. And they were videoing it and the man was begging and pleading and crying. If not for the Christianity in us, that is enough to cause problem in a country. If you are doubting me, go and treat any Hausa clergy like that and the wife and children. Go, don't try it.
There will be bedlam.
I said, go and try it. To tell you how we have been very patient in this country to make sure that peace is. Yes, these people don't appreciate it. You cannot treat any Muslim cleric in that manner and there will be no problem. You can't. All this is that they are saying they want to control Nigeria. Look, even if they succeed, the following day, they go into war. Because they will not tolerate this thing that they are doing, whether bandits or terrorists or whoever. As long as you are not of the same faith and you are treating another faith in this manner, though the other faith, they will go to war to challenge what you are doing. I'm not joking. They will challenge it. But because anything that happens will keep quiet. In the last 3 weeks, like I said before, tell me who have been bearing the brunt of this insecurity, of this kidnapping and adoption. Is it not the Christian folk? Is it not the Christian community? And then, like I told you, we will never see some of those people again. For life, we will never see them. It's either they are killed and their organs harvested and they throw them away. You will never see them again. That they release a few of them Is that the whole figure? The answer is no. So this other one that are 260 of them that are still there, what happened to them? Do you think they will ever release them again? So these are provocative actions that the Christian community are talking about. You deliberately depopulate them, displace them from their homes and all that. And you are telling me that there is no Christian genocide. Oh, they think that genocide is when you actually kill the person, Abi. When you take him away from his ancestral roots, you have committed genocide by violence. When you take him or him away from ancestral roots where he's supposed to be staying, you have committed this thing we are talking about. And I ask again, the Muslim community, why is it that these bandits don't see them? To balance the equation. Why? They don't go to mosque again, Abi. No, they don't go to mosque again. It's only Christians.
Well, you were asking where Matawale was the other time. Well, we hear that he's been giving out monies. He's giving out 20 million naira to Abuja market fire victims.
Yes, victims,
So that's what it is.
The money, is it from the Ministry of Finance or is it from...
Well, he gave it as a minister.
As Minister of Defense or from...
Yes, he gave it as a minister, so it's probably from...
The money is from the Ministry of Defense, Abi?
Yes.
Then what happened to the Ministry of Humanitarian
Affairs?
We are a big joke. Very huge joke. And if he's giving it in his personal capacity as Bello Mata, where did he get the money?
Where did he get the money? How much is his salary?
20 million naira. It's not much.
It's not much.
Former governor, right?
It's not much.
But you give it to 3 and 4 people. Do you know how much it comes to? What is the actual salary? In fact, things have gone haywire. I'm not joking. This administration, in a Senate clan, people should have occupied Nigeria. Occupy Nigeria because this is
bandits kidnapped 490 in 2 weeks rampage.
490.
That don't qualify 500. Yes.
2 week rampage.
Yes.
Monarch, cleric, bride, scores seized a new rates. Presidency rejects Obasanjo's call for foreign help. All right.
You reject it and you're going to America.
And then insecurity. State assemblies move to debate state police. State assemblies move to debate state police. So
why are they debating it?
Leave that thing.
Has it gone to National Assembly?
Leave that thing. They will not do anything. Forget it. They will not. Forget that thing. Since Buhari, we have been hearing this state police. Abi? Is that not true?
No, but there seems to be some headway.
No. Under Buhari administration, when APC came, you know they campaigned with it during the PDP administration.
Yes.
So when they came into office for 8 years, it was frozen.
That's what I'm telling you now.
But when Tinubu came, I think early January, he said, look, state police. And we know what happened. They said 36 state governors, excepting Abuja, had agreed to state police.
Yes.
So
now they went to Council of State meeting twice.
They stepped it down.
And they stepped it down. They didn't talk about it. So State House of Assembly, what are they talking about it? Because before you give it to them, to debate on, it must have been passed as a bill under the Constitutional Review Act, by the National Assembly. For the state assemblies now, so that we can get to 10, which is 26 states. So what are they debating?
Now, the Council of State that is stepped it down, who are they? Is it not the same governor that approved it that are members of the Council of States? So who actually stepped it down?
Was it Council of State or NEC? It was NEC, National Economic Council. NEC, not Council of State. NEC, National Economic Council. Because
what was their reason?
I think they said
they had other issues.
They had other issues.
They say and since that time
they didn't come back to it.
No, since that time, you see when people are playing pranks, you should know. Since that time, they have never had any other meeting. A matter as serious as this, they put it at the last agenda. Twice.
Meanwhile, these are the same governors that have been crying out, we are not in charge of security. We need state police and all of. So when they got a chance, when they got an opportunity to talk about it,
that is why I told you that. That's why I told that they are not serious. They don't want to do it. Forget that thing. If they are serious, Mr. Okoro, in fact, 3 days is enough for them to implement it. 3 days. 3 days to tell you that these people, they don't want to solve the problem. Whenever there are issues like this, these insurgents are, are on rampage. You see them doing fire brigade approach. We are going to do this. We are going to implement. In fact, want to recruit more policemen, more army. You know, after that, the whole thing will die down. After that, it will die down. Forget about this thing. You see that gradually, all these policemen, they will return back to the organ. All these police, they told you they withdraw. Maybe you hear what the spokesperson said, that we should not mind that thing that they said that they have withdrawn 11,000 policemen. You heard it, Nabi?
No.
No, seriously.
Yeah, we should not mind it.
Yes, we should not mind that press release. I'm not joking. Their police spokesman said it. That we should not mind.
Meaning that they still have them.
In fact, that's why.
Yes, because they said they have 100,000. So they were going to withdraw.
The man said it. I listened to him. He said it. I said, and I was like, so what should we mind now? If you say we should not mind that statement in the media that 11,000 policemen have been withdrawn from private citizens, that we should not mind it. That was how he put it. And so what should we mind now? What is the follow-up statement from you? Is it that you did not withdraw them again, or that, you know? I said this here when they said that. I remember I told you. This president, in fact, they don't respect him again. Seriously. They don't listen to this president again. If not, why should the president issue and then the police spokesman will come and say we should not mind what was said?
You know, some National Assembly members cried out that their lives were
in danger. Yes.
So maybe behind closed doors, they were told, okay, just go on, have them, you know, protect you and all of that. But anyway, let's look at a few more headlines here. FG ASU enter talks on 40% pay rise. We also have 2027. I won't settle for VP slot, says Amechi. Well, in ADC big wigs have been saying. In fact, it wasn't ADC big wigs. It was Dele Momodu. Dele Momodu specifically said, look, they would shop for Peter Obi to be the vice for Atiku, but if he turns it down, then Amechi will be, you know, a good pick.
But Amechi has said, look, I will not settle for that.
No, he wants to run for. He wants to run for the president. Yes.
Amechi says he won't settle for
and he's within ADC. Will he even?
Will he win? That's the question. Is he from River State? A River State that he visited with war in 2019.
Barrister, is that what people think about? If the political dynamics align properly and he might win. So will Atiku win?
Sorry?
Will Atiku win?
The primaries, yes.
The likelihood is
the primaries.
No,
the primaries, yes.
Primaries is
even the presidency. The likelihood is there for him to win. If they not, because Baba Ahmed is telling Tinubu not to try to contest in 2027.
Of course, you know Baba Ahmed is not in the place to advise Tinubu not to contest. He can only speak, and Tinubu will do what he wants.
But you can
I think there's a gang up, you know. There's a gang up against Tinubu. How that gang up works, how it pans out is another thing.
No, without being told, with this performance, will you be happy to vote for Tinubu?
There was always a gang up.
Yes, there's always a gang up.
There was always a gang up. Before he said Emilio come, there was a gang up.
No, the gang up at that level was not as prominent as it is now. Because it was payback time for him. And you see that Muhammad Buhari wasn't too forward, you know, in trying to stop him. Because if he was, he would have worked with other elements.
Of course.
But this gang up now is very clear and it's coming from various quarters from the north. Baba Ahmed is speaking, Atiku is speaking, El-Rufai is speaking, a lot more people in the north, you know, people that, and mind you, there's a kind of politics that the north plays. They still have that feudal oligarchic
it's part of their life
arrangement. You know, that when somebody goes to the mosque and say, look, this is the person who voted.
Exactly.
Trust that 70% of the people inside that mosque,
or even 80%.
You understand? But then, Amechi saying, I don't want, Barrister is saying, and he's going to win from River State. Well, he might just try to, maybe he doesn't want to run and win. He might like to play the role of a spoiler for something, you know. He might have something, he might have an ace that is, you know, close to his heart. And you think, what could that be? I don't see, everybody is trying to narrow the thing down to Peter Obi. El-Rufai, when he was accepting his membership card of the ADC, said something. He said, it is because of ADC that Peter Obi and I had to delay our movement to the ADC. It was because of the election in Anambra State that Peter Obi had to delay, you know, in Labour Party. But now I am in ADC. I also, in fact, he was very categorical that Peter Obi would join the ADC. He was very categorical that Peter Obi would join the ADC.
The question
but
is,
on what ground is he joining the ADC?
Look, when you look at the delay by Peter Obi, you ask yourself, to what end? Look, there is no reason for you to postpone the D-Day. Because
he's probably still undecided because Datsi Baba Ahmed said the other day that Peter Obi is still with the Labour with LP.
Yes, he's still with LP.
Yes, that's what he said.
And then Peter Obi is not speaking. Maybe he promised us November. We are now in December.
Yeah, he
Barrister, you appeared on my show, Political Lens, last week, and you made the presentation that Obi should accept running mate, you know, the running mate slot to Atiku Abubakar. A lot of people disagreed with you.
Yes, they did. Yes. Up to tomorrow, yeah.
In the comment section, they disagreed. They said, no, Barrister, I disagree with you on this. You know, if it is not, if Obi is not on the ballot as presidential candidate, then I'm not going to vote for him. Then Obidians are not going to vote for him.
You see propaganda, it can come in different forms. The people that are misleading Obi on those platforms are not...
They try to dissuade him.
They are not really obedient. Because when they are telling him, don't run if you are not on the ballot, then do you think an Atiku who midwife ADC, spent his resources and all that, will now do all those things and then hand it over to Obi when he's still interested in the game?
Barrister, why does Atiku want to cut short the 8 years of the North, of the South?
There is no, look, I've told you. Whenever
no, don't tell me there is. Barrister, there is.
Then, as long as it's not written in our constitution, forget it. It was the creation of man, and it is man that will now bring it to an end. This 8 years permutation have destroyed Nigeria. Everybody that now comes in is now make it mandatory. Make it as a right.
So you believe that our politics is evolving to the point that we shouldn't consider where a president comes from so long as he does well?
Not exactly. Then too, don't give anybody that 8 years right. Yeah. Don't do that, because that is one of the things that is destroying Nigeria. A president will come into office, he will start planning for a second term.
From day one.
From day one.
And governance will take a back.
I'm telling you, from day one.
He will make appointments, you know, he will start appointing people that will help him achieve his second term.
Exactly.
And all of that.
Have you seen why I want to disagree with anybody who will be telling us it is 8 years for the South, it should be 8 years for the North? Are you serious? There is nothing like that, because we tried the rotational presidency in the National Assembly, they shut it down. So what are you now trying to do? If it is constitutionally provided for, we can now say, okay, let us try it. But this one now that is the rule of the thumb, forget it. It has caused us problems. That's why this government is not performing. They are waiting for second term. And look at what it has cost us. They are waiting for second term. To finish what they could not.
And you know, the funny thing about second term is that when you get the second term, you know your next step is to work for somebody, look for somebody that will close their acts.
Exactly.
You know, somebody that will close their acts and all of that. And we keep going like this. That is also happening in the States. Somebody rules for 8 years and he wants somebody that he will put there, the person who, guy, cover me. That is what it is.
That's what it is, really.
And most times, like in Abia, they misfire. All the Carlo and Theology, they couldn't agree. Even though Theology won election in prison, when he came out, they betrayed all the Carlo. After the swearing of oath at Eketenshi Shrine, the man came out and did.
Barrister, did you go with them?
I saw it. I read it.
Okay, you read it.
I saw the man very naked. Eketenshi, you know the shrine.
I don't know. I don't know.
You are very bad though. You're your brother. You have a shrine like that, Eketenshi. One tall, lanky man like that, he was the chief priest.
Oh well, this is where we have to, Barrister. I think this is where we have to drop anchor on newspaper review. We will keep our eyes on these issues as they continue to unfold, and of course, we'll be giving you all the information that you need right here on VOP Television. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agumo. Thank you very much, Chukwuma Okoro, who makes a return later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens.
Yes, and I'll return with Barrister Darlington here at 6 o'clock. We'll talk about it. We'll deepen the conversation around the ambassadorial list and insecurity. Join us then. It promises to be quite interesting.
Well, there you have it. And that's it on the show today. I am Moses Humphrey. Have a beautiful day. I'll see you tomorrow, God willing. Bye for now.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't turn to you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
there's no need to not celebrate what's looking very right. The world is, see this guy, you're on. We have to work like that. It doesn't sound so good, but we should be celebrating today. You could say Happy New Month. You could say Happy December 1. You could say Happy New Day. You could say Happy Monday. Everything is happy about the time. But the only thing not looking happy on the timeline is probably what's going on in the country at this point in time. We've heard about the bandits in Kogi, in Kwara. A lot to be talked about in Nigeria. And it gives me that urge to ask questions like, which way Nigeria? It's really, really appalling to share with you all of those stories. But regardless, we just keep praying for life, and then we believe that the nation happens to be a very good place and a very better place for us to live. But quickly, let's start up on the show this day. Welcome to the Sports Republic Timeout. And it's that time where we'll give you sport the news. We'll go around the world of Formula 1, tennis, basketball, every of those sporting activities. But we like to start off with very one where we have one Nigerian player on the mix. Samuel Chukwueze has made his mark, and this time around, he has now won the first play of the match for himself, for his club side. Individual brilliance played out against Tottenham Hotspur in the English Premier League. Good to see Samuel Chukwueze on this road, and then we'll also be looking into so many things. We'll look into the game that was played yesterday, the very big derby, the London derby, where Chelsea, for me, I'll say my opinion, were the better side. Maresca, the lads, Arteta, a lot of talk points I'll be looking into on the show this very day. But we need to connect with the man live here in the studio. Adeni Yojo is with me on the show, so we'll be talking this through. We take it bit by bit just as it unfolds, and then we get to that very phase. And also, there's the news about the Super Eagles, and there's also news about the Nigerian Football Federation, who happen not to be my friend. I'm not a fan of the Nigerian Football Federation. If they do it right, then I should be singing their praises. But at this point in time, debt, a lack of transparent, inappropriate funding, and the rest of that thing, all of the things that's about the federation does not look good. And you know, someone said to me, he said everything is not looking right in Nigeria, and I'm like, what are you saying? He said, let's talk about the economy, let's talk about the education, let's talk about, he said, the most annoying of them all is even the sports that brings us together, that unites us. We're not doing well, and you're owing people, and yet you want to be in the news for something very good. That is so bad. But yes, with me, Adeni, you're welcome to the show this day. Great to have you join us. I'm very, very happy. It's been a while you've been off the show, but yeah. I know what it took me. You must be back on the show so we can talk. But let's talk about Chukwueze quickly. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. So good to be here again.
So, Chukwueze is in the news. Nigerian Super Eagles ready for the AFCON. I don't know how ready they are, but Samuel Chukwueze is one man we've talked about his talent, and we can't take away what we've seen in him within a short time. He made a move from AC Milan to Fulham on loan. He's not really owned this game. Let's be factual. But picking up the man of the match against Tottenham Hotspur in a very big game that I felt like we just see small of Chukwueze. He stole the show.
Yeah, to quote, when I talk about Chukwueze, I used to say he is one of the players that I have said here, times the number, that I would not want to see in Super Eagles anymore. Mm-hmm. But you could see that's one thing about Eric Chell. Once I have a good manager, you could see how he has picked from, and how his game has really, really changed over the international break. You know, when he comes home to play for the national team. Mm-hmm. But I'm so happy to see that he has improved, has gotten better, and at least to win the man of the match, or to get the man of the match award in a Premier League game for a loanee, I should say. It goes a long way, and good one for me.
Good one for you. But let's talk about this one. This doesn't sound, this is like worst of them all. The news we're about bringing to you now doesn't sound friendly. Let's be factual. It's so wrong. It's so bad. It's about the Nigerian Football Federation. Now, it's not just about talking about this personality or these people. This is my club side. Yeah, so you know, I play for the MPFL club side. So this is where signed in from the Football Academy, Westerhoff under Kwara Football Academy, and then got signed to Kwara United some years back. And when I see things happen to my alma mater, I know I feel so bad. But not just about because I'm a Kwara United player, ex-player to say, but because of I know how far these players put in a lot of jobs, put in work. And see, because of how the nation is at this point in time, if Wiki Torres, a club side in the MPFL, wants to sign me, I will not go. My parents will say no. My family will definitely say no. You would not want to make a move to Wiki Torres because these players are traveling a long distance by bus. And you know the insecurity in Nigeria as it stands at this point. Till we see things right. That being said, in Kwara, a lot is happening. In Kogi as well, we've heard a lot. But recently now, Kwara United are the defending champion of the FA Cup. Their prize money is still withheld, 50 million naira by one certain body. And I think John Fashioner said they are like a cult. That's the word, he called them. Fashioner, when we had him on the show, ex-Wimbledon player, won the FA Cup, big player, during his playing time. He said the Nigerian Football Federation, they are like a cult. You can't break them. And if you come in to try to break them, they will fall you off. So let's talk about Kwara United at Deneye. Old last season FA Cup win, and the NFF recently have refused to pay that money. Were they giving the money? Yes, but they're still holding this money.
I don't know when this issue of NFF and money scandals or money issues.
Is it all about the money for them?
That's why former Nigerian international fashion said it's like a cult.
Right.
Because it's a system, or let's say it's an institution whereby there's no accountability. You just do whatever you want. For me, it's like a political party.
Oh, that's how they run our
football. That's how they run our football now. It's like a political party. So you can do whatever you want. So far, you're on the side of the winning party. You are immune to any form of, shall I say, corruption, allegations or whatever. You are not accountable to anything. Just take the money, embezzle it, and do whatever you want. So this is not the first time, and I'm not surprised. But this is bad. It's absurd. You won a tournament, give them their prize money, and you are withholding their funds. Why? You didn't give any reason. You didn't talk to the board. Most people come outside to come and shout before you actually give them their money. And I think Kwara United should take NFF to court.
Okay, now we have this. Let's get it full quickly so we can say this clearly. Now look at this. Now look at your screen. You have this Nigerian Football Federation, Office of the General Secretary, and this is all Football Association secretaries or secretaries. That's the word. Now look at this. They are wanting people to sign on this. This is a paper. This is a paperwork. This is official, right? Now they are wanting people to put pen to paper on this. But we are yet to see them, do the needful. So I'm going to read it so you can understand. I'm going to read it. I'll go close to it and I'll get you close to it. That's the word. Now, all Football Association secretaries, the subject is 2026 President Federation Cup registration. Now, they are wanting players to get to register. Now, the date is out there. This was a previous one, 27 November 2025. And the club registration, the dates, the actions, and there's always an action. Now, below are the guidelines. Now, I'll read from the number one. The first one says the registration fee for men is 200,000 naira, and the women is 150 as well, 50,000 naira. Then fine for yellow cards, 10,000 naira. So I don't want us to go into a lot of, reading these things, but it's about this federation. They want us to do it their way, but they fail to do it the way it needs to be. Now, you cannot be telling people to get to register. Now, register for what? For the one we've seen, the money is not yet dropped out. The money is not yet accounted for. And you're wanting people to get into what you do. And this is the registration. You have to pay this money to them.
Imagine.
So, I don't know. At the end you see, I don't know how well, thank God for the media, that's the word. One thing is inevitable. We like to do this all the time. We paid for this, so we paid to talk, right? We need to see, actions will come. Actions is yet to come. But the question is, I feel, if you ask me, I think this is getting out of the federation. This is supposed to be talked about. Now, not just about, because we have our president that governs the nation, the number one citizen. The time, I think as of 2021, he cleared the bills. And how do you give some certain people a huge sum of money and they are not, okay, you know what we do now? Let's leave that one. Let's just drift a bit and talk about Samuel Eto'o Fields quickly on the show now. Another 4 years for Cameroon football. Eto'o is now the president of Cameroon FA. I'm going to liken this to Nigeria. High level, top-notch personality. He's played the game to a level. It wasn't long with Sami Kelobi coming out to say, I'm concerned about this. If I get on this job, it will not be wrong. So I can say this and I can vividly say, before I don't like to talk about this, but right now we can say that the hands that is running our affairs don't know this job enough. See, administrative-wise, I look at their CVs and I look at how far they've come and I'm like, this is not what it is. These people don't even know how to run this affair. Before you can say, as a presenter, you don't have to say, but you have like 10 times backup to say that. No, it's clear. It's clear. Now, look at what's going on now. Registration, they need to register. Now, Eto'o played the game. He knows the game. Not just about playing the game. He went administrative-wise. How many of them, even those that we know, that are players, that we feel like should be on the game, what is he doing?
Kizzy, it's unfortunate that we find ourselves, in this kind of situation in Nigeria. If you look, not only football, if you see other ministries in Nigeria, people heading these ministries or some agencies or departments, they don't even have the how would I call it, the qualifications or the criteria to be the head,
to be on the job,
or to be heading those ministries. For aviation, for instance, a lawyer is heading the Ministry of Aviation. You understand? So I just want to encourage you. I just want to just maybe talk to the legends in the game, likes of them, JJ, and these are the people that should be heading our FAs.
Yeah.
They should go to school of management. They should go and get these certificates. Well, we can say our football has been politicized. That's another problem. Politics has destroyed Nigerian football.
Can it be taken off?
It's going to be very, very difficult. Because it's all about money now. It's all about money. And even if you go to school, you go and study in Cambridge, you go to Harvard Business School, whatever, and you come down to Nigeria, you still have to, pay homage to some certain people. You still have to go and meet some very, very key people that have vested interest in just not just the football, but the politics in football. Because that's where the money is. And until we try to separate politics and football, people like them, JJ, Kanu, and the rest of them, Mikel, okay, if you have the money, if you have the exposure, go and get these certificates. Once people come, we want to head our FA. And then Nigerians will rally around.
Let me be factual with you. I have a problem with our ex-internationals. And anytime I talk about the Super Eagles, the Eagles, we used to call them, back in the time, I feel so ashamed. Few of these people, just few of them understand the game. I always say it, Saudi Arabia, the football, you saw how much they played and they've put in, and you can see Al Khalifi, some of this, talk about these people who have invested a lot. Now look into the money that they are investing on their league. Saudi have Saudi back cycle, the Gulf world. That's what Saudi Arabia. Now it's about people knowing how to invest their money in the right place. Saudi Arabia have done it. Morocco is really on fire at this point. Now look at our ex-internationals. The Menalo is doing well. He is the sporting director of Saudi Arabia. Sporting director for everything you see Ronaldo on the limelight and the rest of that. That's the man on top of the game. That's the Menalo. Olofin plays for Wolves. He's the head man for Chelsea, scouting news for African players. So you can see how big these guys are. These are people who played the game and said, no, we just, Toure. You see, because you can say him. You see Kolo Toure. Now, our let's even say it. Okocha himself. We know what happened, what he did in Delta. Not even so good. Now, it's not just about going to get this thing, like Ivani said. Do they want it? I don't know if they are scared to come in. I saw Mikel's write-up, Mikel's on his podcast, and I'm like, Mikel, no choice. We need people like that.
They don't want to involve themselves in politics.
Why?
Because it's a dirty game.
Why is our game politics?
And for me, I believe it's a very, very selfish thing because they believe, likes of them, Mikel, Gigi, and the rest, they believe they made money and they have other investments.
So they don't care.
But if you know you're a very patriotic person and you see how football development in your country is going down the drain, you should try as much as possible to want to better the system. How do you better the system? Get involved in the system. So the more your involvement, both in money, both in how you want to participate in the development of grassroots football or whatever in all levels, there are ways they can come together. It's just that there's no unity. If the 1990 sets and the early 2000 sets and the 2010 sets and the mid 2010 sets come together, or mid 2020 sets come together, they form like a faction. They can dethrone or they can chase away these old men or these politicians. They can take it. That's the only way to dissociate politics from our football. Any other way, I don't think it is possible as far as I'm concerned. Honestly, they should just even if you have maybe investment in Spain, in whatever, there's nothing like own investment. Come home and invest. We need to get this right. How long is this going to continue? Look at the old men running our football. Money 50 million, you cannot pay the money. Every market day, we keep hearing that NFF is refusing to pay this money. They are owing this person money. If they are not owing a coach, they are refusing to pay this person. They are refusing to pay this person. They are having. How long will this continue? It's just if we don't have this money. Where's the money going? It's not accountability. You will be NFF president for 4 years. If what the kind of money that you will steal, it's not as if all this kind of appointment is like a way to wealth. You are going there to serve.
It's a responsibility.
It's a responsibility. It's not about duty. But for these people, it's utility. How you want to make money? It's a money-making scheme. It's a money-making venture. Just steal the money. Money is coming from FIFA. Money is coming from the presidency. Just steal the money, and nobody will say anything. Why? How long will this continue? Look at South Africa. Look at Morocco. Look at other African countries.
Getting better.
Doing better.
Someone is saying the more we are losing it,
do you know how bad it is? Look at Lagos, for instance. Look at Nigeria. Look at the AstroTurfs in Lagos where we play football. They are owned by private individuals. How many astroturf aside from even Patoranki, that is not even a footballer? Look at the facility he built. And we have a football federation. We have ex-internationals that can do these things, that can build these infrastructures. It is sad. It is disheartening. Can't come like Mikel or maybe like JJ, can't I just have a football academy somewhere and train and like build talents and export them out there
and make
money?
But I think the problem is this. I think we don't see Nigerians don't see sports as a business. I think that's what it is. We don't know, because when I watch some of these MPFL games, I feel so bad. One-sided fans, less publicity, social media. A lot of them don't even have a social media account. Last post is out of date, outdated. So it's a lot. It's about how, if the body is not looking, if the head is not looking so right, you don't expect so much.
It's the foundation for me.
So if you want, but how do we go from here? Which way? Are they supposed to be, for us to get or make it right? Because I was watching Akimi's interview, and he kept on giving reference to, Mohammed VI, talking about the president, talking about the way they've turned Morocco to Morocco is a very tourist.
We need to go back.
Have you been to Morocco?
No.
Morocco now looks quite different from what people used to know it as before. You go to Rabat, you go to Marrakech, you're seeing the different, not about because of the sporting things.
Look at the tourism itself.
So you can see.
Beautiful country.
So they know what they need to put in place. But okay, now take it. Nations Cup is coming. We'll just move into that part now. Let's go to the AFCON talk. Let's talk about the Super Eagles expectation. But before we get there, it would interest you to know, 19 years and counting, we've still not seen a Nigerian of doing the officiating job, a referee, not even the VAR, not even assistant referee. No Nigerian. I saw countries like Chad, South Tome and Principe, Somalia, no Nigeria. So
it's absurd.
But the other day, I think we saw His Excellency. Let's move put with His Excellency Ibrahim Musa Gusau, NFL president. I think they were giving this license to referees. FIFA give out. It was 200 million naira, $200,000. That's the word. Yes, to the federation. Let's have referees, build them up, and the rest. So all those money they give them, where is it going to? See why it's not about certificate. You might have it, yes, paperwork, paper. This is my work, but it still don't guarantee you because corruption. If 19 years, this is a bad one for Nigeria, and you say African champions, 3-time champions. You say me, I know they call Nigeria African champion. For me, it's no, because how do you go from here where you have a set of people that can't make out? We can't even bring out one referee, like one official, just one. See, more even manage. Maybe they do last man work. No name. I don't see any name like. If
or even to be holding the substitution board. Okay, well, it's a Nigerian that is part of. You should just say Nigeria.
If we see one, we can celebrate. Now, this shows the level of corruption and how political they've made our football look. But which way? How do we go? Let's talk about the Nations Cup. Are we ready? Morocco.
Yeah, we're very ready.
I think it's 20 days more. In 20 days time.
Yeah, just unfortunate that we missed out on the intercontinental playoffs. The squad is not very balanced. Everybody can say, I'm going to miss a very crucial. Benjamin Frederick is injured.
Yeah,
that's just my. It's so sad. Fantastic player, but for me, we are very ready. We are very ready.
Have Richel found his footing? Have we found his first 11?
Yes, for me, the team is now very balanced and well structured, tactical wise, technical wise, even the mentality of the players. You can see it has really, really changed. You can see how they giving their all now. They put in their best now when they are on the field. We are not seeing the Super Eagles of 2-3 days ago. They are very, very, very lackadaisical on the field. They are like being like as if they are senior men. We don't have that anymore. Now, once you are wearing that jersey, you put in your best. You fight. You give it everything you've got. So
toughest group.
So look at
toughest group for you.
Toughest group for me.
Yeah.
That would be.
Okay. It was the hardest. What like hardest?
That would be Group F.
The Group F.
Yeah, the Ivory Coast, Cameroon, and Gabon.
Mozambique, very, very toxic place to be. What about the simplest? There's a word like that. Simplest.
The simplest.
The
easiest. The easiest for me.
I know it's nothing like easiest in football anymore in African shows, but which one would you just pick and say yes? This one looks quite easy.
Senegal.
What about the group? What about the first group?
The first group, Morocco, Mali. Morocco beat everybody there.
Beat everybody.
Beat everybody. Beat Mali.
So the toughest for you is the Group F.
That Group B is very strong too. Egypt, South Africa, Angola. Angola is a very strong footballing nation. Zimbabwe too. They are not underdogs. They came here too. They drew us. Remember.
So what about Nigeria? See.
Nigeria, Tunisia, Uganda, Tanzania. That's a walk away. If you don't
walk away, that's the walk. It's always a walk away.
We should be able to top this group.
Why did we not top the qualifier World Cup? Can I remind you about the countries there?
No,
Lesotho,
no, you can
Zimbabwe,
see, no, we
Benin
had
Republic.
we had bad, how do I call it?
Bad start.
Yeah, poor start due to
Sorry.
administrative issues. Do you understand? Changing of managers and all of that. But if we had, like, I had Eric Chell, I'm very sure it's South Africa that will bring the playoffs.
So Eric Chell will bring the transition we need.
He has brought the transition already.
Oh, he has brought it.
He has brought the transition already. So you can see that we have a different Eagles. And he doesn't have selection problem anymore.
Okay.
Those senior men that used to bring, no, this was my boy, this is my boy, we don't have that anymore.
No slots. So you don't think Eric Chell is being manipulated?
No.
Okay, look at the screen now. AFCON 2025 preliminary list. This is goalkeepers, defenders, midfielders, forward, still looking quite blank. And we've been talking, the federation, the CAF, the body, has given a lot of countries, especially Nigeria, want to see your list. Now, this is preliminary list. So who should be filling on this vacuum? Who should not be on the team? Who should not make this lineup? Recently, we heard about Boniface. He's in the contention of coming back. So is there compensation for Eric Chell?
He should be invited.
He should be invited.
Or the forward line.
And then he say they do your face when they talk. He should be invited now.
He should be invited.
Wait, now I don't understand. Like why? Don't get me wrong. How I always ask this question for Nigerian coaches: what is their criteria for selection? If you happen to be the coach, you're working with Eric Chell, what would you advise him every day when you wake? Say, Eric Chell, this is how you. Who should be in the team? Who should be making the back line, the staff? Who should be? What's your criteria? Is it just about Nigeria missed out the World Cup? Boniface was not. Aroko Dare, others ones going to start. We'll just bring them back. Is there compensation?
Personally, for me, if I was to pick forward line, I would drop Tolu. I'll pick Boniface.
Why?
Because we have this problem of relying on
you have a fact, anyways. Go on.
If you see our last game against Congo, when Osimhen got injured, we brought in Tolu, and for like 30-something minutes, I didn't see this guy on the field. He has the height, he has the physique, you have the legs. But what's the problem? What is the problem? So for me, if we had Boniface in that game, it will make more impact than Tolu. I stand to be corrected on this.
Adeni, Nigerians, we too talk. We talk like.
I don't know who invited this guy.
If we had Boniface as well, people will still talk. Boniface, before he got off, it was a lot of talk for the coaches. See, I don't know. I think the word is, if you ask me, I think my criteria for selection would be, you should be part of your club football.
Of course, yes.
Aroko Dare from Genk, he made a move to Wolverhampton. And
Wolves are struggling. They don't want to. I don't know.
So let me say, benefit for that will not be wrong. But I'm just saying, the Nations Cup is coming close. No one's talking about Civitas anymore. I feel like they give Civitas a chance. Come on, just test and go. You know. But I would advise Eric Chell. You saw the list some minutes ago. If you want to make it out of this, we could say Nigeria was not so good, but we still made it to the AFCON final the last time in Ivory Coast.
Thanks to
thanks to
Osimhen.
I say thanks to the coach for me, if you ask me, Eric Chell. You might say you're not a fan of Eric Chell, he's not playing good football, not fantastic enough. The team is, but 1-0, it was a style of play. We don't have that fluidity, that flexibility when containing the game, when dominating, because Nigerians or Nigerian Super Eagles are known as a dominating side. We are the playing side. We should be playing the side. We should be the one dominating the game. But that being said, we are now playing against countries that know us very well. See, no fear. Nobody fear Nigeria. You know.
I think the fear factor is back.
Back? How? How is it back?
It's back because you can see the games we've played during the qualifiers. You can see that most of the teams that normally they're always front-footed when they're playing Nigeria. Now you can see that now they are now like always like
if you want to say that, you saw the.
So the fear factor is back for me. Like this group now, we might beat Tunisia, we'll beat Uganda, we'll beat Tanzania. That's 9.
And then you saw. See how you talk. You don't plan for your dream. It does not work like that. Now let me tell you. See, I need to introduce myself again to you. My name is Kizike Mbuku. So you know, I think I've been telling everyone coming around. I'm not more a Nigerian. This thing. Congo rules me now. That's the name I want to. Because see, I like success. I like to be part of people that do so well. I watched the Nigeria-Congo game. What happened in the second half, the transition was Eric Chell must be very careful. Congo stole the show. Aside of the penalty, some say it's a lucky one, Nigeria looming the ball off. I saw a Congo side that we were hungry. Nigeria, we were delaying like we were better off in the penalty. Now, I said to someone, it's not about Wabale being so good on the post. Do we have those legs? You saw Eric Chell change. He took off a front man and brought in Awazim. Why? So these are things that I feel like at this point I'm getting shocked at Eric Chell's game.
I just want him to, like, we need a better replacement for Osimhen. In case, a better substitute, let me say, not a replacement, a better substitute for Osimhen. In case something happens. Because with Osimhen's style of play, he's prone to injuries. Just because of his intensity and his aggressiveness on the ball and off the ball. Do you understand? So I need we need a player that can that can pose a threat to the opposing team. You cannot take over Seaman and look at Nigeria is finished. If there's no Seaman on the field, there's nothing like Super Eagles again. We don't want that anymore.
All right, so quickly let's run about the big one that happened yesterday right there. Very, very big game. And I could say, Arteta, the record is still out there. He's never lost at Stamford Bridge as a manager. And also, we've seen Arsenal not lost in the last 6 meetings against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. For 162 Premier League games, Arsenal started without Gabriel Magalhaes and also Saliba. Good to be talked about. Before the very game, Chelsea had 9 wins in the last 11. And we also did see Arsenal 12 wins in 13. But let's talk about the PGMOL. The record about Moise Caicedo. There's been a talk about that one. Was it a red card? And they asked Maresca, Enzo Maresca, what do you make about the red card? Was it a red card? He said, I saw it very well. It was a red card. But he's fuming. He's upset with what happened on the 1st of November 2025, where we did see Bentancur, same challenge. You can see this. Although some are saying, when you go on a slow, it becomes worse. But when you come, you see it is not so aggressive. But I like to say this and I like to make it out clear. John Brook and also Eddie Smart, who happened to be the VAR on that very game, saw it very well. And the reason why that red card stood and the reason why people are saying it should not be a red card, some say it's not a red card, but we must give it to the Spanish international, Mikel Merino, who was quick enough to release the ball. Just maybe Caicedo wasn't, this is his first red card. In one time, I think one of the 30 games he has played, 130 games he's played so far in the Premier League. In his career, he's never received a red card. So some say he's aggressive. I don't want to agree with them. Chelsea started with physicality, intensity, and the rest of that. But what happened yesterday was about the quickness. How quick Merino was. He saw it, the ball was coming. I mean, look at the scanning, and then he released the ball in quick succession. And as soon as he just did that, Caicedo was quite late. So there was no way that contact would just come in. And now, I like to say this. Caicedo had a one-tap with was unnecessary on, I think, he was so aggressive on the game. Now, I thought overzealousness proved to be his downfall. Former Brighton man was expelled in the 34th minute for a crunching challenge on Mikel Merino, who was very fast. But Caicedo and Merino both stayed and stayed down after the tackle. And the referee, Anthony Taylor, who was the 6th match officiating that very game, gave that card. But was there an on-field review? That was a check before that card came out. Pitch side monitor, he went to check it and clearly showed Caicedo going into the tackle with stored raised. It's a now, which connected with Merino's ankle. That could have broken his ankle. But Taylor overturned our review. But then the statement is out there by the PGMOL releasing, saying on Moise Caicedo challenge. The official explained that explained to the people on the outside that Caicedo's challenge amounted to serious foul play. And the PGMOL have now released their own statement on the incident. After the review by the VAR, the referee overturned the original decision, like I already said, but Caicedo was issued a red card for serious foul play. And the post from the Premier League Match Center on X, formerly known as Twitter, reads, referee announcement. After review, Chelsea 25 makes a challenge with excessive force and endangers the safety of the opponent. Therefore, my final decision is red card. That's from Anthony Taylor. But Chelsea were on top before Caicedo signed off. But, at the end, let's not just go into this tip talk because of time constraint. Was it a red card for you?
It's a red card. Tackles like that can send the player to the hospital.
Yeah.
We played these games too, and I had something very similar like that last year.
On the pitch? On
the pitch too. And I was at home for I think 3 months. Very, very similar. In fact, just the same thing. And I was home for 3 months. I didn't even go to the office for 3 months. So it's good to actually, give this kind of punishment.
Right.
So that things like this, it's football. These things happen. It's a contact sport. Or you can be more careful. But for me, it's a red card. There's no way.
There's no way. But when you look at it, let's say, unlike red cards for denying a clear goal.
If you look at the tackle save, you can see that it's like the ankle itself.
Yeah.
So you can break someone's ankle like that now. It's a very, very dangerous tackle.
Now, when you look into it, that's say, unlike a red card for denying a clear goal scoring opportunity and 2 bookable offenses, which carries a 1-game ban, sending off a serious foul on player. But let's tell you this. As a result of what you saw, Caicedo now will not be available for Chelsea midweek clash with Leeds United at Ellen Road, as well as the Blues battle with Bournemouth and Everton on December 6 and 13 respectively. So a big blow for Chelsea. The South American will be eligible to play against Atalanta in the Champions League on December 9th, though he might return to domestic action against Cardiff in the FA Cup on December 16. However, Chelsea will not play in the Premier League until Chelsea's trip to Newcastle, and then that's for December 20th, leaving Maresca without his chief midfield enforcer for the next 3 weeks in domestic football. But with James Amologoso can fill that vacuum alongside Enzo Fernandez, Andre Santos. They've got players who can do the job, but Maresca missing out with Caicedo. How of a blow is this for Chelsea?
Yeah, it's a huge blow for them. But good news is they have very good squad depth.
Yeah, replacement as well.
So for me, it's not really a problem for Chelsea. But this December now with the fixtures, it will affect the team.
For a team chasing the league, the Premier League.
Are they chasing the league?
They are chasing the league.
I don't think they're chasing the league.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. They're just chasing maybe Champions League qualification, but I don't think they can chase Arsenal.
What about City?
City too, they're just trying to get them. So
5 points clear now.
Nobody can chase Arsenal team.
Okay, so Adeni, why you say no one can chase an Arsenal side? You're a Man United fan, sounds from the pundit point of view. And what side was better yesterday in the London derby? The London derby better was.
Arsenal was the better side for me due to game management.
Okay.
Yeah, because of before the red card, they were not too slow, but they managed the game very, because I watched the game. They managed the game very well. It was after the red card. They now started playing their football, because definitely Chelsea's one-man shot. So, but for me, it's game management for me. That's why Arteta has really succeeded this season. Game management.
Yeah, he has it.
He has it.
Against Bayern, we saw it.
You could see. So, I don't know the kind of structure he has built around his management team. So, you can see that going into games, the way they address games, the way they meet games, the way they face their opponents, tactical-wise, even on the technical side of it too, they've been very, very exquisite. They've been very, very, very calculative.
Mm-hmm.
They know who to put in, they know who to substitute. Unlike before that, they don't have good squad depth. Now, if there's no Martinelli, they have Trossard.
Yeah.
You understand? And they don't have Nino. This same Arsenal team, and you can see their performances.
Gyökeres came in, but see, you talk about number 9. We did see that one that happened at the end of the game, just close by the end of the game. And Ian Wright said a lot. He said, if it was me, just there, I would have told you and team, I would have screamed. All you needed to just shout. Say, if possible, push him off and go with the head, because Arsenal needed that game. They needed that point, knowing fully well that Chelsea and City are chasing. But for Anthony Taylor, he's officiating. My friend said to me, yes, so my producer watched the game. We saw the game together, and he said a word to me. He said, Anthony, before the game, before the cards, he said, Anthony Taylor go use yellow card. You go use cards for this match. And at the end of the day, it wasn't long, he said, so we saw that red card.
And he's an amazing referee.
Yeah, big referee anyway.
An amazing referee. Someone that I really, really respect is officiating. When he's on the field, he commands this respect, and players respect him a lot.
Yeah, it's the 6th time he has been involved in this London derby. But let's quickly move on. Caicedo sent off. How would this affect Chelsea, like you said? Will it affect him very well? In short words.
It will affect the team.
The team?
It will affect the team. Because he's like the block. He's like the Makelele of this current Chelsea side.
Yeah.
It will affect them. People are saying Rhys James, and inform Rhys James to
well,
play for.
Rhys James is world class, but there's a difference when you're being converted to the midfield and when you're born to do it from the midfield. But let's go on. Tactical approach paid out as well on the game for the Premier League games. If you did see all of them, yes, just see more of those games, highlights on YouTube as well. But quickly, Arne Slot kept Salah out for the first time in 54 games, and that's paid off. Tactical approach, Florian Wirtz stole the show, man of the match. How did Arne Slot do this?
They've been saying ever since Liverpool, when they did their 007, their 007,
right?
Their first 7 games.
The loss, you mean?
The victories.
Okay, the one they got first of all.
The one they got first. People were saying, Liverpool's back. I said, no, they have a problem, because they were struggling to win, and the problem was always Mo Salah. Yes, he has had a fantastic season. This is the guy that has carried Liverpool all the years, but he has dropped form.
Yeah, true.
Now, this decision alone has saved Arne Slot's job.
The picture on TV looks quite funny. I mean, Salah says, "Shut up! Don't talk about me. Don't talk about."
No, there's nothing. There's nothing we can say, because this decision by Arne Slot has saved his job.
Adeni, I like to hold you responsible. You said something that got me off guard on radio, and I said I'm not going to take it from you, but that's opinion, like personally, as whatever, away from here. You said Salah is a problem.
Yeah.
So Salah has been Liverpool's problem.
It has been Liverpool's problem.
How?
Because for me, link-up play, it doesn't track back. The Salah of 3, 4, 5 years when we had the Mane and Firmino, it's not the same Salah we have now. Last season, yes, it was phenomenal. It was outstanding. But you can see this season now, maybe with the new legs in the team, maybe they've not been able to like gel to understand each other. But over the past 6 or 7 games, he has always been the weak link. Him and Konate. I believe they should actually bench Konate to look for another.
All right, so
Salah, attacking line, Salah is the problem.
So saying I won't take it from Adeniyi on the show, that's my opinion, not just your opinion. It's not a VOP thing. This is me just saying. Personally, I feel like Salah is not the problem. I feel like Salah, we don't expect, Salah used to be the man in 20 goals. We expect him up by now. He must have scored off goals, but I think the thing is, his contract was not supposed to be renewed. If you have asked me, and Salah would have left a long time ago before now. No, just like last season, maybe just last season, when innovation was so high. But sometimes in life, there are things that we call good punishment. Salah can watch back and now say that, yes, this team can actually do without me. Isak scored his first goal, and he needs to up his game. Whenever Salah is on fire, we know world-class player, world-class Egyptian, we've seen at the World Cup. Whenever he's on fire, you already know, Liverpool will dominate. So, Adeniyi said, but Isak getting his first goal, how of a boost is this for the Swedish?
It's a big boost for him. We've been waiting for Isak to get things running at Liverpool. But for me, this is a big boost for him. I'm very, very certain that this December is going to score more this December.
So is Liverpool back? Winning away? Are they back?
For me, yeah, they're back.
This just one match like this now. Like this now, don't come
They've
back.
not really had problems. It's just that coordination and the Salah effect or the Salah issue.
You're really strict on this Salah issue.
For me, it has always been the problem. Salah and defensive line again, especially Konate. I don't know why they just
Ibrahim Konate.
This is a game changer for them. This win.
So Florian Wirtz.
Yeah, for me that guy is fantastic signing.
I mean, his talent has never been in doubt.
But people used to say that Liverpool fans have always like, Wirtz has been the problem. They should bench him. That they were not supposed to sign him.
The price tag is big.
The price tag, so
yeah, he's big.
I believe that he's only living up to the expectations anyway. So
all right, so living up to the billings, that's about Florian Wirtz. But at the end of your Joe, I need to be signing you out at this point in time. Thank you so much for making it a worthwhile moment on the show today. Salah will not be happy with you, so you know. I don't really think Salah will be happy with you. But you have a word for us.
Yeah, it's 30 December anyway, so this is the month for parties.
You party?
Yeah, I party.
You spend money?
You have to be cautious now.
You say 30 December. That don't mean say go to run for ground for 30.
January is long.
30 December, how you call it?
30 December now, you splurge, you go out, you meet people, you celebrate.
All right. Thank you so much.
Just be safe out there, whatever you're doing.
Just be safe. That's the word.
Just be safe out
there.
That
word big go.
Yeah.
All right, so we shift attention now and go to other sports. Be safe out there. That's the word from Adeniyi. You already heard him say that. And he said 30 December. I only asked, now I'm say go the roof for ground because it sounds like Lamba. But let's talk about Djokovic, a man I love to talk about all the time. Novak Djokovic in the world of tennis opens up on rebuilding his body after 2025 injury disruption. The 38-year-old hopeful renewed focus on recovery and fitness can help him compete at the best through 23rd ATP season. Novak Djokovic says he is reconstructing his body and rebuilding his body as well during the tennis off-season to prepare for the rigor of the 23rd year as a professional. Moving on, 24-time Grand Slam champion who turned 38 this summer hopes an intensified focus on recovery and fitness will help him overcome the injury struggle and punctuated his 25th season. Djokovic was hampered by recurring shoulder issues and that have forced him to withdraw from November's ATP final in Turin, that's in Italy. But the same international was also forced to retire, injured from his Australian Open semi-final against Alexander Zverev in January and required a medical timeout during his third round victory over Cameron Norrie at the US Open in August. Now, where he lost to eventual champion Carlos Alcaraz in the semi-final. But speaking to reports about the Qatar Grand Prix where he showcased his readiness and recovery power, Djokovic explained, saying, I'm taking a short break and I'm trying to reconstruct my machine, that's his body. So to say, in racing terminology, I've been getting injured more than how it used to be in the last 18 months, so I'm trying to rebuild my body. So the start of the season will be a great one for me, and hopefully I can keep it up with the best guys. That's a true one. But something happened when asked to explain what the pod does. Djokovic said a word. He said it's a multi-sensory wellness capsule, and that's a pod that resets your batteries in the shortest amount of time, which is 8 minutes. Djokovic's iconic battle with Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, and Murray have given him a unique insight into what it takes to operate at the cutting edge of a sport. with Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, Max Verstappen vying for the Formula 1 Drivers' Championship in Qatar this weekend. Djokovic had some sage words of advice. So let's talk about the third man. He's 38. I love him so well. I'm a very big fan of Novak Djokovic, so you know. He said, I'm familiar with high stakes, and when everything goes down to the last finish line, seeing these guys perform on the highest level, on the highest stage, is a privilege. So if I were one of those guys, I would stay in my own bubbles. There's so much going on. I'm impressed and shocked with the numbers of destruction going on around the drivers. So they need to keep their own routine and keep things simple. Now, these are personalities that you must reckon with. The upcoming case we'll talk about Djokovic. He's a living legend. He's 24-time Grand Slam champion. He's 38. And if his body continues to give him what he needs, I'm so sure the Serb international will continue to up his game. Now, he talked about the Lando Norris, the Oscar Piastri in the Formula 1. The mentality is what keeps legends like this going. And that's like Ronaldo. He's 40, he's 38. Ronaldo is 40, right? But you can see how he plays his game. His mentality is top-notch, second to none. And that's what Djokovic is really looking at this point in time. But let's talk about a man who is saying, yes, this is me. I'm a gay, not male. It's about the rising star, rising Swiss international tennis star Mika Brunard has now become just the second male tennis player to openly come out as a gay while competing as an active player in the sport. Brunard is 21. He revealed in an Instagram statement on Saturday that he was a member of the LGBT plus community, revealing that he was proud of who he is in a powerful message. The Swiss follows in the footsteps of João Lucas Reis da Silva, the Brazilian star who became the ATP Tour firstly openly gay active player last year after opening up about his relationship with his boyfriend, currently ranked 307th in the world. Talk about the ATP Tour ranking. Brunard reached a career high of 289 in August 2025. The Swiss reached the semi-final of two ATP Tour Challenger events in 2025 and also handed a wild card into qualifying at the Swiss Indoor in Basel this October, pushing then world number 62 Rally Opelka at the way in a 3-set loss. In a statement revealed on his Instagram on Saturday, Brunard revealed that he felt it was time for him to speak openly and honestly about his sexuality. Now, the message is funny and clear. He said, hey, he wrote, hey, today I want to share something personal with you. Because this is actually personal, right? As a professional player, professional tennis player, not male, please. This is about the man talking. He said, I've spent countless hours working on my name, working on my game, my body and my mindset. Through all of this, one of the most important things I've learned is that success on the court isn't just about physical skill. It's about discovering your personality and then staying true to yourself. He said, I've been thinking a lot about how to talk about this. And while it hasn't been easy for me, hiding it and pretending to be someone I'm not was never an option. And he's saying, yes, this is me, I'm Mika Brunard, and I am a gay. Okay, well, all right, so go on. Let's shift attention and talk about all the Formula 1, what's really going on. Max Verstappen is in the story. He believes he had long since checked out on himself, and then from being able to defend his World Championship, yet the Dutchman, while down, was far from out and has, with victory in Qatar Grand Prix, battled, and then his way back is what is one thing in contention, but it looks quite shaky and vulnerable. With Lando Norris, the title leaders fought and his teammate Oscar Piastri second in Doha after McLaren made an egregious strategy error. They will now be on a three-way fight to finish at the season finale with 16 points separating all three drivers. Max Verstappen is 12 points back from Norris, while Piastri, a further 4 rows, is on the race. It is an arrow that all will be waiting to know how it goes. But for me, it's unthinkable when Max Verstappen was 104 points behind Piastri after the Dutch Grand Prix. But I must say congratulations to all of these names. Earlier in the midweek, the McLaren chief executive, his name is Zach Brown, had jokingly compared Verstappen to the horror movie. That's a horror movie trope of a character that will simply not stay dead. But just what it is, we need to wrap up here. But I talk about legends like this, Max Verstappen. You can't take away anything from those personalities and how far they've come with a short time. You look at 7-time champion with, I think it's Lewis Hamilton, that's the name. He's with the Ferrari. He made his name with the Mercedes. But you can't write off people like this. Yes, Lando Norris, we should be talking about them. Oscar Piastri, we should be talking about them. But the record that the Dutchman who came to limelight has changed the world of Formula 1 is what we should be looking at and give him all of the record that he deserves. But shout out to those who are keeping it cool and making sure they are on top of the game. Another headline says, this one is Red Bull make decision on 2026 drivers leaving Star out of the game. So Red Bull have also reportedly agreed and already decided what their driver lineup for the 2026 season will be. And it's not good news for one Formula One star. With just 2 races left in the 2025 Formula One season, fans are already starting to look ahead to what is expected to be an exciting season in 2026. The 2026 season is one to be talked about. But thank you so much. This is where we have to call it a close. We have the media news coming up next. And tomorrow we'll be telling you more about all that transpired in the world of sport. But stay here with us, don't go anywhere. The Voice of the People, Television, Lagos, Nigeria. This is me signing out. Do have yourself a very great time. It's 2 mornings, so I could say good morning, be safe.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger, no no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why to me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to the issues, Your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that guy because VOP is the plot.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome back to the Media News and Voice of the People Television. Still in the news, the Igbo Nine Great People Assembly has held its Lagos End of the Year celebration, bringing together community leaders who honored distinguished members and addressed key issues affecting Igbo residents in the state. The event also sparked broader conversations about demolitions, justice, and rising ethnic tensions. Our correspondent has more on this report.
Used the event to address streaming. It was a vibrant cultural gathering in Lagos as the Igbo Great People's Assembly held its annual end-of-year celebration. The event brought together Igbo and Yoruba traditional rulers, market heads, and social cultural representatives to promote unity and reflect on the year's event. Two prominent community figures, the Eze Igbo of Agoro and the Eze Igbo of Mushin, were honored for their support to Igbo residents across Lagos. The organization also used the event to address streaming issues affecting Igbo community. The national president strongly criticized the justice system over sentencing of IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu.
When the justice system has collapsed, when it has failed, the nation has gone down completely. I don't know where to start because we have corrupt judges everywhere.
The National Secretary Elder Masi also lent his voice.
This war that is against Igbos, I will call it war because it has gotten from crisis stage, conflict stage, now it is war. Igbos are no pushovers all over the world, and there's nowhere, any country you go to, you don't find an Igbo man, that country does not exist. So we must not be stifled for anything. So the Igbos should rise, be themselves, but let them not fight. Let them not be in conflict with any other tribe or organization.
He also called for global unity among Igbos, saying the assembly stands ready to defend any Igbo person facing injustice. Another speaker, engineer Dr. Victor Ezeoke Ezeindingbo of Agora, Ikorodu, said the gathering serves not just as a celebration, but as a time to reconnect with culture and chart a way forward. Reflecting on recent tension between Igbos and Yoruba communities, he said Nigerians must see their differences, the way couples navigate cultural backgrounds in marriage, something that improves with time, education, and tolerance.
Igbos don't understand Yoruba too fully. Yorubas don't even understand Igbo at all. So it becomes very, very difficult to have them in a very, very peaceful marriage and cohabit easily in Lagos. But I believe it's just the beginning. It's getting better. If you look at it from start, it's getting better. I mean, people are being educated. People are being more tolerant. People are being more understanding. Forget what is happening is just politics. Politics will come, politics will go.
He expressed optimism that political decisions around Kanu's case may still shift. He urged Igbos to remain steadfast, obey the law, and continue excelling in commerce, education, engineering, and innovation.
About Mazi Kalu's situation, I would say it's highly political and it's been looked into. I'm very, very sure we have a good listening leaders. I'm very sure when they go in and sleep, when they wake up, they will reconsider. And it will be very free. I'm very sure I have that conviction within me. Within this period, it should be out. I'm very, very sure about that.
Concerns over demolition in Lagos also resurfaced. Community leader Dr. John criticized what he called discriminatory treatment of Igbo property.
I'm telling the Yorubas and using this opportunity to tell them to handle this very issue as per se we are one Nigeria. The way they are treating Igbos, that was what brings up this agitation. And there's somebody that is agitating, you cannot tell him stop agitation, because if you want to tell him to stop agitation, then look at the reason why he is agitating, then solve the problem so that we will live like brothers.
On his part, Yoruba leader Mustafa Olanraju emphasized proper enforcement of building permits, warning that sudden demolitions threaten investment and deepen ethnic anxiety.
Appeal to the government to do the right thing in order for them to check very well before they give them the permit to build their houses on. Not that after they are finished building their houses, that's when they are going to come back and start demolishing. Many investors will be afraid to come to Lagos and invest their money when it comes to real estate.
While the event marked the end of year in celebration and cultural pride, it's also provided a platform for frank discussion on justice, ethnic harmony, demolitions, and the future of Nigeria unity. Leaders from both communities say dialogue, tolerance, and fair governance remain essential to sustaining peace in Lagos and across the country. From Aga Palasway, Lagos, I am Onyeka Golo reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you so much, Onyeka Golo, for that wonderful coverage. Now, some industrial matter. The Association of Resident Doctors in the FCT has suspended its indefinite strike after 30 days of industrial action. AROD FCTA President Dr. George Ebong said the strike, which began November 1, 2025, was halted following the approval of their demands by FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. The doctors warned they could resume action if the approved demands are not implemented within 4 weeks. The strike aimed at improving working conditions, welfare and remuneration had disrupted medical services across FCT, delaying patients' care and putting pressure on remaining staff. This report says that the corporate offices of Nest Oil Limited in Victoria Island, Lagos, have been taken over by a court-appointed receiver following a restorative injunction issued by the Lagos State Court of Appeal. Nest Oil was earlier placed on the receivership by a consortium of lenders over a reported $2 billion debt based on a federal high court order. The company and its affiliate, the Conde Energy Limited, later secured a separate high court injunction asking the receiver to hold action. However, the Court of Appeal has now reinstated the original order and police moved in on Monday to take possession of the company's headquarters. Still in the news, former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami has dismissed EFCC allegations that he duplicated the recovery process of the $310 million of Bachelor loot, calling the claims baseless, illogical, and devoid of substance. In a statement signed by his media aide, Mohammed Malami confirmed he was invited by the EFCC on November 28, 2025, over alleged abuse of office and money laundering tied to the recovery effort. He said both accusations collapsed under factual scrutiny. Malami also maintained that no such recovery had been completed before he assumed office in 2015, stressing that funds are only deemed recovered once lodged in the Federation account. Elsewhere, Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State has imposed a 24-hour curfew on Ibajo, Boluwaduro local government area following a breakdown of law and order in the community. The arrest, which began Sunday night, was linked to tensions after the death of Prince Adeboyega Famodun last week. In a statement, Commissioner of Information Kolabo Alimi said the governor ordered an immediate lockdown until normalcy is restored in the area. Adeleke confirmed the violence, warning that anyone instigating or participating in arrest will face the law. You're watching the Media News and Voice of the People television. Joining us to help analyze the Media News, because that's a segment we've approached already, is Shadrach Odubai, who is the SA Youth Affairs to former Governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki. And he is here in the capacity of a public and political affairs commentator. Good afternoon, Comrade Shadrach Odubai.
Good afternoon. The pleasure is mine being here.
Good to have you on today's Media News.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. The pleasure is mine.
All right, let's start off without wasting much time with the first story that we had on the bulletin today, and that is about the ambassadorial nomination, which most Nigerians are reacting to. First, what do you have? I hope you've seen the list. I hope you've seen the nomination list, the career ambassadors and non-career ambassadors that the presidency have sent to the Senate for approval and also scrutiny if need be. Have you seen the list?
Yes, I've seen the list.
What do you make of that list? What do you make of the list? How do you perceive that list, given the fact that some persons made it to the list who have the immediate past INEC chairman, Mahmoud Yakubu, nominated also on that list on the platform of a non-career ambassador, and also so many other Nigerians, so many other persons, including former First Lady and former governors, also made it to the list, which Nigerians are beginning to ask questions about. Also, we have the likes of Reno Mercury, who was a strong critic of the president before he assumed office as the president of Nigeria, also made it to the list, a call, a move, which APC or some faction of the APC have called for the president to reconsider.
And for me, the list is littered with so many political leaders and masters, heavyweights, many of them who have bad and scandalous reputations representing Nigeria. It's not a good thing for the Nigerian public image. And then if you look at the 17 persons who get selected for the non-career nominees, just about one person, the man from Benue State, who is not a former this or a former that. I haven't heard one political position on that. You see, two former governors, former speakers, former first lady. Why is it so? Is it that there are no Nigerians that have the capacity to offer new energy to the Nigerian public image to help? But the man is so desperate. Bola Ahmed Tinubu appears to be so desperate in his attempt to reward persons who have helped him or supported him. He's always interested in political considerations. The role of competence and the character, the capacity of the person to deliver the job is being relegated or be considered on secondary.
When you say he's being desperate, Shadrach, when you say the president is being desperate, how do you mean? Can you help us explain that? He was a two-time governor of Lagos State and now the president of Nigeria. He occupied a higher echelon. So how desperate do you think the president is at this point to, go ahead to use the prerogative, which I believe is embedded to him through the Constitution, to appoint ambassadors?
Use the prerogative, which I believe is to appoint ambassadors.
As much as he has the prerogative to do so, but it shouldn't be a total political consideration. It should be using it to reward his political loyalists and surrogates and cronies, all of those persons who have worked with him in the APC. And for crying out loud, many of them do not have what it takes to represent the image of Nigeria, especially in this time where Nigeria is struggling to reposition and rebrand its image in the international community. You bring someone like Reno Mokri that Nigerians know, talks from both sides of the mouth. What's the level of credibility? How will his word be seen as worthy or viable if he comes to the table to discuss with other firms? For me, it's a wrong step in the wrong direction. Many of those persons have no business representing the public image. They're not just representing Bola Ahmed Tinubu. They're representing Nigerians in international community and international space.
Are you saying, Comrade Shadrach,
can vouch for their competence and their character in particular? Because
are you saying that the president does not really know what is good for him? Because in the words of the senior special assistant to president on foreign affairs and protocol, Ademola Oshodi, she said that the president knows what he's doing. As a matter of fact, that the appointment which we have, or which Nigerians are complaining about, shows that the leader has to appoint or nominate trusted allies or long-time associates to help push, his administration forward. Are you saying at this point that the government is not aware or does not really know what it is doing by appointing the close associates and cronies or allies to help champion the interests of Nigeria in the international space?
Yeah, but the challenge is this: whatever they say, they are not being honest in their remarks. And I strongly believe that if Bola Ahmed Tinubu understands what's imperative for him, what's best four persons from the whole of South, while you have 11 persons from the southwestern region. And that shows that the correlation is too much. They brought in more than other two ethnic groups. The concentration are purely based on ethnic and political sentiment. The role of competence and character is not captured. And whatever they are saying is for me, is a bit misplaced, because the reality of ground is that Nigeria will further deepen its poor reputation and image in public international space, and it's not healthy for the average Nigerian, both home and abroad, and for foreign investors too.
All right, let's move away from that story to another one that has to do with the Senate beginning the three-day national summit today to help address the current country's deteriorating security situation. Recall that the Senate, in its wisdom, decided to involve all geopolitical zones for them to have their regional summit, for them to provide or professed solution on how we're going to end the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. And today, I believe traditional rulers and people from the grassroots also will join the Senate in this national summit, 3 days national summit. Well, what are your expectations from the summit? And also, I think there's a report also making rounds on social media saying that the president have decided to look into the names made available by a country in UAE as top financiers of terrorism in Nigeria.
For me, what my calculation is that the way and manner they have chosen to go about the issue of insecurity, talking about the 3-day summit of the senators, they need to go and reposition the Nigerian law. They need to arrange the system whereby states, because I strongly believe that the Nigerian military, as it's currently being constituted, does not have the does not have the capacity to engage or perhaps to solve the problem of insecurity. How can we be talking about many of them? Their recommendation in time past have been to increase the workforce, boost their morale, and make adequate provisions for the military, buy military gears for them. And if you look at the money we'll be spending so much, it's so huge that there's nothing to show for what is being put into the military. Because for me, because there was a time Boko Haram were being carried during the time of President Muhammadu Buhari, where bandits were being brought into the Nigerian military through amnesty to say, they are repented, they are not repented Boko Haram, and listen to the Nigerian military. Those has really infiltrated the military. How can bandits, which are said to be less than 5,000 in numbers, these are not my figures, are the figures I got from Shehu Sani, a former senator of the Nigerian Republic in Kaduna, who said that these bandits are not to 5,000. Yet the Nigerian army, they are about 180,000 strong. Nigeria police over 300,000 strong. And yet, you are talking about recruiting more persons to fight who? 5,000 bandits. How can Nigeria, who is a country that went abroad to search for Nnamdi Kanu, trade him across the globe, and eventually caught him in Kaduna, in Kenya, extradited him to Nigeria, and have sentenced him out to jail, we are not able to catch bandits that are living under their very nose in Niger, in Nasarawa, in Kaduna, in Katsina, in Borno, and yet they come out with this. So the Nigerian government, I've argued before that the APC, this whole insecurity issue is an APC thing. It was the APC who brought all these bandits into state, used it as a weapon to unseat Golokebele Jonathan, and to siphon Nigerian resources. Imagine Golokebele Jonathan did never spend up to 1 billion in buying military gears to combat insecurity. He spent about 679 million, but Buhari spent 260 billion.
If we were to check the emergence of Boko Haram insurgents, they were there even when Olusegun Obasanjo was the president of Nigeria. Moving to when we have Yar'Adua and all that, we have an issue of insecurity in Nigeria. Is it fair limiting it to a particular political party at this point?
I didn't get a question. No.
I asked if it's fair limiting the issue of insecurity to a particular political party in Nigeria, given the fact that we know that the emergence of Boko Haram insurgents, they began even when Olusegun Obasanjo was in power. So is it really being fair limiting it to or making it to be a political party affairs at this point?
Because it's Nigerians that are suffering, but it's a political party. See, when you elect a man into office to solve a particular problem, and the man cannot solve the problem, the man automatically becomes the problem. That is to say, if Bola Ahmed Tinubu became president on the basis that we had Nigerian security issue under the platform of the APC, because Nigerians were tired of banditry and insecurity, and yet the APC comes into power and they are not able to solve the Nigerian security problem, then APC is the problem. And yet, humongous resources is being voted for insecurity without nothing to show. What I believe is the way forward is what Delta State government has done. We've seen the issue of Harrison, Gashimu, Harrison, who is an NGO working with the military. That's an elite team of guides who are entering to the forest. They are manning their guards. They are walking, going to the beach. They are rescuing. Imagine such a man will leave Delta State and come to Edo State to catch kidnap, go rescue somebody who is not able to pay ransom and go back to his state, go back to other states. Why can't every state government put in place an elite team of that nature? Get foreign, it may just be 15 of them. How have them with AK-47, RPG, and very sophisticated weapons. Because all other approach will be used to fight banditry from the state level seems inconsistent because they don't have the requisite tools and the material to combat insecurity. The organ, military, Nigerian military and Nigerian police, who have those organs, they have been infiltrated by bandits and sympathizers of these Boko Haramist jihadists. And as such, those ones can't fight because even from their middle, there's compromise. So Nigeria has to now open the laws so that states, well, of course, I know there are some states who have said that a bandit can become a president tomorrow, or these bandits are fighting for their just rights. Let those states remain in banditry. If this thing is not an APC thing, for crying out loud, how do you explain to me that we'll do election in 2027, all the areas controlled by bandits, they will still end up having votes? Humongous. Go and look at the election results. Have you ever had any election where say, one local government in Bonu could not generate a particular amount of result because there's bandits there? No, they come out with huge numbers from Safara to Bonu to Katsina to all those areas being served by insecurity and insurgency.
Before I let you go, let me get your opinion on the, more the story that we have here also on the bulletin about the demolition. What's the relationship between the Igbos or the foreigners in Edo State? Because I learned you are once the SA Youth Affairs to former Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo State. What's the relationship within the host? That's the people of Edo State and the other Nigerians residing within the state while you were there, or even as of this time. Are we seeing any Igbo marginalization, demolition of their property, and all that?
You're asking me about the Edos and the Lagos diaspora and their buildings being destroyed. Am I getting it right?
Yeah, I was asking about the relationship between the Edo people and other Nigerians or other persons who are residing within the state. Because, there's this much talk that we have around Lagos and some other places where a particular ethnic group is crying over marginalization, demolition of properties, and, a whole lot of other things. So I wanted to know the relationship between the people of Edo and, foreigners on their land. All right, I guess we're having a network glitch and I can't hear your submission, even though I needed you to tell me what the relationship between the people of Edo State and other people who are residing within the states are. Thank you so much, Comrade Shedrack Dubai, for being part of today's Media News. I sincerely appreciate your presence in today's news. We'll go on a quick break, and when we'll come back, the rest of the Media News continues. Glad to have you back. Still the Media News and Voice of the People television. Here in Lagos, the state government has begun activities marking World AIDS Day 2025 in line with this year's global theme, Overcoming Disruption, Transforming the AIDS Response. The Lagos State AIDS Control Agency says the theme reflects the challenges the state faced this year, including disruption that affected community HIV services. Our correspondent has more on this report.
In Lagos, the Chief Executive Officer of the Lagos State AIDS Control Agency, Dr. Folakemi Animasha, said the global theme calls for sustained political will, stronger international cooperation, and a human right-based approach to end AIDS by 2030.
Many residents, particularly adolescents, key populations, and individuals in hard-to-reach areas experience delays in accessing services that are often a lifeline for early detection and care. These interruptions underscore a fundamental truth. The strength of an health response is measured not only by what happens within the clinic, but also by the reach, trust, and continuity of community engagement. When these connections falter, the opportunities for early diagnosis, timely treatment and prevention, education are reduced, and the most vulnerable populations feel the impact first.
She explained the HIV services in Lagos were affected earlier in the year when some community-based programs paused due to the US government's Stop Work Directive. The disruption slowed down testing, psychosocial support, and counseling in several communities. Adolescents, key populations, and residents in remote areas were the most impacted as community structures often serve as the first point to access to HIV care. Velasquez says community networks, peer educators, youth advocates, faith-based groups, and civil society organizations quickly adapted through door-to-door sensitization and novel testing. They restored outreach and linked newly diagnosed individuals to treatment.
As part of this year World AIDS Day agenda, Lagos State AIDS Control Agency has organized a series of activities designed not only to commemorate the day, but also to inspire, inform, and actively engage Lagosians in the HIV and AIDS response. Each event is carefully planned to foster awareness, early detection, and strengthen community resilience. HIV awareness and prevention efforts have been strengthened through religious leaders, market women, in-school platforms, and social media initiatives targeting the youth. The ongoing statewide HIV testing campaign remains the central activity of our commemoration. It ensures that residents across LGAs and LCDAs know their HIV status, support early diagnosis, facilitate timely linkage care to care, and sustain treatment adherence. This campaign reaches communities where health and social support are most needed.
From January to September 2025, Lagos recorded an estimate of 160,000 residents living with HIV, out of which more than 147,000 are currently on antiretroviral therapy. Testing numbers, however, dropped sharply, with only 222,000 tests conducted, less than 30% of the previous year total. The state ongoing free testing campaign, launched on November 18, has already screened nearly 10,000 residents, recording a positivity rate of 2%. Women and young adults aged 20 to 35 have shown the highest turnout. As part of this year's World AIDS Day activities, Lagos has lined up a religious engagement, a novelty match, awareness work, empowerment programs, and a stakeholder symposium to deepen awareness and reduce stigma. From Alausa, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
That's wonderful coverage. Away from that to some business stories. Sell-offs dominated trade on the Nigerian exchange in November 2025 as investors lost over 6.54 trillion naira amid concerns over capital gains tax, interest rates, and other macroeconomic pressures. The NGX market capitalization fell to 91.286 trillion naira last Friday, down from 97.830 trillion naira on October 31. Similarly, the all-share index dropped 6.9% to 143,520.53 points from 100,554,126.45 points in October. Week on week, the market slipped 0.14%, with the ASI closing at 143,520.53 points, while market capitalization dipped by 13 billion naira to 91.268 trillion naira. Investors traded 4.14 billion shares worth 115.98 billion naira in 1,351 deals last week, compared to 2.67 billion shares valued at 106.26 trillion naira the previous week. The financial service sector led activity with 3.36 billion shares worth 81.18 billion naira in 43,292 deals, accounting for 81.1% of total volume and 70.05% of total value. In sports, the Tigers of Nigeria defeated Rwanda 75-69 in their third qualifying game for the 2027 FIBA World Cup. Nigeria sealed the win in overtime after a tense contest at the Saleh Multidisciplinary Roads in Tunisia. The victory is their first in the qualifiers, following earlier losses to Tunisia and Guinea. All three teams in the group will meet again in the second phase of qualifying, with the top three advancing to the final round. Ultimately, 5 African teams will qualify for the World Cup in Qatar, scheduled for August 27 to September 12. Moving on to entertainment stories, where Facebook and Instagram have suspended the accounts of Nigerian rapper Idris Abdulkarimi days after he released a new track titled Open Letter to Donald Trump. Abdulkarimi, in a statement, said he had been unable to access both accounts since the song dropped. Although framed as an appeal to U.S. President Donald Trump, the track focuses largely on Nigeria's internal problems, criticizing corruption, insecurity, and governance failures. He accuses political leaders of enriching themselves while citizens face worsening hardship and highlights rising cases of kidnappings, killings, and terrorism. Abdulkarimi, known for his 2004 protest hit Jaga Jaga, banned at the time by the Obasanjo administration, has built a reputation as one of Nigeria's most outspoken musical critics of government and social injustice. And that is it on the Media News and Voice of the People television. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, which is Voice of the People TV, and on all the streaming platforms we at VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is a spotlight show with Precious Sagumano. I am Fina Chuku. Good afternoon and thanks for watching.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? The coming of Isha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight. Woo! Yes, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And I'm your girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. Yes, today's episode is an interesting one, and I'm sure you don't want to miss this. It's a new day to stay positive and inspired and grounded. We're bringing you an exciting blend of story, an exciting blend of gist, and please sit tight while we ride together. And trust me, today is a new day, a new week to start off already. And first of all, we are talking about Tanzanian singer Juma Jukes and Nigerian influencer Priscilla Ojo have confirmed the acquisition of their new luxury mansion in Nairobi, Kenya. So, following weeks of speculations from fans, the couple shared a video of their arrival at the property, giving the public its first glimpse of the home's grand exterior, complete with a spacious compound and a modern swimming pool. You get what I'm trying to say? Their reveal quickly went viral, drawing attention across East and West Africa as supporters praised the pair for taking a major step in their relationship and lifestyle. So though the exact cost of the mansion has not been publicly disclosed, the property as upscale and fitting the glamorous image the couple is known for. The announcement marks one of the most talked about celebrity property purchases of the season. Trust me. Solidifying the duo's growing presence as a Pan-African power couple. While details about the interior and ownership paperwork remain private, their public confirmation has effectively ended the earlier speculations, making the Kenyan mansion an exciting new chapter in their story. Ooh! Please, I'm gonna love, because you needed to see this house. It's everything. Priscilla and Juma Jukes, they've just been making rounds this season. Everybody, they're not just great for anybody. Like when their child to the grand, to everybody, even oh my God, I don't even know what to say. But then this is a lot. See, if you see the house, oh God. We need to see this house so that you understand what I'm trying to say. The swimming pool and everything. Later now, people will not come out and say that Precious, you are too vain. See what I'm saying? Hey, just take me. In fact, this kind of place now, just take me and go for vacation. I just want to go for vacation. I don't want to stress myself. Just enjoy myself. Swim, eat, drink, enjoy my. Oh God, see decor. See interior decor. See exterior, see house, see everything. Because why not? I've been talking about this all the time. I said celebrities this year, no just greed. December don't reach. Now everybody don't they drop one by one. Hey God. If people know they drop song, now new things that they drop. This December now pepper them gang that they do. I'm telling you, everybody, if you know just day your day. Because what is not to love about this? Come think about it. Juma Jukes and Priscilla having their child, a lot of wedding, just from wedding to beautiful things, a lot of beautiful things happening to this family. And it's good seeing this kind of thing. So a lot of fans have come out, the online in-laws and the have actually come out to say, we don't buy new art, yo. Hey, God, this is beautiful. So let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. So let's take some comments. And yes, the Tolu official said, congratulations. And my Mekon said, just put a smile and, all right, another person said, congratulations. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Priscilla and her husband. And yes, Posh said, what a good way to wrap up the year for them. I'm telling you. After the blessings upon blessings, just to wrap it all, you know what I'm trying to say? They're getting a new sweetheart. This one is a mansion. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? The exterior, the fan, hey, Lord. Don't worry, we are going to buy our own. Those people will never buy. Don't worry, God will give you. I don't want to say, but just believe. Just have that faith. All right. Omobiola Omobi said, big congratulations, guys. And Badia said, congratulations, JP. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people have come out to say congratulations to Priscilla and her husband. Yes, and Regina said they are promoting the construction company. They didn't buy it. Sorry. Now you know whether they buy or they don't buy. Leave it for. You know, some people in this comment section, some people are so paid. You know, when you see someone doing something beautiful, getting a house, getting a car, you just want to find something to spoil that mood. Like, why do you always do that? Please leave them. Even if they bought it, is it your money? No, they have the money, they'll do whatever they want to do with it. Yes, please. All right, another person said, congratulations, JP. And Sweet Life said, Nigeria and Kenya. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? And come to think of her son, Priscilla's son, that is just, representing the two sides, both from the mother side and the... So the online in-laws are two. Do you get what I'm trying to say? God, I beg, go. All right, another person said, it's an advert. Zari has done it before. Please, leave this house for them. I beg. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And Samper said, congratulations. And Vivian Roberts said, congratulations. Selena Ibrahim said, so beautiful. Please, that house is beautiful. Do you get what I'm trying to say? See, come to think of it, we have houses like that here in Lagos. Trust me, yeah. There are houses like this, as beautiful as this in Lagos. And trust me, all these kind of places, but... where you go, they see these kind of places now, all the Lekki, plenty. My own be say, if you buy, just know where they go enter water. Don't say you they go enter water, because a lot of things don't happen for that side. You go buy house at so many, money where you go spend, buy the house finish. You go and buy finish, don't go enter water. You go they swim, they go inside your house. But it's all good. Congratulations to Priscilla and her husband. And yes, the next gist, trust me, you don't want to miss this. Yes, R&B singer Ray J, best known for his past relationship with Kim Kardashian, was arrested on Thanksgiving morning after a disturbing live stream incident involving his ex-wife, Princess Love. Police reportedly responded to a domestic disturbance call at his home after viewers witnessed Ray J grab a handgun, loaded and allegedly pointed in the direction of Princess Love and their children during a heated exchange. So according to reports, Princess Love could be heard accusing him of threatening violence as the live stream continued, prompting immediate concern from fans and authorities. Ray J was taken into custody and booked on charges of making criminal threats before being released on a $50 bail. So the dramatic incident quickly went viral, with clips circulating widely across social media and sparking intense public backlash. Authorities are continuing their investigation, and while the footage appears alarming, the allegations remains under legal review as the case develops. So Ray J has not yet issued a public statement regarding the arrest. So my question, what I want to say about this is, domestic violence is a lot. And I wouldn't even, if you're in love with somebody or you're with somebody or you're dating somebody, it's not advisable that you keep staying with someone that is violent. Sure, you must have seen those signs while dating the person. So why still stay in such relationship that would, you know, damage your life and whatever you're doing. Because why? I wonder how these people do it. You know, I see some ladies, they are in this kind of relationship and they will tell you, oh, please, I want to be, like, I love my man being violent. Wow, interesting. It's a lot. Like, you people really, oh God. Like, I look at you people and I smile. I said, really? So there are some people that really like being in a, you know, violent relationship. Wow, that's really interesting. A lot of people date this kind of thing, and yet some people also are also dying in silence, that they can't speak up because of manipulative people. I don't want to generalize this, but we also have men that are manipulative, and we also have women that are being also manipulative in their relationship. And what's all this? You want to do things and you just try to, you know, making the other person feel less of themselves, and you feel that you're okay. Wow. Very, you see, I've been saying this. I said, any relationship you don't feel to, no cuckoo just enter. Come out. Marriage or relationship is not by force. Yes. Not be by force to stay inside that place. Leave, if possible. All right, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. So please, let's take some comments of what people have said concerning Ray J. Yes, let's take some comments. We have a lot of comments and people are talking about this. And yes, somebody said karma. Okay, so Tanya, the patron, said it's been decades. Why add Kim to his name? Yes, he actually dated Kim Kardashian, so definitely they will always add her name to it. So the lady Nana said he wasn't even arrested. How are you sure about that? So Mimi Odion said, I beg, which one be Kim again? You all should let her be, boo. She's having struggles on how to pass her bar exam. I beg, no stress her. Tick Goddess said, really? You had to use Kim's name? Okay. So Kid for Real 12 said, though. It's how people feel. So it's how some ladies actually feel so comfortable staying in a violent relationship, because I don't know how you people do this. Like, why? A lot of people have gone through that, through those measures they are taking, and I don't know why you people are still staying in abusing. But our men, you never see woman where they beat man. Hey God, it they happen. Things happen every day. Like, I don't want to basically say this because of ladies, but I've seen a lot of ladies being in such positions. But then, you know, men, they too, they face, you know, our men will come and say, precious, I beg they talk, because men too, they face their own wahala. You get what I'm trying to say? So yes, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people have talked about this, and let's take more comments. And somebody said, I beg, which one be Kim again? All right, somebody said, really, you had to use Kim's name. And another person said, how about Brandy's brother or reality star and artist Ray J? Official Fate Oji said he wanted to kill her. For someone to even bring out that gun, what do you expect? It's not to kill her. Hey, God, I beg. All right, Darcy said, waiting Kim, they find here now. Okay, is well. What I'm trying to say, and I'll keep saying, is that please, it's not advisable to be in an abusive or violent relationship. It's not okay. If you find yourself in such position, please move out. Relationship and marriage is not by force. I will keep saying it and I'll say it again. Not be by force. A lot of people are not married. A lot of people have decided to remain single. Yes, they have decided to say, hey, I don't want to marry you. I want to do on my own. It's peaceful. I'm telling you. Okay, if you find love, good for you. If you don't find, please stay. Don't go and be in something that you regret later and you start crying. Nobody go save you because now you go day alone. All right, that takes us to our next gist, and we are talking about, so according to multiple reports, Saka planned an intimate, luxurious proposal at high-end London hotel where he presented Tolami with a striking engagement ring during a romantic evening. Photos shared online captured the elegantly decorated setting features candles, flowers, and a private dining arrangement, signaling a careful, curated moment to mark their 5-year relationship. So the couple later posted matching engagement photos on social media, proudly revealing the ring and celebrating their new chapter together. The engagement has generated a wave of excitement amongst Arsenal fans and football followers worldwide, with many congratulating the pair who have largely kept their relationship private over the years. So media outlets have praised Saka's thoughtful proposal, highlighting how the young football star chose a refined and heartfelt setting befitting the milestone. So don't know wedding details have been disclosed. The announcement has already become one of the most talked about, football love stories of the year. And who doesn't love engagements? Because me, others are talking about breakups and the rest of them. We will go to talk. But what I'm trying to say is that, please, if love agree, do you do. If you don't do, you do. Leave am. Don't force yourself. But tell me, come to think of it, what is not to love about this? Please, let's see these pictures, because come on, they look good together. Because why? When I hear engagements every day, I'm like, God, is this the last year when they say everybody must marry this year? If you don't marry, everybody will just carry you, because I don't know what's going on. Everybody's getting married. People are engaging. You people should just allow where we never marry, breathe, because the love is everywhere. DDA everywhere. Everybody just they carry ring up and down. Even the ones when no one want show hand now, they do their hand like this. Like, what is going on? Do you get what I'm trying to say? You're just flinging your hand like we need. Oh Lord, see what I'm saying? And she's pretty. When you see fine people, like, see ladies, we took again. See, we are too beautiful. When we just set up like this, you go. They ask yourself whether you go. You won't pay bride price like 10 times a day. But it's actually beautiful seeing this. And yes, congratulations to Saka. And yes, we have a lot of comments concerning this. A lot of people don't come and say, oh God, when you go be my own? Don't worry, God will give your own. So, but then let's take some comments from what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, somebody said sauce. You said, chooks, they believe something. Which one be sauce? Sauce Guinea. You feel that it's fake? Please, maybe wake up from your slumber. And Pastor Vic said she go say no before. How can she even say? How can she even say no? Pastor Vic, I want to think about that. Do you get, flaunting your ring and everything? Do you get what I'm trying to say? We no go there happy for that kind of thing. Okay, Autent Start said before waiting she wants say, why are you paying, bro? why you guys replying so pain? Because I feel that you are not so comfortable with this, but then it don't happen. Congratulations to them. So Great 171 said no, she's supposed to say no before after 5 years, but come to think of it, all these people they did long-term relationship, God I beg. No, I was talking about before that when a guy actually came out and said that if it's not 3 months that you just ask a lady out and you don't agree, say in go just vex, go ask you again, go find another person. So this question now, is related to this person now, Saka, that has actually gotten, engaged to his girlfriend of 5 years. Hey, father, why would you even tell a lady that if you are not even going to accept me in 3 days or 1 week, I will find another person? Why? Why would you say that? Do we look like chickens to you? Because this is where the time you need to, talking stage is not an easy stage. I'm telling you, you need to learn things. Know this person where you want the date. But when Joshua come and talk plenty things concerning him, they'll just, find one woman. If he asks you for 3 days, you can't change mouth, talk another thing. You find another person. How far? We want to calm down for this place. But you see now, Saka now, 5 years of relationship. Baba still stay. He said, now this woman I want marry. Now she. You get what I'm trying to say? You want something, you can't fly. Kilo day. Hey, God. You want to fly before is well with you. All right, let's take some comments. A lot of people are talking about this and saying congratulations to Saka and his longtime girlfriend, Tolami. So, yes, on an official, Wealth said, now me for proposed to her before. Official Teddy Wealth, why are you pained? Can't you just say congratulations and pass? All right, Amy Boy 3 said she for said no before now. I don't know why you are just so vexed, More na go engage with a woman now because more na go engage with a woman. I don't know why una dey pain. Okay, OBUX said just like saying no to the bag few. Okay, another person said, does anyone have Reese James number? Anyone? Why you call the 5-person number for here? Okay, another person said my goats. Okay, oh. Sunshine said na me for say yes. If as he said they give you now, you know go say yes for that place where you dey. They whine yourself. All right, you know that takes us to our next gist, please. And we're going to say congratulations to Saka and his longtime girlfriend Tolani. So yes, that takes us to our next gist, and this happens to be the Actors Guild of Nigeria (AGN) in collaboration with the Directors Guild of Nigeria (DGN) and the Association of Movie Producers (AMP) has suspended Taye Arimoro for an on-set altercation with actress Peggy Obere. Investigations revealed that Arimoro was the primary aggressor in the incident, which reportedly involved assaulting a production manager and a driver, as well as circulating a misleading live video that misrepresented the event. So as a result, he has been indefinitely banned from participating in Nollywood productions until further notice. And the guild have demanded that he issue a public apology release, a corrective video clarifying the true sequence of the event, and complete any remaining scene under supervised condition. So the suspension reflects a broader initiative by the guild to enforce professional conduct and on-set safety across the Nigerian film industry. So while Taye faced the harsher penalties, Peggy was also cautioned for her role in escalating the confrontation. So the guild emphasized that both parties must adhere to the professional decorum moving forward, with Peggy instructed to cooperate with any ongoing investigation and avoid proactive actions on set that could jeopardize production or safety. So the joint action highlights Nollywood's commitment to zero tolerance for violence or misconduct and establishment of clear standards of behavior for actors and crew members alike. So you know, when we talked about this, the issues they had on the video that came up where they saw Peggy, actually the video showed where Peggy was the first to, you know, hit and the rest of them. So you know, when I talked about this before, I was like, okay, I didn't really like what Peggy did, but then we don't know if this thing has already happened. There was some things that have happened before the actual video came out. So before the actual video that was on air came out. So I was talking about this and I was like, see, this thing will be something we don't happen before that actually came out, that, you know, that prolonged, and both of them started having issues. So, but then, you know, I still said that Peggy wouldn't have hit Arimoro. But then it's also good that the AGN has actually taken these measures to actually fix this thing between the issues between Arimoro and also Peggy. And you see now, they say now Arimoro get the issue. So, but then we have a lot of people talking about. So we have a lot of comments concerning this. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. So please, let's take some comments. Let's see them. Let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Peggy's issues with Arimoro. So a lot of people are talking about, and come to think of it, see, these whole issues, I've been saying this like countless times. When someone provokes you in a way, I don't think, you know, reacting with fight, and she's a woman, she's a lady, for crying out loud, reacting with fight, you don't need to start fighting as a lady. Can't they exchange blow with man? It don't make any sense. So please, it's better, you know, it's resolved this way. Trust me. So it's a lot. I know a lot of people don't come out to say things. Say some people don't talk. Say this thing, waiting the AGN do. You know, good. Say they're supposed to make this thing fair, and you know everybody supposed to balance the thing very well. But then, I'm still saying that the way Peggy reacted was wrong. You get what I'm trying to say? And even if Arimoro has, you know, brought up these issues beforehand, he was also wrong. And it's good that he's going to, you know, tender apology to the public and what he has done. So it's a lot. But the measures of blacklisting him finally is a lot. I think the agent would have just, you know, pardoned a bit on that particular aspect, because if they blacklist Arimoro, I don't know why they wouldn't also do the same to Peggy. But I just feel that everything should be fixed properly, because a lot of people are saying that this thing needs to be balanced. So yes, that's it for that. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, We have a guest joining us today, and we are going to talk about a lot of things. So please, don't go anywhere. Stay put.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
My name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejumo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And I know say you don't enjoy yourself, but no go anywhere. We are still here. And yes, we've been talking about a lot of things. Trust me, I've been enjoying myself because all the gist don't they carry me, they go somewhere, but I'm back again. So joining us today is one of the Nigerian's finest comedian talent, known for his unique sense of humor and ability to bring joy to every audience. Known for his spontaneous humor, he has rapidly risen through the ranks, earning a spot as the fastest growing comedian in the Nigerian entertainment scene. And let's welcome Chris Yan! Woo! To the show!
I'm actually feeling fly. I'm feeling fly with the introduction.
Somebody's feeling fly.
I'm telling you. But first of all, I don't understand. We're putting on black. Why?
Chris, leave.
No, there's a connection. Maybe we'll say this after.
And I don't see anything Chris do.
We'll say Chris want to yarn now, so we'll say this after the.
Never use me yarn first. Just calm down. So tell me how you feeling today.
We bless God. We can't complain now.
What? Don't see everybody. They see where don't just complain. Just maintain your. So this week has been, a lot of Owambe, a lot of parties. So how has it been for you?
Well, probably the Owambes are the ones I anchored.
A lot of groove.
I mean.
Are you married?
Do you have to go there?
I have to ask first. I want to say something. That's why I had to.
Okay. I'm single and searching.
Lord of Jesus. So you have gone there to go and cause commotion and come back. No one has see Chris. See what they do, but he's well.
I'm sure she's not watching actually. So that's what I'm saying.
Yay! Oh God!
No. I mean, I mean.
Okay.
There's a statement you guys used to make that I'm single till I'm married. So I have to borrow that language for you guys.
I'm single till I'm married.
Oh, stop acting like you don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't want to go there.
Stop it. I like it.
Okay, so Chris, can we know you? You know, a lot of people have been hearing about you. So
Oh yeah. So my governmental name is Kilibia Christian Isioma.
Yeah.
I'm from Delta State, Ika South Agbo-B. Yeah, but I'm popularly known as MC Christian. I'm a comedian, MC, hype man, actor, content creator. Funny enough, there's a lot of things you don't know about me, but let's not talk about that today.
And there's a lot of things we don't know about you.
People don't know that I'm also a product designer. On code.
On code. Oh, please. So let's talk about, you know, your MC. How's it been for you?
Oh yes, so
comedian and
as a comedian, I was an MC.
Both.
Okay, so you know, it's a huge family actually. Comedy is different from being an MC because we have a lot of MC that you don't know about, but doing so well for themselves. You know, so comedy is just the thing that people always see comedians as comedian is that comedy is like a hub. Yeah. So inside comedy, there's a lot of things: stand-up comedians, actors, content creators. Yeah. So it's a different ball game from being an MC. You know, so a presenter like you can be an MC.
Of course.
You don't have to be funny. Because I've seen where they say, oh, don't worry, we have an MC, just come and do 30-minute performance. You know, so but for me, we are so blessed that we can do both. We can do comedy, we can do MC, we can do hype.
Only you got that bag go. So how's the journey been for you like?
Johnny, it's a 1,000 miles.
My God, the journey went on the end. You got that bag.
We keep growing.
So,
but the thing is that we might not have been to where we want to be.
Yeah.
But we are not the same person we used to be. So there's been a movement. We call it quantum leap. So we moved from point A to point B. So we keep growing.
Of course.
But don't worry, sky now.
Everybody limits, no worry.
We fly.
So what first inspired you to, you know, go into comedy?
So God who made me, I didn't plan this job. I did your plan me.
Jesus.
No jokes. No, did your plan me because I still play drums today. Drums. I started drumming.
But wait first, wait till you know they do. You be this, you be. I don't even count like how many things.
Okay,
you
so that's the thing. The problem is that it affects to a large extent because you don't know which one to grip on because you have too many things to do. You are so talented, so you don't know which one to hold on. So now comedy, I didn't plan comedy at all. So the plan was I was playing churches. I was like church prostitute, going to churches to
Lord of Jesus. You see what he call himself?
I said then. That was then. Then hello, let him have no sin. That's the first stone.
He said waiting. Now you can't say yourself. You're not church now not this one, no.
You know, so I was playing drums. So one of the keyboardists that was in my band then, got married and the naming ceremony, they were looking for the MC. He said, Christian, they make us so then it was Chris. Christian, they played drum, they talk, you make people happy, no man. Oh yeah, take mic now, and that was it.
Finish.
That was it.
Just begin to talk.
I can't remember what I said that day, how I articulated my words. I can't remember, but I know that I started saying something, enjoying it, and that was it. My former name was no be small thing because of my height. Yeah. Before you yab me, let me say it. If you
I don't follow what I want to talk before. But now I'll just hold myself. You know, there's a say that people with this kind of height, they are, will I say special?
Say it.
Wait now, calm down. You know they already go. Wait, calm down. They say they're special. Some people say they know they're special. They corny.
Really? No. Briefly explain it. It's okay.
I don't explain which way I did.
Yeah. People like us, now teacher they used to just say, can you briefly explain why? Have you put full stop? Because of our heights, but it's fine.
No worries.
It's fine.
People will still love people like your height. Now then they.
You see, this life, God has a way of complimenting people. You know, so someone like me now, because no matter how beautiful you are, I can't come for you because we are of the same height. I need a woman that is tall that can help me change bulb.
But no, me say.
Yes, bulb in their house because I can't be climbing chair.
You know? Father, you get Chris, no better person. You see what I'm talking? Shebi na not see. All right. So, how would you describe your, comedy style?
Okay, so I'm this guy who is spontaneous. I love wordplay. I love wordplay. I'm still building on that, but I'm spontaneous. I can just so I've discovered that over time when I go for events, I use the sceneries and things that are happening in the event to just crack up, And again, I like using myself because a lot of things about me that is funny. Oh no, you don't want to know. Imagine when I was playing drum. I started from the village, playing conga.
Yes.
I play in church. Then my first church was a Catholic church.
Yeah.
I play in church and I play for masquerade. You know, so and I used to stop church because masquerade pay me well.
Blood of Jesus.
So
you cannot serve. You see the reason why they say you cannot serve two
No,
masters
you
at a
see,
time. Because tell me, why you go there church, you go still fly. Go
in
masquerade.
fact, masquerade come church one day, come tell father say, leave my boy.
Hey, God, I beg go.
Show.
So you go just say they followed masquerade, they dance, they go.
In fact, masquerade will come outside if you don't see me to play. I didn't tell you.
Oh my God.
If you don't come my show, you go miss gist too.
Jesus.
So my comedy style is just is around that it's another premise where I talk about myself.
Yes.
My upbringing, you know, the things the journey, because there are funny things and many things. Yeah, so I use myself a lot, and I also use things I see around to talk about, like trends.
That's nice. So what would you say about your first your ever first event you've actually been a comedian for?
As an MC?
Yeah.
My sister, the first time I received 100,000, that day, be like 1 million. I was jumping things I was supposed to do, you know, that goosebumps, that fear, that in my head, I was seeing a lot of people standing in front of people, because then I was doing online TV show, so they saw that and they used that as a yardstick to measure in my head. Oh boy. I didn't know what I did, but they still appreciated it. But in my heart of hearts.
Yes. So how did your audience really take it?
I can't remember.
You can't.
I can't really remember. No, but I knew it didn't go well. It didn't go well. No. But you know when the people that part at the back, don't worry, you'll do better. Then you know.
Bless the ground, open your entire side.
You understand. No.
Oh my God, this is interesting. So yes. We've been talking about your comedy, jokes, and the rest of it. So how do you merge this whole thing together with other things, businesses you've been doing?
Okay, it's very easy. So, you need to learn to place your priority right.
Yeah.
Right. It's very important. So that you won't have cumbersome activities and you don't know how to mix up. When they say, just like a rubber band, when you stretch it might cut. It might eat you cut. So what you do is make sure that everything I do is entertainment. My skit making is still my comedy.
Yes.
MCing comes. In fact, when we were here over 1 hour. We see like 2-3 calls for events for December already. So people are looking for somebody who can speak well at the same time, has sense of humor, and that's where I stand. So my comedy shows is once in a year, but we are thinking of spreading our tentacles going to other states. But our comedy shows is once in a year, and what keeps us going is the event that we host.
Oh wow! So do you have any project? Because I know that when you have had a lot of events you've attended, a lot of shows you've done. So do you have any project you're working on right now?
Even if I don't tell you, let's say you come your glass, you see right now. My polo don't talk and finish.
So what's your show about?
So it's Agbo to Lagos, right? I grew up in Agbo, so that's gist of masquerade. Agbo for Apple.
Agbo people,
calm down.
Una de say una.
Yeah, that you can know I don't speak language now. So it's a story.
Yeah.
How I was born inside a Gary bag to come to Lagos. At night, I came to Lagos as a thief at night. Because my grandma transport. My grandmother is a very smart woman. She look and say transport no rubbish because she had to take me off that wahala of me being in the village, because she export Gary from Agbo to Lagos. So she usually leave me in the village. But when she hear my tape, say this guy, if I leave you like this, go turn out. My grandma got born to me. So it's a story of how I came to Lagos and my experience in Lagos and all of the stuff. So it's a storytelling comedy show, coupled with my other guys coming, the comedians, the Gordons, the Kenny Blacks, Pencil, Ajebo, Romeo, Daboli, so many of them like that. They're gonna be there, and it's on the 7th of December. That's this Sunday.
This Sunday. Oh wow!
Yeah, at Terra Culture.
So we are going to party. A lot of party and laughing.
I remember I come buy ticket. I don't pay for car park. Remain the hall. I beg go. Then no send me back to Agbo.
Not be me go consent you
I
now.
beg you, I beg you.
You know, a lot of people are actually watching you right now, and a lot of people are saying, I really want to go into, comedy. So what's your advice for them?
Okay, so this is the truth. If you don't get time, leave them. If you don't get time, no worry. Because you don't. There's some things you don't learn. It has to come within. It has to come from within. Now we have the sense of humor, and now we need to now start building, watching videos, having mentors. And then from there we are building the craft slowly but eventually. I wasn't like this 3 years ago. I wasn't this spontaneous 3 years ago. And so it's a process. So if you don't have it, you don't have it. Don't stress it. But you can't do MC if you know you're a good orator. You can talk, no problems. You can.
So who are your biggest, comedic influences in the
It means my colleagues.
Yeah.
Govs is number one of them. ONG is number two. Basket Mouth. I like to challenge myself because those people are putting a lot of work and they are still working even at old age. They're still working, and these are the kind of people I look up to. I want to be like them. I want to some man. No, it's not a competition. No, it's a man.
You lost looking up to them.
Yeah, no. So when I look at them, I look at myself. I say no.
Yeah, they give yourself hope. God, I beg. So what's the most challenging part of being a comedian to you?
Ability to perform and people don't laugh at your joke. Just like you cook a food, people don't eat it because they said it's salty or it's too peppery or something. It can be very what's it in English? Just like it goes to. It can be overwhelming. When you perform, people are not laughing, and you rehearse, you practice, you do all this stuff, and people are not looking at it. And just sometimes it can be very. I don't use the word demon. They're looking at talk with the ear. It's very hard for you to make a Nigerian man laugh.
That's true.
Coupled with the things
that's happening right now.
What is funny about the country? Tell me.
I bet me.
So you have to put in a lot of work. So that's one reason when our guys go out there, they travel abroad. The guys, people there, because money, everything there. But Nigerians, we need to put a lot of work to. So it's challenging when you crack a joke, people don't laugh.
So what is something that people would surprised to learn about you?
Learn.
Or to know about you, because he said we don't know any. You have been saying we don't know a lot. We need to know a lot about you. Yeah, there are some things you have not known about you. Don't
even me actually discover me.
Hey, father.
Yeah, actually discover me. But the thing you need to learn about me is just being selfless and being decent.
Nice.
Because the world is a very small place. This life, you can't do life alone.
At all.
You need people. My manager and the producer of my show is somebody I learn a lot from. Big shout out to the CNA Apparel, the MCO CNA Apparel, Adams. The guy is somebody who can go a lot for the ones he loves, right? And so that's one of the things I've learned so far. Giving your all, just for humanity, and it hurts when you don't get same energy back.
Yes.
I just love to be in that space where I'm just helping hand to people and also be kind.
So you talked about your grandmother. Like, have they been a big support to you right now?
My grandmother.
Yeah.
My grandmother is my everything. That's my woman, my everything. My grandmother. Because I actually literally grew up with her.
Yeah.
When my grandmother could go farm, we go see bandits and Fulani, we go greet them. Lafia.
Wait, see me that. You don't start. Lafia for where? But you know if you try them now.
We didn't say there be bandits that
I don't they tell you, they give you hints, say you know if you try them.
But bless my grandmother is in heaven right now, resting, But that woman gave me every full support. They're in Agbo. I was feeling fly because they call her Nne Lagos. That means Mama of Lagos, where they always call Lagos. So that called me Nne Lagos. So that means speaking of Mama. So I'll be like big boy. When she's coming back, boom, all those beverages now she go back, So I flex that time. Oh, my mother, no, my grandmother.
Thank you so much, Chris, for sharing your light with us on Spotlight Show. Me, I've been you just be like saying, "Will not just end."
No man. I just say you love me now.
He said, "I love me." Not just brought me to conclusion. Be coming down.
I need to tell me. I can see you blushing all over your face.
Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your light with us here on Spotlight. And trust me, to our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight Show. It was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey and don't forget to tell your story with heart. And yes, don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So bye for now.
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see. You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Insecurity. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. The city call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day. But last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Comprising the President of Togo, Cape Verde, and Senegal, along with the ECOWAS Commission President, was expected in Bissau today, Monday. Meanwhile, ousted President Umaru Sissoco Embalo of Guinea-Bissau arrived in Republic of Congo's capital, Brazzaville, on Saturday, days after the military seized power, a source close to him told newsmen. Soldiers toppled Embalo's government on Wednesday before the result of weekend presidential and legislative elections could be announced, continuing a pattern of political instability in the small Portuguese-speaking state. Embalo had initially left Bissau for neighboring Senegal on a special flight as military officers installed Major General Horta Inta as transitional president last Thursday. The source, who asked not to be named, confirmed that Embalo was in Brazzaville without giving further details. Cameroonian opposition leader Asiter Akane, who supported a bid for president by a rival to the country's long-serving leader in October, died in detention on Monday, his lawyer and family have said, a development that may worsen political tension in the country. 74-year-old Akane, leader of the African Movement for New Independence and Democracy Manijan Party, was arrested on October 24 following post-election demonstrations in what his party described as a kidnapping by Cameroonian soldiers. He was being held on charges of hostility against the state, incitement to revolt, and calls for insurrection, accusations he denied. Cracks inside Kenya's United Opposition deepened on Sunday after WIPA leader Kalonzo Musyoka strongly rejected remarks made by Democracy for Citizens Party DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua. While speaking during a church service on Sunday, Gachagua claimed that he and Kalonzo had agreed on a new power-sharing formula in Nairobi. He said DCP would control all major seats in the capital, including governor, senator, women representative, 16 of the 17 parliamentary seats, and 75 of the 85 ward seats. Reacting, Kalonzo described the remarks as pure political propaganda. The Whipper boss pointed to the opposition leader's victories in some by-elections, including Narok and in the National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula's home turf, saying the ruling side has resorted to misinformation after realizing it is losing ground. Away from that report, the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa dismissed on Sunday US President Donald Trump's threat to exclude Pretoria from next year's G20 summit, reaffirming South Africa's status as a founding member of the group. Washington boycotted the Group of 20 Leaders Summit held under South Africa's president in Johannesburg from November 22 to 23, with Trump repeating allegations that the host country's black majority government persecutes its white minority. Trump said last Wednesday that South Africa would not be invited to the summit to be held in Florida next year because it had refused to hand over the G20 presidency to a senior representative of its embassy who was at the closing ceremony. But Pretoria says it handed over the rotating presidency to a U.S. embassy official. In a statement of the nation address on Sunday, the South African president said South Africa is and will remain a full, active, and constructive member of the G20. In another development, police in South Africa say they arrested 4 men en route to Russia who are suspected of having been recruited to fight in the military there. The men were stopped at the boarding gate in Johannesburg at the weekend, police said, weeks after reports that another 17 South African men were stuck in Ukraine after being lured into joining mercenary forces with the promise of lucrative contracts. It is illegal under South African law for citizens to provide military assistance to foreign governments or participate in foreign armies without authorization. Elsewhere, Tunisia police have arrested prominent opposition figure Chaima Issa at a protest in the capital, Tunis, to enforce a 20-year prison sentence, her lawyers said. An appeal court handed jail term of up to 45 years to opposition leaders, business leaders, and lawyers on charges of conspiracy to overthrow President Kais Saied in what critics said was a sign of increasing authoritarian rule. During the protest, just before Issa's arrest, she and 2 of the other convicted politicians called for the fractured opposition to unite and escalate demonstrations against Saied. Meanwhile, a 46-year-old Ghanaian national has been arrested by United States Customs and Border Protection CBP officers at the Rainbow Bridge crossing in Niagara Falls, New York, after authorities discovered he was wanted on a felony warrant issued in Jersey City, New Jersey. The suspect, identified as Patrick Fiatai, was stopped by CBP officers on November 23, 2025, while using the pedestrian lane at the Port of Buffalo. According to officials, he initially stated that he was traveling to visit friends in Canada, but later turned back and re-entered the United States. During the routine inspection that followed, officers found a National Crime Information Center match linking him to an active arrest warrant. The CBP, in a statement on its website, confirmed that the warrant from Jersey City was for intimidation, stalking, and felony criminal sexual contact. This report says Iran has seized an Eswatini-flagged vessel carrying 350,000 liters of smuggled fuel, the semi-official Sanim news agency reported. A Revolutionary Guards, a Navy commander, said the Navy seized the vessel carrying smuggled fuel in the form of gasol and flying Switzerland's, that is Eswatini's flag, adding that it was brought to Bushehr coast following a judicial border and its contents will be unloaded. It also said the vessel's 13 crew were from India and 1 neighboring country. You're watching the African News and Voice of the People television, and it's time for the news analysis. And we have with us in the studio Barrister Darlington Agamo, who is in the studio this afternoon in capacity Republican political affairs analyst. Barrister Agamo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Finan. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you join today's African News.
My pleasure.
All right, without wasting further time, let's start off with the first story that made it to the bulletin about the military personnel who took over power in Guinea-Bissau, suspending all gathering, all what they call anything that will be a threat to the visit of the ECOWAS members who are supposed to visit the state today to renegotiate with them on how to restore back the democratic rule that Guinea-Bissau have been enjoying for some time now. What do you have to say about this, given the fact that in one breath first, they shut down all internet operation so that the activities of the military in the country will not be let known to the world. But now at this point, they are reconsidering and taking back to democratic rule. What do you have to say to this, please?
Look, this ECOWAS country, why are they always blaming the military for doing what they ought to do in the face of a bad governance in Africa? Have they ever gathered to tell their civilian counterparts in office that, look, what you are doing is not good? Have you ever seen these ECOWAS people coming to tell the president that you are doing a coup in your country? Or don't you know that these civilians in civilian garb, they are also carrying a coup in their respective countries?
When you say they are carrying a coup, in what aspect are you pointing to?
Yes,
What aspect are we looking at?
good. When they trample on opposition, trample on good governance, trample on anything democratic, is that not a coup?
But did we see that happen in Guinea-Bissau, Barrister Darlington? There was a democratic election, and the result of that election is yet to be announced. And we're having two people already trying to cause problem in the country. And from the information we had also, we're told that the military had to intervene because they know that some drug lords are trying to utilize our opportunity after they must have already pushed in gun or firearms into the country to upturn the activity of their country. And that was why they step in.
So if that is their reason, did they apprehend the drug laws? Hold on. Did they apprehend the drug laws or they are anticipating? Look, some of these reasons, I don't buy it. If they tell me now that the drug laws were sponsoring some candidate in the election, I would say yes, it's possible.
So do you think the coup that happened in Guinea-Bissau is a sham coup? Do you also align with that line of thought?
Yeah, because they sent the president to Senegal, Abi.
We learned that today he's somewhere in the DR Congo.
But he first of all went to Senegal, where they received him. Yeah. So they quietly took him out of the country, so that it doesn't look as if they want to do anything untoward. It was not like Jonathan said. It was not a palace coup. It was not a coup per se. It was a ceremonial coup. It was a ceremonial. It's like they agree with the president that, look, you can take over since I will not win the election. Is that not obvious? Or you don't see such a thing here? If the president find out he cannot win the election, you can simply tell the military, come and take over.
If that actually should be the reason, Barrister, then why is it that people are agitating, protesting in that country, and also, holding strikes so that they will protest how aggrieved they were with the military taking over activities in the country?
They were all sponsored. You cannot tell me that they are doing this on their own. They were all sponsored. After all, the civilian people that have been there, were they doing well? Is it not this country that one family have almost colonized the whole place? Mbasogo, has he been doing well? Remember what the deal he had with the president when he handed over ECOWAS to him and all that. So, what are you saying? They are never good. They and the military that took over, they are not good.
But there's a saying that says the people deserve the government that they have. If we keep on talking about the government being bad, Barrister, let us not forget that the people made up the government. The people sometimes who go out there to cast their vote and elect people that they believe will serve their interest. So when you're saying they are not good, we have people who are still speaking in favor of those who we have manning some political offices.
Look, in any environment, there are people that are gullible. It is the gullible people that the politicians manipulate and use. They are the weak link that the politicians always use. And these people, they don't even know what is going on. They don't understand where these politicians are going because they have been made a ready tool to be used.
When you say they've been made a ready tool to be used, let's take a cue from what happened in Cameroon. We have a man who have been within the corridors of power for over, 4 decades at this point. And yet he come up to tell the world that some people are pressurizing him to still be on the ballot. And he went also to be on the ballot. And he won the election.
Yes.
And he was declared winner. And people were protesting him being there. And other persons were also cramming down on the people protesting his emergence. And we saw other people protesting against the protesters. So when you say, they are all bad, or maybe they are championing these persons who are no longer there, who have been brainwashed to be there, we're still seeing the people playing part in all this.
You see, when you have the majority of the people being illiterate, politically illiterate, these are the people they use. Can you tell me that in the Western world, there will never be somebody like a Pobia? Tell me. In the Western world, there will never be somebody like Museveni or Uganda. You know it can never happen now. You can't. You can't try it. So in an environment of mostly illiterate people, this is what you get. That is the truth. So when they deliberately keep you down, it's for a purpose.
Are you saying that Africans are illiterate?
Oh, are you serious? Are they well educated before? Hold on. No.
But if you're to get to the Western world you just pointed to now, you find out that most of the people who are occupying decision-making positions in this Western world are majorly Africans. We have the best of the brains in every other aspect and in every other part. So when you say that, illiteracy is what is causing the problem.
Yeah. Look, when you are in an environment of educated people, can you manipulate them? You said it here that your Africans are can they be in that position without being educated? Can they be in that position and still manipulating the whites who are the hosts? You know this is not possible, my dear. If you have a majority of the people that are well educated, and you can't even try it. I say you can't try it. That is what you are saying here. Now, when you say education, that's the meaning. In fact, education helps you in a number of ways. When you see that professors, they went to school to go and read, fine. But people are expecting them to be rich. No, that's not what education gives you. It doesn't give you wealth. It gives you knowledge. Your ability to overcome some of these mundane things that doesn't help the society. That is the meaning. That's the meaning, So when Africans are down, educationally, the result is what this you are seeing, being manipulated, being teleguided.
In Nigeria alone, as of 2019, we have over 11,000 professors who are there manning different.
Is that what?
In Nigeria alone, we have over 11,000 professors as of 2019. And this 2025, yeah. So we must have had over 15 or 14,000. Okay, fine.
That is a shame.
Now, Barrister, let's break.
That is a shame.
Let's break it.
In Harvard alone, you have 11 professors. Harvard University. 11 professors, and you are talking of Nigeria. Now,
if you check those 11 professors that we have in Harvard, we have Nigerians also there making up the left. So, see, Africans are not illiterate. Barrister, I bet to disagree. We are sound. We are sound-minded people. We are literate.
Nigeria is the biggest black nation in the whole world, and the giant of Africa. And you are telling me here now
that was 2019 report, Barrister.
2019. So between 2019 and 2025. You now have 1 million professors, Abi.
You never can tell. But now, Barrister, let's still stay with Cameroon at this point. We learned that one of the opposition leaders, Anicet Ekane, died in prison in detention. From the information we gathered, we're told that his lawyer and the wife and family members made this known. He was the one who stood his ground to say that he wanted to kick against the worsening political issues in Cameroon. Now, what do you make of this death? He died in detention. Some persons were of the opinion that this is going to lead to more political tension in Cameroon. They are yet to stop the protests. People have been killed and all that. So what do you make of this? The 74-year-old dying in detention.
The blood of any martyr will wet the ground for political what? Advancement. Did you hear me? The blood of one martyr is going to wet the ground for what? Political advancement. So this is what you get, or this is the price you have to pay to liberate your people. Nobody who embark on this type of thing finds it funny. It's not possible. Unfortunately, the people that are oppressing and they're killing them, they don't even know that they are moving the country forward by what they are doing. That's the truth. I mean, it didn't start today. Look at Jesus Christ. They thought when they kill him, this thing will be over.
But I say that should be the case. So many persons have been killed in Africa. So why is it Africa is still the way it is?
Oh,
we have lost so many strong men, so many strong people, women, vocal voices talking about liberation of Africa.
That is why you are even where you are now. Seriously. It is the blood of those people that gave Africa what? Independence. Were you not aware? It is now left for the people who took over to now deepen it.
But we don't see that play out with the West, where we gather or we learn this democracy from. We don't really see, every election, after a matter of election leading to killings and bloodshed and all that.
America is over 250 years in democracy.
So you think ours is work in progress?
Good. America is 250 in democracy, democratic pursuit.
Yeah.
Mention one African nation that is even up to 100, apart from I think Liberia.
So you think we need to keep on walking in this trajectory until when we get to the age of...
The only thing that worries me is that you cannot invent the wheel. Haven't seen the development in the Western world. Do they need any other body to cheat them? All they need to do, copy it and bring it here. But the people who are presently in leadership in Africa, they know that if they copy it and bring it here, it will not favor them.
How possible do you think that would have been for Africans to do that, where we still have the whites bringing up the supremacy part? And that takes us to the next story, or the next, yes, I made it to the bulletin, where we learned that, there's a report from the South African President, Cyril Ramaphosa, dismissing President Donald Trump's threat to exclude Pretoria from the next year's G20 summit. In this particular case, we learned that Trump wanted him to secede or to hand over the G20 leadership to, a superior embassy member. And he said, no, he's not going to do that. And with that, and reason Trump gave was a marginalization of the white minority in South Africa, which, according to him, he said is a barbaric act. It shouldn't be there, that the blacks in South Africa are oppressing the whites in South Africa. Recall that after the apartheid move, some people were waiting for the likes of the Nelson Mandela to declare, make a statement, let the Boers go. We know the story of the emergence of the Boers and all that, the Boer trek and every other thing. But yet, he believed in the spirit of, staying together and every other thing. But now we're getting this coming up from Trump. What do you have to say about this, please?
It is because of the failure of leadership in Africa. That is why you will even have a Donald Trump kicking against this thing. Seriously. A Donald Trump that is talking, did he not know the history of apartheid? What the whites did to the blacks on their own soil.
So on what ground then is he making this statement?
I thought it's the failure. They have seen that you don't have anything.
Is it failure of the Western or the white supremacy over the black? Is that what we're seeing at this point? Because the major bone of contention on this table is the fact that he is of the opinion that the G20 presidency will be given to a senior representative of his embassy.
That is not a problem because it is rotational. And then did Ramaphosa, did he not hand over? Please, did he not hand over? That's the question here.
He did.
Yeah?
He did. He handed over to the rotating presidency to a U.S. embassy official. He did.
So what is the problem?
Why is it that the likes of Trump is still going for that?
That's what I'm telling you now. Is because they have seen that you are a weak leader. You can't challenge them. That is just the only thing.
Is it being weak or the fact that we have decided to say no to some imposition that is bringing? No. Recall the plan of sending or shipping some persons who, according to Trump, they are illegal migrants into the US, and there's a need for them to be sent out of the country. And, some countries refuse those people being forced on them, only for Eswatini and others that accept. Ramaphosa was among them. They said, we're not taking in these people. Nigeria government also speak against it, not picking up, especially those who are ex-convicts. So are we not seeing that being what we're seeing playing out now at this point?
No, the real issue there, the real reason Donald Trump is giving is because of this, the minority whites trying to claim the South African land, and which Ramaphosa is saying no. We want to do equitable distribution of land. We want to make sure that the blacks equally get a fair share of the land. That is the problem here. And that's what Donald Trump is kicking against. He believes that the whites should be superior to the blacks.
So we're back again on that table of white supremacy.
Look, it is because of you African leaders. You don't even have principle. Are you not the one going there to beg for loan or cap in hand? And when you collect the loan, you still see the money and then keep it in their country. All these things are what? Reducing your respect in Africa. African leaders. If they tell you how much of African money that is in the Western world, in fact, you will shed tears. They see this money and they take it to the Western world. And these Western leaders are looking at you and say, look at leaders. That is it. They have seen you all, nothing left.
So what does this portend, the exclusion or possible eviction of Pretoria from the next G20
No, they only said they will not invite them.
Yes, if they are not being invited, they are members of the G20. So if they are not being invited, what does that portend for
It
Africa?
doesn't matter anything. The next leadership can invite them. Abi? That's all. And they now gave the satellite states freedom to go and do capitalism and work and turn them into industrial base. That's why you have so many people working hard in China for their money. Government gave them that privilege and that leeway. But the center is controlling what they are doing so that nobody will see one kobo in China and get away to enjoy it. It cannot happen. That's what is standing for China today. That particular principle. That is why you see China standing today. If not, some wicked men would have taken away their resources to go and embezzle it like they do here in Nigeria. So they made it as a principle. Even the country's leadership, nobody in China, no matter how highly paid, can see $1, one like this, and you didn't pay for it.
So what advice are we given? What would be the solution?
Can you do that here in Africa?
In Africa, because in Tunisia, it's becoming a bit scary when we learned that courts handed over jail terms, from ranging from 20 to 45 years to opposition leaders, business leaders, and even lawyers, charging them for conspiracy and part to overthrow the president.
They made a mistake. They should have made the 1 million years so that it will now sink well. When they finish the time, their children and their children will continue the jail sentence. Abi? It's good. We are growing up as an African state. We are growing up. Go and check. Most of the time, is it not election? Go and check. Most of the time, African leader happen. Is it not election? Election. You have been there. You don't want to do the needful and win the election in a free and fair environment. You introduce all manner of things. And when the opposition kick against you, you clamp them into detention so that nobody can challenge you. Is that not election that causes problem in Africa? Go and check. Just check. Look around. Election. What does that tell you? Because the man at the helm of affairs, he doesn't want to leave office. And you ask yourself, what is the problem? What do you want in life that you have not gotten? You don't want to sit down there. Is it your father's property? As you say, you are defending your property. It is my own. Why should I give it up? Why should I allow somebody to come and take over? This kind of mentality is what is killing African leaders. In the last 1 year, how many prime ministers have you seen in UK? Some just resign on their own because they couldn't cope. Is that not true? Yeah. So, they're on their own without Nigerian president and the UK premier. Who has more power? The economy of UK and that of Nigeria, is it comparable? As to say, well, they are not the same thing. What is that you have that UK is even your colonial master? So what is that thing that you see? When you grow up in a very bad environment, it's very dangerous. All these people that we are grooming in Africa, this dictatorship mentality in Africa, it has entered into their psyche that they don't want to see reason. All these our brothers that you said they are making waves in Western world. If they come here now, they indoctrinate them. That's why some of them don't want to come near here. The moment they come in here, they will tell them how to do things upside down. And when you are saying, yes, that's how we do it in Nigeria. Yes, that's how we do. Just do as they are told. Do. That's why most people, they don't want to come here and help the government.
So what's the way forward? We're looking for solution now on the state.
My dear, nothing turned out well, except there is what? Problem from it. Except the problem happens, people don't learn a lesson. This thing they are doing, I pray that they continue until the people, until the people say, in fact, enough is enough.
Very so we have 7 African countries already down with coal. 7 already down. And then other people, other countries are still, you can say, are still
loading.
Yes. So how do we avert this? How do we? That was what I was asking earlier. If the democracy is not working, what other way or means of rule or leadership are we going to embrace? Because we see people moving away from democratic rule to military rule and all that.
It's working. Fina, it's working. I said, since the creation of Africa as a continent, is there any major revolution here? Have there been any major, apart from Arab thing, okay, it cuts across Arab states. Is there any major coup? Any major revolution in Africa? The answer is no. If you have something like a French Revolution or a Russian Revolution, don't you think that the brain of these leaders will reset? Don't you think so? We'll get to that point because other countries have it now. Other Western nations, they had it, and that brought sanity to their country. Is that not true? So, if African leaders don't want to learn a lesson from what happened to the Western leaders, then all well and good. But all I know is that they are working toward that answer. Because evil doesn't last forever, as far as I'm concerned. If they have refused to learn how Russian USA leaders were behaving like Lord, they called them SARS at that time. They were behaving like Lord. That other woman in France said that if the people cannot eat bread, they should not buy cake and all that. They said, so if you cannot afford bread, then is it cake that we can afford? So that is how you look at it, Abi. And they enter the streets. And the rest is history. So it will get to that point. At least if one can happen in Africa, oh my God, you will see the results. You see the results.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister Darlington. This is how far we can go with the news analysis on African News on Voice of the People Television. We're pressed for time already. We sincerely appreciate your presence in the news. Okay, you're watching the African News on Voice of the People TV. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. The rest of the news continues. To watch us, stay with us. Welcome back. It's still the African News on Voice of the People Television. The Senegalese authorities are racing to prevent a potential oil spill after water entered the engine room of the Panamanian-flagged oil tanker Mercina near Dakar coast, the port authority said on Sunday. The vessel is owned by Turkey's Mersin Shipping Incorporated and managed by Besiktas Shipping, according to data from the London Stock Exchange Group. The incident, which led to the vessel issuing a distress signal, occurred overnight from November 27 to 28, prompting the development of tugboats and specialized teams from Senegal's Navy and Maritime Authority, the Port Authority said. The Port Authority did not give details about the incident, but said all crew members were safely rescued with no reported injuries. Still in the news, Ethiopia and the Netherlands are set to celebrate a century of trade relations in 2026, cemented by a renewed focus on boosting Ethiopia's agricultural sector and promoting sustainable development. Paula Shindela, the deputy head of mission at the Netherlands embassy, announced the milestone and detailed the future of the partnership. Speaking to newsmen, Shindela highlighted both the historical roots and the future potential of the collaboration. Shindela explained that the current partnership model is designed to integrate development goals with private investment for mutual benefit. In South Sudan, Juba City Council JCC Mayor Christopher Serafino Wani has said that the deployment of security forces in Koyokoni and custom markets in the city over the weekend was to restructure operations and to enforce a ban on street vending. While addressing traders on Sunday evening, the mayor dismissed rumors of social media that there was insecurity in the market and that the government was closing them. The mayor urged traders to cooperate with the JCC to ensure safety and security in the markets. He explained that regulating market ensures that traders are protected and that their clients are also safe. On a tragic note, at least 19 people died when heavy wind caused a boat to capsize on the Democratic Republic of Congo's Lake Mai-Ndombe, the governor of Mai-Ndombe province said. The boat had left the village of Kiri for the capital Kinshasa when it capsized on Thursday night, local government and civil society sources said. Another government official, Freddy Bonzeke Liki, estimated that the boat had been carrying at least 200 passengers and said the search for bodies continued. Riverboats are the main form of transport in many rural parts of Congo, but vessels are often outdated and accidents are frequent. You're still watching the African News and Voice of the People television. We'll go on under a quick break. We'll come back. Business and sports stories up next. Glad to have you back. It's African News and Voice of the People television. Now to some business stories. A monthly gauge of South African manufacturing sentiment saw its sharpest drop of the year in November. A Purchasing Managers Index PMI survey showed on Monday. The seasonal adjusted PMI, sponsored by South African bank Absa, fell to 42.0 in November from 49.2 in October. A reading below 50 indicates decreased activities. Absa said in a statement that the survey results underscore the fragility of South Africa's manufacturing sector, with demand and production declines overshadowing modest employment gains and easing cost pressures. In sports, RS Berkane produced the most dramatic turnaround of the round in Group A of the CAF Champions League, scoring twice in stoppage time to defeat Rivers United 2-1 in Port Harcourt at the weekend. The Nigerian side had led for the 37 minutes after Mahmoudou Lamie Camara's own goal, but sustained late pressure assured Eunice El Kabi equalized in the 97th minute before Monio Kochwa completed the heist in the 99th minute. The result leaves Rivers United without a point after 2 matches, while Berkane remains top with a maximum 6 points. Defending champions Pyramids matched the Moroccans' perfect start with a composed 1-0 away victory over Power Dynamos in Ndola. Mohamed Reda Bobu's precise finish early in the second half and a valuable win that keeps the holders firmly on track in their title defense. And that is it on African News and Voice of the People Television. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV and in all the social media platforms we at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage, request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 01814-606-4057, 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Fina Okechukwu. Thanks for watching.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things?
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to another enlightening edition of Health Check, the program where we discuss key issues that affect our growth, our health, our well-being right here on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to bring you fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health concerns in ways that are real, relevant, and empowering. Remember, you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. Well, today we're focusing on asthma, one of the most common chronic respiratory conditions affecting both children and adults in Nigeria. It is characterized by inflammation and narrowing of the airways, leading to repeated episodes of coughing, wheezing, chest tightness, and shortness of breath. Despite being manageable, many people still suffer severe attacks due to late diagnosis, poor treatment routines, or exposure to environmental triggers. Globally, asthma affects an estimated 339 million people, and it remains the most common chronic disease in children. In 2019, global estimates showed over 754 million cases of wheezing and more than 357 million asthma cases among people aged 5 to 69. Well, while diagnosis is more prevalent in higher income countries, mortality rates sadly remain higher in developing nations like ours. But this is a very, very crucial topic, and to help us understand this condition better, we're joined today by two distinguished guests. Dr. Paul Kusemijo is certified and seasoned medical doctor from the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, health and safety manager, wellness coach, surgical resident in plastic surgery, and a business medical entrepreneur. And we're also joined by Dr. Charles Adiogun, a respected public health advocate and wellness physician, committed to preventive health education and community wellness strategies. You're most welcome, doctors. It's good to have you on the show today.
Thank you. It's good to be on the show also.
We welcome Dr. Charles.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for having us.
Well, from the brief profile we've read, I can see that you're really vast, and I'm sure you're very, 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 very knowledgeable. So how has the profession been, Dr. Paul? How's it been so far, being a doctor?
Well, as a doctor, it has its challenges. And, you know, the thing about doctors is that we say we're trained to save lives. So as someone said to me recently, doctors are supposed to focus on health and wellness, not focus on money. But we can see the current situation of things right now with the doctors on strike and different things happening in the country right now, especially with the fact of certain agreements to which they had reached with the federal government and nothing has been done for a couple of years. So yes, a lot of things have been tough.
All right, that's amazing. I can tell that being a doctor, it's hard enough, but for the passion, right? For the
Yes.
passion.
So the passion, yes, has to really be there.
Wow, we have to commend you for that. How has it been, Dr. Charles? I'm really keen on hearing yours because I think you deal with a lot of people. Please tell us.
Well, it's been interesting, it's been challenging, and first and foremost, so far it's something you're passionate about. You're giving it your all, and you're delighted when you see the desired outcome of your patients. So it's been quite a mixture of both.
All right,
but it's
and
been a
that's
good experience.
why, yeah, I can tell, and that's why we're here today, for the love of passing the right information to enhance and generate public awareness concerning people's health. So let's dive right into the topic of today: asthma. Whew, asthma seems to be a very crucial topic. So let's talk about it. So Dr. Paul, let's begin from the very foundation. What exactly is asthma and how does it affect the lungs?
Okay, so asthma is what we would call the, it's a chronic inflammatory issue that I'm just going to go basically non-medical so as to you can understand. And
yeah.
So it's when you do have certain inflammations that occur within the organs to which we breathe, from the lungs, you have the bronchioles and the different things now. For example, you have, as you can see from the drawing that was showed up, when we have inflammation and then you have tightening or closing of the airways to which people use to breathe. Now, the muscles and all those things are tightened, and then you see the person is going out of breath, unable to get air, because now, as the human body is designed, we have two lungs from which we breathe in, we take in air, oxygen is used in the body, we take out carbon dioxide, things that it's not used in the system. So oxygen is taken in, which is very important, or the air we breathe in and then we use part. So now, and then the body sends this out to the other parts of our body. Now, the different things we have, I'm not going to go so much of the, I'm sure Dr. Diogo wants to go into that nitty-gritty, but so just in short, just say asthma is when you're unable to, your body is unable to utilize the amount of air that you take in, or is unable to utilize enough air taken in to oxygen to be passed around the system. And because of that, the body is trying to compensate and trying to make sure that it's able to get enough oxygen. So because of that, you see that you start seeing the person is trying to breathe, looking for air, unable to. You see the person's chest is heaving, his body's looking for enough oxygen to be able to breathe. That, in simple terms, is what we know as asthma.
All right, you mentioned airway narrowing.
Yes.
And most people do not really understand this grammar, especially when it's already happening to them. So can you make it easier for non-medical persons? What signs should they look out for to know that they are experiencing this airway narrowing?
Okay. So there are certain things what we call triggers that happen. For those who are asthmatic, they tend to always get to know these triggers. For example, someone who's asthmatic can't be in the same room with someone, or somebody uses a certain perfume, or there's dust in the area. The next thing, one of the first symptoms they start feeling is they might feel a little bit of tightness in the chest. The chest feels tight. Then they suddenly feel that they can't breathe. People are around, but they just feel like they can't get enough oxygen, or possibly the person might be in a room with a lot of people and then you just feel as if the air is still. You find that you can't. So one of the first major symptoms you would see is tightness of the chest and inability to breathe. You just find that you find it difficult, as if everybody's breathing well around you and you just find that you can't breathe yourself. The very best thing would be is to get out of where exactly you are and get out into another environment that's better, maybe less people and especially if you're in an area where possibly somebody uses very strong, or somebody with a strong perfume passes by you, and then all of a sudden you just start feeling this chest tightness and you feel as if you can't breathe. It's always just best to get away from whatever that trigger was, because that's definitely your system reacting to that.
All right.
So the airway narrowing, the inability to breathe is as a result. That's basically what we see when we talk about the airway narrowing. They're unable to get in the air. So,
all right, that's pretty much interesting. But from what you've said, I can deduce that it's a really, really critical condition.
it is a very, really critical condition.
Something that has to do with your breath already. Okay, let's move to Dr. Charles Adiogun. So, talking about asthma right now, is it hereditary? Is it something that just anybody can receive? I want to know how do people really contact this respiratory disease?
Okay, thank you. So just like the doctor has said, it is a type of respiratory hypersensitivity. So it's a situation whereby an individual may be in the same situation or in the same environment as other people, but is reacting in a way that is different from other people. So that means that there's a kind of makeup of that person that makes the person a little more sensitive than the general population. So yes, there may be a genetic basis to it, just like most illnesses have genetic basis. So it's an allergic reaction. So there are triggers like he mentioned, or they're called allergens. It could range from what he said, strong fragrances, to pollen, to dust, to fumes, to some types of foods in some people. And then you just notice that they have this wheezing, this coughing, chest tightness, heavy breathing, shortness of breath. You know, it could really, really be a very distressing situation for the patient and even for people around who are witnessing an acute attack of asthma. So when it happens this way, it, of course, like you said, it's critical. Time is of the essence. Something needs to be done to improve the work of breathing of the person, because oxygen is necessary for, you know, the proper body functioning. So you have to find a way to improve the breathing of that individual. And of course, it's always best to have all the, you know, the acute phase treatment things available. Most people who are asthmatic or they've been asthmatic for a long time, they know they need to have an inhaler that they use for acute attacks to open up the airway, because as the doctor explained, there's what we call bronchoconstriction, which in simple terms is just the airway closing up, becoming tighter, becoming narrowed, and sometimes you have mucus plugging also, and then you also have the smooth muscles surrounding the airway tightening, so that makes it very, very difficult for air to pass. And most times for people who are asthmatic, they have a problem with exhaling air, because if you have a chest x-ray done while they're in that acute phase of asthma attack, you notice that their lungs are hyperinflated. So the lungs are so full and fully ballooned out because they have so much air in the lungs, but it can't come out. And that's very, very distressing for them. And because that's, because the problem is with exhalation, that means oxygen, carbon dioxide will be so much because they are not passing the carbon dioxide out, and that is not a good thing. So it's very important for people who are asthmatic to know what their trigger factors are, because you know people are different. If you know your triggers are dust or pollen or fumes or anything like that, you know, you just do your best to avoid those precipitants and avoid those situations.
All right, thank you very much. So you're already moving to, you know, the acute stage, the really critical stage and all of that. So most people do not know that these things occur in their systems. So before we dive deep into those, but because this is for the awareness purpose, right? So let's move to the early signs. So what are the early signs, common early signs that people often overlook that may be pointing towards this respiratory disease?
Okay, like we said, there's a genetic basis. Sometimes in people's families, they know that they have other siblings in their families that are very sensitive to certain situations. And typically, there's something we call respiratory atopy, whereby, you know, when it comes to you just being a bit allergic to something, or your body reacts, you know, in a hypersensitive way to certain things more than other people. So you are somewhere, every other person feels normal, but you are so uncomfortable in that area, or you're always sneezing, or you have watery eyes, itchy eyes. All those are pointers to allergies. And people that have allergic reactions, you know, they may be prone to other respiratory allergies. But in case of asthma, it's a chronic condition because it's a long-term, lifelong kind of condition. So it's not just a transient thing that
so
you
it
just
cannot be cured.
No, it cannot be cured. It can only be managed. So you have to know what your triggers are, avoid them as much as you can. But no matter how much you try, occasionally you would still have those symptoms. And when you do have the symptoms, the important thing is for you to know what to do and how to seek help early, because it can kill in no time, because of course, it has to do with respiration. In some cases, practically we've seen patients whereby they've used their inhalers at home and they still don't feel better. That is the time to go straight to a hospital, because that shows that it's beyond what you can manage at home. So that is not the time for you to try other home remedies. That is the time for you to go straight to a hospital and get things done properly.
All right, interesting. So, Dr. Paul, I would like to channel this particular question to you. So, Dr. Charles Adiogun was explaining something about when you discover this, go to the hospital. I'm really keen about children because they really cannot express themselves. So, I want to ask, how is asthma diagnosed in children, and how can you spot, these symptoms in them, knowing that they cannot really express how they are feeling?
Okay, so asthma in children can be diagnosed. It can start from birth. It can be diagnosed from birth. Okay. A child is born into a family where possibly the mother is asthmatic or the father is asthmatic, or it runs in the family. You have to. So the doctor can then advise the parents to always, if there's any issue, to tell them what to watch for if you do notice. So here there's a little bit more onus on the mother, especially being the one that is much closer to the child. She watches the child daily, so she's able to note certain things. Yes, the husband also has his own part to play, but mostly the mother, who is the one dwelling with the child regularly. So if she sees the child, she notices the child is maybe quiet in an area, and she just sees that the child is unable to breathe, and she sees possibly children are pink regularly, and then you start seeing the child starts turning color, turning blue. These are things, and those are signs and little things, even from little children seeing, and then as a child has to be brought as a little neonate. Then you start talking about them going to about a year old. A child who is possibly a year old now, who is finding it difficult to breathe, you might see him he's looking around, and I've seen mothers who have told me in the clinics, and they say they just noticed the child was quiet, and they turned to it and they saw that the child was they saw the chest going up, and they knew that this was a problem. They rushed the child to the hospital. So there's certain ways and very little things, just like Dr. Charles was saying, very, very little triggers. It could be an allergy. That's one of the very, very basic things most times that can happen to anyone, a child or an adult, and it could be overlooked because the child could just be maybe showing high results. We know that asthma is a hypersensitivity, and then the child is showing this hypersensitivity to possibly a pollen or just this, and then you feel, okay, no, let me just keep the child, or maybe try to fan the child, maybe the child, and it just keeps escalating, and then the problem just keeps going worse, and until you see the child turning bluish in the face, and then he's unable to get oxygen, then you start trying to rush the child. And once you see that issue, you should get the child straight away to a doctor. So as best, and then let's take the child away from that, rush to a doctor. Now, other things that could happen, it's genetic, it's hereditary. So children with the family histories, they should pay
attention.
Thank you. The family has to pay much closer attention to them because of the family history they do have. There's more than a 50% chance that they might. So so any little sign or symptom, you need to take the child straight away to the hospital. Now, I talked about allergens being a very overlooked issue. A child possibly could have cough. Maybe just having this repeated coughing over and over and over. And then we know, just as Dr. Charles had talked about, there is this hypermucous secretion that occurs when the airway is getting blocked. This cough, possibly with the child is trying to expel the cough, the mucus that is produced. So it just keeps coughing continuously, and you feel, oh, let me get this child cough syrup. And you're just giving the child cough syrup. It's not going, and the child just keeps coughing and goes. So it's best take the child to the hospital. So there are little signs and symptoms like that, especially in children. Little bit of allergies here and there, sneezing, coughing, finding a little bit difficult to breathe, and then telling, mommy, my chest, or the child is pointing to the chest. And then, so you need to be very, very aware of little things like that. And once you see a child in distress, in any little distress at all, get to the hospital as best as possible.
Is it possible that all of these things can be misdiagnosed to be pneumonia or bronchitis in kids?
Okay, yeah. So when a child comes to a hospital, the doctor wants to listen to the chest. Now, in medicine, they always say, there's the term we would always know in medical school, says common things are called common. But I'm not saying with that, yes, it could still be misdiagnosed. Depending on if now the doctor, because you should be able to, as a doctor, to be able to see signs and then know the kind of test you need to run, ask for family history. Once you have a family history, you basically run around for, so you do different, and then you do check on, possibly could do an allergen test, if that is even available. If it's not available, there are other things to do and run. Now, if you see, before you start thinking, yes, a pneumonia, now with other things like that, you're looking at an infection, you're looking at other things.
All right.
Sometimes we can think too high and want to go that far, and then the basic things such as an asthma that's happening to the child, or basically, or let's say a child is having a cough now, and then we're thinking, well, possibly, we listen to this, and we're thinking we can hear crackles, and then we're thinking, possibly pneumonia, is that give IV ceftriaxone, and then this child is having some respiratory issues, he's still not able to get in air and all those things, and then you're battling another issue entirely. But the main thing that needs to be tackled is not done. So yes, it could be misdiagnosed, but it's a very common thing that, surprisingly, with the rate at which it's seen mostly in our developing country, you would think it's something that, and one of the major things where the issue comes in really is not the mortality, which, if you remember, you talked about the high mortality, especially now. It's not majorly because of the misdiagnosis, mostly in the facility. It's most times that the people don't see the need to get to the facility on time,
because they think they can handle it themselves.
Because they think, I'm just having a cough. I just took cough.
Self-diagnosis is actually a killer.
Let me go and lie down and rest. So someone has been cooking. I've been perceiving the fumes, so maybe that's what was getting to me. I just need to go and lie down and rest. And the chest is just going bad. So we just basically, and then they think, and then all of a sudden, by the time maybe the husband or someone else sees the lady,
it's already too late.
So you're rushing to the hospital, the woman packs on the word. So we have all these things, and they see them in so many record numbers.
Yeah. All right, that brings me to our Dr. Charles. He was talking about triggers. So let's talk about triggers and risk factors now. So what are the most common triggers of asthma attacks in Nigeria? Let's look at Nigeria, because this is basically to create awareness.
That's
right?
our environment. That's
yes. And we know what's most common with our environment.
Yeah,
so please, what are the
risk
risk
basically,
factors?
like we've emphasized, it's an allergic reaction. So there's something that is always a trigger, something in the environment. So most times, to talk about in the Nigerian context, you would be looking at pollutants in the air. You'll be looking at fumes from generators. You'll be looking at fumes from car exhausts. You'll be looking at all the kind of things we use, some air fresheners, fragrances, perfumes.
I think these are very common,
Yeah.
Everybody has generators now.
Of course, it's everywhere.
I thought my neighbor.
No, but for me, I'm particularly very concerned. Typically when I'm in Lagos traffic, the kind of traffic I'm talking about.
Especially when you're at the back of a trailer and all of those.
And then they're just.
No, I really think this is a major problem.
It's a big issue. I just feel sorry for people who are passers-by, or they are held in the traffic and they just have to inhale that, and they have nowhere to go, at least for that period. I just pray that they have their inhalers with them, because if not, it's just going to be a disaster. So that's a very important risk factor. And then for some people, we said certain types of foods may also be some kind of triggers for them. But basically, the thing is, I know as people get older, they begin to become more self-aware, and they begin to know what works for them and what doesn't. So for a lot of people who are beginning to be able to identify their triggers, they can actually work towards avoiding exposure to those triggers. That at least would minimize the frequency of attacks.
So everyone needs to pay attention to their peculiarities.
And then for children who are still probably a bit naive, or they don't really know, everything. You see in the big picture, the responsible adults in their lives,
pay attention
guardians
to
or
them.
patients or parents rather, to be able to pay attention to those triggers and be able to guide them that, look, you don't take so much of cold stuff, you don't expose yourself to cold, you know, all those things may also be potential triggers for some people. So those are the common risk factors that we actually identify.
All right, you talked about foods. I'm really, really keen on that. What kind of foods could possibly trigger asthma?
Well, the truth is there are certain types of, it varies for different people. Some people may take chocolates and
what?
Yeah.
Okay.
And some people may also take certain types of seafoods, because we've seen people take certain type of seafoods and they just have swollen face, swollen lips and all that.
And all my life, I thought it was just peppery foods that could trigger asthma.
No.
People take nuts.
Yeah, and some people, exactly.
Nuts.
Yes, nuts can be a very major trigger for some people. Absolutely correct.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's why you need to keep a food diary and then be very observant and be self-aware and know what usually is your trigger and try to avoid them.
Yeah, Dr. Paul, you know, people can barely identify that. They could just mistake it for something else. So are there stuff like allergy or testers or something like that? Or all we have is to just pay attention to ourselves?
Now, you can't have an allergy test in the comfort of your home. You have to get it in the hospital. You get to the hospital, there are allergen tests now to check for hypersensitivity and different other things. So when you get to the hospital, the doctor can run these tests. The allergen tests to run for those who have allergy. But no matter the thing about the tests is also the very important thing, paying attention to you yourself. You are the best knowledge for whatever else it would be. So if you do know you are allergic to nuts, before the doctor is even going to start running allergen, you'll tell him, the doctor, I'm allergic to this, I'm allergic to this. He's able to, with that, it saves you a lot of trouble, it saves the doctor. So it's, yes, the allergen tests are there and good for maybe for those right now who maybe just have allergic reactions and are not sure what it is, what's causing
Okay.
So you want to run this test.
Okay.
But for you, if you do know the test, if you do know what's causing your reactions, for example, I have friends in which they know that they don't stay where people use perfumes because they know those are their triggers. She perceives a particular perfume, she goes into an asthmatic crisis right away. So she doesn't use perfumes herself, but she cannot stay in the room. So when she does it, she's like, oh, I mean, this person is, please get me out of here. Because so she already knows her triggers. So she doesn't have to wait to even do an urgent. She knows I need to not be in a room where people use strong perfumes. It affects me. So that's why I said, that's why we talked about, it's always good for you yourself to also know what are your own personal triggers.
All right. So I have a couple of asthmatic patients in my corner. And most of the time when they swing to that stage, that critical stage, that particular crisis, it's almost like we can't find what exactly happened. So is it possible that emotional stress or anxiety can trigger asthma crisis?
In my opinion, it could. And this is now, not everyone might want to agree with that, but for me, it could, because I have had patients with those kind of things.
Wow.
This woman, she's been in a little bit of an emotional possibilities with her husband and different things. And she's noticed that every time she always has these, the husband always, they have these domestic issues, she goes into a crisis.
Oh my God.
So
it's not just environmental.
So that's what we talked about. That's why we said that the triggers are environmental factors. It could be pollens, it could be dust, but even it could have emotional anxiety and all these things also give you, because you start getting emotionally worried and different things, you start hyperventilating, your body starts releasing chemicals, and then starts tightening your airway, and all these things happen. So emotional stress and all these things, yes, can trigger asthma.
Wow, Dr. Adego, it seems you really agree with him.
Yes, emotional stressful conditions can actually trigger, and it could worsen an already existing attack. It can make it worse, because anxiety, you find out when patients come into the hospital and you're trying to calm them down. I know you are distressed, but just calm down. You know, you have people react to stressors in different ways. You find some patients still very agitated and anxious. It takes them a longer time to come out of the attack than calmer patients. So you also know that, the anxiety also worsens the symptoms.
All right. I used to hear something that you don't have to be a smoker to smoke.
Yes, correct.
Correct.
I even hear that it is worse than those that smoke themselves. So I'm really, really particular about smokers and secondhand smokers. So are they at higher risk of, developing asthma?
Well, the truth is, when it comes to smoking, it is one of those things that we say it's a potential risk factor for all the terrible things you can think of in the human body. All the cancers, or most of the cancers, if not all, has smoking as a risk factor. You can't be wrong listing smoking as a risk factor.
So not smoking is not enough.
Even for the passive smokers that are just around the active smokers, they also carry a risk of that. So basically, smoking is already a problem, for everybody, regardless of whether they're asthmatic or not. But when asthma is in the picture, it's now a double blow. Yeah, so it tells you that there are certain constituents of cigarettes that make it really, really detrimental to our health. It contains hydrogen cyanide, contains some radioactive substances that increases that are carcinogenic, meaning that they are cancer causing. And then it contains all sorts of chemicals that, you may even use as toilet cleaners and all sorts of things. And all these are very, very detrimental to our respiratory health.
All right. Because you are a public health advocate, I really want to throw those questions to you. So we've talked about how that communities can really, really affect these situations, knowing that, you have to be on traffic and all of that. You have to be in traffic, rather. So what can you suggest that communities should do to reduce these possible risk factors, crowded areas and all of that for asthmatic patients, to help them, of course?
Well, for asthmatic patients in general, they're just a fraction of the population, but creating awareness, you can never go wrong with that. We always advocate for health education, let people understand the nature of the condition they have, what are the risk factors associated, and then what are the signs to watch out for, and what are the crucial steps to take in the face of an acute attack. So basically, environmentally, I think that this is not going to happen overnight, but it will have to involve a lot of policies, being in place, and then strict enforcement of such policies. Like the Ministry of Environment will have a huge role to play in making sure that exhausts from industries, from vehicles, from generators,
are kept away from the general public.
And then there are new ways of doing things, in other climes where, everybody is talking about the environment keeping the environment green and healthy, and minimizing toxic waste or pollutants into the air, because some of these things are things that have successfully depleted our ozone layer and has cost us, a lot of problems, and with global warming and the likes of them. So it's very important that the environmental ministry, should, get up a campaign or some strategies and implement things that will make sure that the way we get rid of these exhausts fumes, there's a better way to manage those things. And well, unfortunately, there may be need to put an end to certain sources of these fumes somehow. Maybe you work on your power system, and then you don't have to be using generators anymore. Yes, and then you need to possibly improve on your automobiles too, that they don't, burn fuel or combust fuels that, emit such toxic fumes anymore. But it's more important that people are well educated and they know that, okay, these are areas that we should avoid, and these are things that we should stop doing. And of course, like we mentioned, smoking, you do not expect somebody who is a non-asthmatic to be around smokers or even attempting to smoke, no matter how much the pressure is. And this goes about talking about teenagers and adolescents because of peer pressure, and you're experimenting new things, forgetting that this may not be suitable for you, but just because you want to fit in, you just do what others are doing, whereas you are actually shooting yourself in the foot. So I would think, on a general note, the environmental ministry has a lot to do, the Ministry of Health has a lot to do, the schools, the institutions have a lot to do in educating and creating awareness about environmental sustainability and they need to keep our environment safe for everybody, and possibly green, having green trees everywhere so that you have more oxygen.
Okay, is that even possible right now?
Yeah, we can, rather than just using all our land expanse for building houses and all that. We also need to grow trees, because trees are healthy, because these are the things that can make oxygen cycle in nature be maintained, and that is how we can have a healthier environment for everybody.
All right, basically all hands need to be on deck. Communities, schools, governments, and even we as individuals. But right about now, we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking about prevention, treatment, and management, of course. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television, and I'm still your host, Praise Peters, still joined with Dr. Paul and Dr. Charles. We've been talking asthma, and we've talked about all of the symptoms, the causes, all of the things that we must avoid, and how that you should pay close attention to your health as an individual and to your kids as well. Well, right now we're delving into the treatment and management of asthma, so I'll start with Dr. Paul. So, Dr. Paul, for many people, inhalers are the first thing that comes to mind when asthma is mentioned. How does an inhaler work medically, and is it the all-in-all preventive measure or treatment for it, knowing that it's a lifelong thing?
Okay. Now, remember when we started talking about asthma and the things that happen with the asthma, in the sense that the person is unable to get oxygen to breathe, the muscles, the smooth muscles, and the muscles around the airways are thickening. There's hypersecretion of mucus and things. Now you're having closing of the airway. Now, so what the inhaler does is, every inhaler contains what we'll call certain medical substances. Well, I'll put them as the medical drugs in the inhaler. For example, one of them is, the most common inhaler would use is the Ventolin inhaler.
Yeah, Ventolin.
Ventolin's main product is the salbutamol. Salbutamol here works as a bronchodilator. So what it does is, the muscle that is tight, it helps to try to widen it, to dilate it, to give it opening so that the air can pass through. It works as a bronchodilator. That's its main function, is to work to try to open up the muscle to be able to have air pass through. Now, it gets to, for example, you see, I'm sure you would have seen it times when people have used the inhaler and it doesn't work. And then you're wondering,
yes,
what is supposed to, you're saying it's a bronchodilator.
I started to doubt if there is a correct way to use it,
So, no, but then the thing is the asthma progression, though, as Dr. Charles told you, it's a chronic issue, it's a long-standing issue, but then when you do there's when the person can have an acute initial stage right there, and then it can progress and become worse even from then on. So, the person, that's why you see, with many people, one of the first line of treatment is what we'll start with is the inhaler. We start with
inhaler, like a first aid?
Like a first aid right there, and then to try to immediately try to open up the airway, to try to dilate the airway as best as possible to open up. Now, in dilating the airway, for example, if a patient has already had the asthma for an extended period of time, not gone to the hospital, there's so much mucus secretion already there. Now, in opening the airway, there's still not going to be enough air to pass through. So the person uses the inhaler to try to open up the airway, but still not able to get oxygen passing through. So therefore, then going to the hospital, other things can then be used. We then start using things, corticosteroids,
nebulizers.
Then you go into nebulizers to totally now work in trying to break down and as much as possible create an opening through that airway for oxygen to clear that airway even with the mucus and everything, totally clear it up for the now. In that form, this is what it is. You're using the nebulizer is the salbutamol in the vapor stage, right? So, but then now you're pressing it, you use it with the puffs and the different things and try to. Now, but what's you can see even with the nebulizer, to shock you to know that with the nebulizer, some of the things we even use, starting if you want to nebulize, we can nebulize with so many things. We can nebulize with saline water, we could nebulize. But then even we also nebulize also with salbutamol. The same salbutamol that's in the Ventolin inhaler, you could also nebulize, and it is a much faster and much more effective thing. For example, so if the person has used an inhaler and it's not effective, one of the next stage, most of the next we will go to is aminophylline, then ipratropium bromide, and then from then on, if none is working, the next stage you'll get to is the nebulizer. A nebulizer is one thing you use starting off with salbutamol. It's able to totally break through the mucus, gets the patient to be able to totally breathe again. You see many times with people, I've even seen, I had a 2-year-old child just about last week that was nebulized.
Oh my goodness.
And they had to nebulize, and children, God, when you have to put that thing on their nose, and God, the child was crying. But then the thing was that at the end of it, you would see that this child was breathing so much better.
So it works.
So it does work. So then, but the thing is that the mother had tried to initially use an inhaler, felt that this thing wasn't working, the child was still heaving, breathless and all that, and had to rush the child to the hospital. So yes, so the nebulizer works with trying to open up the airway, but then with a very, very acute, someone having in a place where possibly your allergen is perfume or fragrance, and somebody passes by you with that fragrance and you start having the initial, and then you're able to get to your nebulizing medical and use your inhaler, get out of that region, most likely it will try to calm, and then the rest it will try to calm down, and then you feel a bit more better. But some people, as I said, might be in those situations and not do anything immediately. And then as it gets to a stage where they try using the nebulizer, and then, well, we have, I don't know when I was going to start or something. You see, I was just about to, I'm like, I need to. So you see that there are just certain things in which you can have, but then there's certain situations when people have, what I was trying to say was that there's certain asthma situations that people have that we don't even try using a nebulizer. This kind of patient has this kind of, there's called something we call brittle asthma. That's one of the first things that made me go and understand what brittle. They have status asthmaticus, a very severe form of asthma. You don't even try nebulizer; it was not going to work.
Wow.
Sorry, you don't even try an inhaler. That's not going to even do anything. Doesn't cut it. So just the first thing you want to start with is start to nebulize this patient, and then begin to and then you start increasing the dosage of how you nebulize the patient till the patient is much better. So there are certain things when you get to know, especially the person's history, family history, this is how this person's asthma has been, you know how to combat it.
Really, if anyone around you or if you are asthmatic, the doctor should be your friend, because you cannot possibly handle this with self-diagnosis or self-medications, of course. So, Dr. Charles, these things I'm hearing, I wouldn't lie, they're quite scary, but I'd love to ask, are there long-term side effects of this asthma medications, knowing that they have to do with respiratory organs and all of that? And how often should an asthmatic patient visit the hospital for checkups?
Okay, thank you. Just to add to what the doctor has said, there are also some triggers I think are worth mentioning. There's something we call exercise-induced asthma.
Exercise.
Yes, induced asthma.
Somebody doing a lot of exercise.
So when a person is exercising, then he just goes into.
Meaning exercise is not even for everybody.
So in exercise-induced asthma, then you now introduce things like Montelukast. The way it works. It has its own characteristic mechanism of action that helps to improve breathing, and then also you may also have aspirin-induced asthma. Because certain people, when they're on aspirin for whatever reason, either because they've had a heart attack before, or maybe they need some blood thinners for whatever reason, and they're also asthmatic, they may go into an asthmatic attack if they are sensitive to aspirin. So that's why it's important that when you self-medicate, you may be actually be counterproductive, because you go to the pharmacy and you ask for aspirin, which is not wrong because that is what your doctor has placed you on at some point, but you forget to tell the person dispensing your medication that you're also asthmatic. And the person is not a magician to know what you have.
Yes.
So the person may give you something that is not appropriate for you. But if you're always going to your doctor, a doctor that has your history, that knows everything about you, he would always consider the big picture before he recommends any medication for
But
you.
doctor, I'm so sorry to cut you off there, but many people turn to things like ginger, steam inhalation, herbs, and so on. So I was going to ask, since these are quite natural, can alternative treatments help sometimes?
They would
Or could
not.
they be very
would
dangerous?
not really help you because, like we described, you also agree that it's a scary situation when you find somebody finding it so hard to breathe in, acute respiratory distress, and the person is having shortness of breath, and then you're doing steam inhalation and you're doing ginger and garlic or whatever. No, that's not going to be helpful. You need the right treatments to be instituted so you can actually get the needed cure, or not cure now, improvements in your breathing.
Yes.
So it's very important for us to also go back to your question where you asked about asthma being, it's long term, it's lifelong, and it's good to come to terms with that and be at peace with that, because I know most Nigerians hate hearing that a condition is lifelong or long term. But the issue is that once you know that there are medications that would improve your complaints or improve your symptoms, then it's better for you to go for it than for you to shy away, or you say you're tired of taking the medication.
So how often should they visit the clinic for checkups?
Well, an asthmatic patient must go for frequent checks because
As frequent as possible.
yes, because it's very possible for you to also have respiratory tract infections. You have community acquired infections. You have like the COVID, for instance, when it happened, it affected everybody. So for people who were asthmatic, it was a particular risk for them because they carried an extra risk factor, because COVID, of course, was a respiratory illness majorly, and they already had an underlying, chronic respiratory condition. So it would make breathing worse for them. So definitely, if there's an outbreak of a respiratory infection, asthmatics should be on their toes. They should have a high index of suspicion. They should be very observant, go for their wellness checks. And at the slightest symptoms, they go to the hospital. It's very key for them to do that, because you can actually have an asthmatic attack coexist with a respiratory infection. Yes, and that can really be bad. And particularly for people in the extremes of ages, the little children and the elderly. So you find out that in both extremes, you may find out that their immune status is not what it should be. The ability of their bodies to fight off invaders is not what it should be.
Okay, doctor, we've been talking about the individual now. Dr. Paul, I'm trying to wrap my head. I'm a very imaginative person. And I'm trying to think about, what about the people around these asthmatic patients? What can they do to help an asthmatic patient when they're having their episodes? Especially, it might not even be their family members. It could just be anyone, probably schoolmates or anybody. But this program is for awareness purposes, right? So is there something that anyone around an asthmatic patient can do to help an asthmatic patient when they're having an episode?
Okay. Very, very good question, especially because we're in communities. So these are things that is very good. One of the very first things to be able to do is you see someone in a situation where the person is unable to breathe. And if you're not a family person, but you're just a sitter or just someone by the person, it would be best to see how to get the person to the closest hospital as possible.
Just get them to the hospital.
Get them to the closest possible hospital as best.
Yes.
And also, it would be important that while doing that, if the person has any tight clothing, try to loosen up the clothing
Okay.
and all that just to help them, but make sure you get them to the hospital. That would be the best help to render, not to crowd their space. Somebody
Yes.
falls, just try to clear the area.
Exactly.
And then
People
get
would
the
want to
person.
see
What's the
what's
closest
happening
hospital?
and-
No, get
yeah.
everybody away. Where's the closest hospital? Get that person. As much people as you can. If you get a car, carry the person in the car straight to the hospital. The closest possible
Okay.
hospital as possible.
All right, so right now I'm thinking solution. Right? Because that is really what we need. It's not enough to know the problem. We have to know how to solve the problem. So, Dr. Diego, are there daily habits that can help the frequency of asthma attacks? You know, the ones we can control, you know.
Yeah, basically, first and foremost, we know that it has triggers. The condition has triggers, known triggers. So, of course, you make sure that your space is dust-free as much as possible. You make sure that ventilation is optimal. You know, you have cross ventilation as much as possible. And you also make sure that for people who know that they are allergic to pollen, for instance, you know, they may not want to keep too much of flowers around them, you know, to minimize
Flowers.
Yes, to minimize their risk of having an acute attack. Then cold exposure. People work in offices that, you know, they are extremely chilled
quite
up
important.
and all that. You know, just know that you need to have your cardigans, your warm clothing and all that. Very important. You may not necessarily need to have cold baths all the time if you know that's a trigger for you. And you don't walk about in the rain too. You know, anything that you know is an identified trigger for you, you try to stay away as much as possible. And to add to what the doctor has said, it's also very important that people around asthmatics should also have a high index of suspicion, because I have seen patients in that terrible critical phase of a severe asthmatic attack where they can't even utter a word. So they can't even shout for help. So somebody has entered the bathroom and is not coming out. And maybe because the person perceived a fragrance, maybe some kind of air freshener there, and has an attack there, and everybody just thinks all is well because they are not hearing anything. Have a high index of suspicion. When you notice the person has been in somewhere and is not out, please go there. The person may need help and may not be able to reach out to you. And it's also very beneficial for all asthmatics to have their inhalers in every possible corner. You have in your bag, you have in your car, you have in your office drawer, you have somewhere at home, you know, so that wherever you have an attack, you have something to fall back on. So it is not at that crucial moment you are looking for a pharmacy to get it from. So you always have...
You should always be prepared.
Yes, and then let your loved ones, as much as possible, who are always with you, they can always have a spare as well. You know, I think with all this, they will be able to fare well.
All right, so in one second, or in one sentence rather, can you please tell us something for the asthmatic patients that may have, you know, lost hope or probably see themselves as a disadvantage? You know, these things could get to them emotionally. So just in one sentence, just tell us something to help their mindsets and, you know.
Hope is never lost. Hope is never lost. So we in one sentence, just to say, we all have equal chances at life and health, and it's only the person that's alive that's able to make a better living. So don't try to be a hero in anything. You have an issue, if you can, get help immediately. And those around, it's always the onus also to be on, as Dr. Charles also said, to have a very high index of suspicion. Watch out for our loved ones. You know a wife, or you know your husband is asthmatic, or you have your children are asthmatic, and you just notice they've been in the bathroom 20-30 minutes, you're not hearing anything from them. Check them out. Just have a high index, because it's the person who is alive that has a better chance at living well.
Thank you very much. All right, so this is a big thank you to Dr. Paul Kusemijo, a certified medical doctor from the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, and Dr. Charles Adiogo, a distinguished public health advocate and wellness physician dedicated to community health improvements. They've spoken really well. I'm sure my viewers can, attest to that fact. Thank you so much, doctors. Thank you very much. It's really good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
All right. Asthma is manageable, but properly understood and treated. So if you or someone you love is showing symptoms, please seek medical help early and immediately. Don't wait for severe attacks before taking action. Remember, your health matters. Don't be afraid to speak up, seek help, and make your total well-being a priority. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Stay safe, stay informed, stay healthy, stay alive, and join us again next week for another important conversation on your well-being. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
A new month, a month of favor, a month of blessing, a month of celebration, a month of laughter, a month of love. What else can we say than to say thank you to our Heavenly Father for making us to see yet the very tail end of the year, the last month in the year 2025. And sincerely, we're actually in high spirits. We're so grateful to God that we're still alive to witness this wonderful month. And I believe you are also excited to witness this wonderful month. And this is from me to you, telling you Happy New Month and welcome on board. So this is the first edition of People's Voice in December. And you know what this means. It's actually a season of laughter, happiness for us. And I'm sincerely excited because I've been, prepping you all as regards to December, that this is my favorite month. So it means that all through this month, I'll just be celebrating. And you should be in that particular mood as well. And let someone not actually think that perhaps I have actually received a certain kind of alert, maybe from the government or whatsoever, and that's why I'm celebrating. No, this is just a natural thing. For every year, for every December, this is how I am. All right, so welcome on board. It is People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Tinubu's ambassadorial nominations, a global practice or recipe for disaster? This is quite a very wonderful question there. All right, and of course, it's also a food for thought. So let us dissect this conversation together. Join the conversation with experts insight and citizen perspective. And of course, share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. And of course, this would actually give us more insight as regards to what we are dealing with in this nation. Article slams Tinubu's administration over 17.5 trillion pipeline security spending. The former vice president has actually criticized the president, criticized the president's administration, talking about 17.5 trillion on the pipeline security and of course related costs in 1 year, calling it a financial scandal and of course a moral indictment. Article demands a probe into the expenditure, saying it primarily benefits the president, associates, and political allies. It needs, of course, an immediate forensic audit of the said amount, and of course, it talked about the 17 trillion expenditure to be giving a proper clarity and, of course, accountability as regards to how this particular funds was disbursed. What are we to do about this particular one? It's really now painful that all we've been doing, is to either come here, read news, or you over there, opening your papers or coming online, and the next thing you're seeing, or watching a national TV like this, and the next thing you're seeing is just about a certain trillion to billions to trillions to billions. And the question is, who should we hold accountable? Because we are used to these blames of passing here. No, it's this ministry, it's this commission. And even sometimes when these particular entities are sued, or these persons are sued, or a ministry are sued, yet we don't get anything afterwards. The CBN conversation is still there, that Serap actually, asked that they gave CBN a 7-day ultimatum. That's still there. Serap just sued Akpabio, the Senate President, today, and of course the Speaker of House of Representatives, Abbas, today, as regards to the funds for the renovation of National Assembly. And my question is, what are we doing with all of this money? So they just approve money, we don't see implementations, no proof of concept, no track records, a proper track record that, this project was carried out. How did we even get to this particular point? And when would all of this stop? This is quite a very serious food for thought there. And I'm not saying this because this is about Atiku bringing it up. Even if it wasn't the form of, vice president, anybody could also talk about this. Whatsoever we may say, maybe this is politically motivated or what have you as an opposition party, that's not the angle I'm looking at this from. But I'm talking about a place of accountability here. So it should be a thing that we should, if you say you're a public office holder, you should be able to be accountable to your people. This is what we're discussing here. And of course, away from that particular one, federal government proposes a 40% salary increase for lecturers in bid to avert strike. And of course, this offer of a 40% salary increase has, been proposed to the lecturers under the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, in a bid to avert a nationwide strike. The proposal was made during a meeting between ASU leaders and the government negotiators led by Yayale Ahmed. Talks will continue next week, which branch leaders expected to brief their members on the proposal. The union's 1-month ultimatum to the government expired on Saturday, heightening tension, within the academic community. Key issues include reviewing the 2009 ASU FG agreement, payment of outstanding salaries and earned allowances, and of course, disbursing the university's revitalization fund. I think this has been overemphasized, and it's high time the federal government takes seriously this ASU situation. One minute they are saying, we've actually concluded the 2009 agreement with you, and the other time they would say that it's actually in view. Another time they'll say, the MOU was not properly signed and we'll do something about it. I just want a government that is working, a government that really cares about the people, a government that is ready to work. Do you understand? Because this was the same administration, this particular political party, the ruling party, the APC, and the president being their flag bearer as a president, and presidential candidate, it said ASU would be a thing of the past. ASU strike would be a thing of the past. That was what it said during the campaign. But here we are. ASU has actually gone on strike. Doctors have done that. So how long? In a 4-year course, students will be finishing in 5-6 years. Why? I think it's high time this whole situation is settled once and for all. And away from that particular one, state assemblies moved to debate state police amid rising insecurity. Several state House of Assembly have begun considering the creation of a state police in response to escalating violence and insecurity across Nigeria. This development follows President Bola Tinubu's call for constitutional amendment to enable states to establish their own police forces. Different states' House of Assembly has agreed to support this move. Some lawmakers like Senator Ali Ndume caution against rushing into state policing without adequate preparation, citing concerns about potential abuse and, of course, the need for more police officers. The National Assembly will need to amend the Constitution to allow states to establish their own police forces. The proposed amendment aims to create a more responsive security system by devolving policing powers to states while retaining federal oversight. Of course, in as much as I'm in support of what Senator Ndume, mentioned, okay, because you cannot just jump into it without proper and adequate preparation being done. But of course, we still need it, and we need it as soon as possible. The insecurity is quite disturbing. It has gotten to a point now where we are not even happy to read the news anymore, because it is either you see 1 kidnapped, 2 kidnapped, 6 kidnapped, 10 kidnapped, adopted here and there. Over the weekend, we heard about the church, the Keruban and Seraphim in Kogi State. Like, it is a thing of concern now. So, if this particular state policing would actually come to play, we need it now than ever. And thank you, Mr. President, for also, towing this particular eye to agreeing and wanting the legislatures to, of course, amend the Constitution. And let's come to the ADC's coffers now. Amechi rules out presidential ambition. He eyes presidency. Former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi has declared that he will not settle for a vice presidential slot in the 2027 election. Amechi's media aide, David Eyofo, stated that Amechi is solely focused on becoming the president of Nigeria and will not be part of any alliance aimed at making him a running mate. Amechi is currently pursuing the presidential ticket of the African Democratic Congress. This is quite laughable because I wouldn't want to say ADC is the only political party remaining that is not going through any, situation presently. And, the PDP are facing theirs, the Labour Party, of course. But of course, the ADC is still standing. Just maybe, I do not know. I'm not making any assertion here or even projections, but what if this would be another, saga for the ADC? Because some blocks, of course, you understand what I mean by some blocks of Atiku-led, loyalists are actually looking forward to having either Peter Obi or Amechi as the running mate of Atiku. That's what some are speculating, okay? But of course, if the speculations weren't right, Amechi wouldn't have raised, spoken through his spokesperson that he's not ready to be anybody's running mate. So he wants to go head to head, at the primaries. But of course, I would not heard what Peter Obi, would say. So hopefully we'll get to hear that particular one as soonest. All right, let's move to the presidency. The presidency has actually rejected Obasanjo's call for foreign help in insurgency fights. Okay, the presidency actually mentioned that they do not want that particular situation, and they've actually rejected that one, describing it as a capitulation. Of course, and the special advisor to the president on media and communication, Sunday Dare, defended the president Bola Ahmed Tinubu's strategy against terrorism, saying that they are yielding results. The presidency emphasized that seeking foreign help would be a sign of surrender. Okay, so I might not really or totally agree with this particular or that last statement. Seeking for help is not showing a sign of weakness, no. And wanting to partner, with the foreign or people in other climes, in the government in other climes, that that have sophisticated technologies to help you, clean out the bushes, clean out this insurgency, this insecurity once and for all. I don't think it's a sign of weakness, and I don't think it's a sign of surrender. it's just another perception. You have to come out from that particular, will I say, that particular, position you are in, and to look at it from other angles. Okay, so I see no reason why, partnering with another government to, they call on Nigerian government to help in other African countries. They don't see it as a sign of surrender when it gets to their insecurity. We also prefer solutions. So why should we see one as that? No, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. And I'm even surprised that it is Mr. Dari that is talking this time around and not Bayo Nonuga. Maybe they've actually told him to actually tone it down a bit. But away from that particular, I'm still talking about the presidency. Okay, the presidency has actually urged Nigerians to report VIPs with police escorts. The presidency has called on Nigerians, of course, stating that it is their right to actually, report any VIP that still has police as escorts after President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's directive to withdraw them. The special advisor on media and, of course, public communications, Daniel Bwala, urged Nigerians to document any violation with photos or videos. The directive aimed to rationalize police resources and focus on public safety. Other security agencies will provide protection for critical government officers and, of course, officials. The reason why I'm actually laughing about this particular one is now you are asking Nigerians to do your job. Yes, your job. Nigerians should do your job while you are sitting in your office, right? If the president, who is the commander-in-chief of armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, has actually given a decree, given a directive to withdraw all police officers attached to VIPs. So it is not the job of the citizen to take phones, to start videoing and taking photos, to send to who? The IG was meant to run with that particular directive. The AIG, the commissioners, the ASPs were meant to adhere to all of that. Every DPOs of every division, they were meant to withdraw whosoever police officers they've given, police officers to guide them. So why should it be our job? No, that's not Nigerians' job. So you do your job and let the police, the senior rank officers in our police force do their job. This is not Nigerians' job. Yes, that's it. And away from that particular one, Atiku throws weight behind ADC. Declares party as best option for Nigerians. Of course, what else will the former vice president say after declaring, his membership? And of course, he took up the membership, last week. And what else were you expecting? Of course, he said the ADC is the most credible and capable platform for Nigerians ahead of 2027 election. Atiku made this declaration during the commissioning of the party's new state secretariat in Jalingo, Taraba State. Atiku described the ADC as a party that embodies accountability, stability, and clear roadmap for national recovery. He emphasized that the party has built a leadership structure that can effectively address the country's economic hardship, insecurity, and social challenges. Atiku urged Nigerians to register and obtain their voter cards, stressing that no desire for change will matter in 2027 if citizens fail to exercise their right to vote. He expressed confidence that the ADC can secure victories at both state and federal levels in Nigeria. If Nigerians, of course, if Nigerians are unite behind the party. So this is actually an open call from Atiku to the Nigerian citizens that you have to get your voters card, and not only that, you have to vote for the ADC. Let's see how all of this will turn out. The fact that all of these politicians are not even thinking of 2026 anymore, they are all talking about 2027, is just a concern for me, and it is really a very serious concern for me. I see no reason why we stay after 2026, where we still need to look for how we need to be strategic as regards to perhaps reforms, implementation, curbing some unnecessary excesses, and yet so many politicians are only gearing themselves up for 2027 election as if so much is not happening. The other day, it was our senators from the red chambers that were so excited that the mother of the nation has called them for dinner. And they were excited, the Senate president was excited to announce that when Nigerians are going through insecurity, in different states. So it's just a thing of concern. I don't know how we got here and where we actually missed it, but God would help this nation. So join the conversation. Kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag Whose Voice on VOPTV, and of course on YouTube we're Voice of the People. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. There's time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking this conversation. Tinubu's ambassadorial nominations, a global practice or recipe for disaster? That's a very serious question there. You don't go nowhere, stay in place. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the program, Rest of People's Voice on Voice of the People TV. Yes, the presidency, of course, have actually defended President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's recent ambassadorial nominations, insisting that selections reflect the president's judgment of what is best for his administration. And of course, the country, the senior special assistant to the president on foreign affairs and protocol, Ademola Oshodi, stated that political appointments to diplomatic positions are a global practice, citing examples of world leaders nominating trusted allies or individuals with long-standing relationships. Some of the notable nominees include former Independent National Electoral Commission Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu, former presidential aide Reno Omokri, former Minister of Aviation Femi Fani Kayode, and former Enugu State Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. However, the nomination have been met with criticism, with some questioning the quality and the suitability of the nominees. Oshodi emphasized that the president has the prerogative to make these decisions. And of course, he talked about the president performing what is right for his administration. The performance of the ambassadors would ultimately determine whether the president's choices were justified. He added that assessment of whether the nominees are the best or subjective, and that the president's judgment should be respected. While some Nigerians have welcomed the nominations, others have expressed concerns about the potential for political cronyism and, of course, the impact on Nigerians' diplomatic corps. The African Democratic Congress has faulted the nomination of Mahmoud Yakubu, citing concerns about conflict of interest and potential erosion of public trust in the electoral system. As the Senate considers the nomination, it remains to be seen whether the nominees will be confirmed, of course, and how will they perform in their roles. One thing is certain, however, the nominations have sparked a lively debate about the role of politics in Nigerian diplomatic service. Right, we're now being joined by Mr. Liberty Wilson, a lawyer, author, and a public affairs analyst from Abuja. Good afternoon, Mr. Liberty.
Yes, Mr. Savio, good afternoon to you. How are you today?
I'm not fine yet until I get hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, I can hear you quite clear.
Yeah, I said I'm not fine yet until I get what you brought in from Gombe State. over the weekend?
I've kept them for you. I've
Okay.
kept them.
So now I am fine. Happy New Month to you.
So now I am fine. Happy New Month to you.
All right,
Thank you. Happy New Month to you.
Yeah, so all right, we're now being joined also by Comrade Ragbi Anslem, member of Labour Party, Interim National Working Committee. Comrade, good afternoon to you.
Thank you, Comrade Sylvia Iragbe Anslem, the National Youth Leader of Labour Party. My pleasure to be here.
All right, thank you for joining the program. And of course, we also have Mr. Nwunye Chijioke, a distinguished business magnate, astute political and social analyst, a seasoned professional with a wealth of experience in public relations, public speaking, and corporate consulting. Good afternoon, Mr. Chijioke.
Good afternoon, Dio. How are you doing today?
Very well, thank you. How is Canada today?
Well, Canada is better. It's always better than Nigeria, you know.
You don't have to say that, and you don't have to go there. That was being petty. That was being petty. That was below the belt, and we're not going to take it from you. What do you mean?
You know?
If Canada has snow, we have our own Amatan here. What's that? What are you feeling like? Don't do that to us, please.
You have bandits and kidnappers, corrupt politicians.
Don't do that to us.
Thank you very much.
Let us manage our government, okay? All right.
Manage. That's what we have been doing, and that's why we are where we are today. We don't need to manage them.
The Lord will see us through, you know. The Lord will see us through. All right, let me go to Comrade Ragbi Anslem. Let me start up with you. Hello, Comrade, are you there? Comrade Ragbi, are you there? Hello, Comrade. Comrade Anslem, are you there? Okay, so
I'm here.
Okay. So, Comrade, I'd like to start with you.
Okay.
Do you think these nominees have the necessary skills and experience to effectively represent Nigeria in diplomatic roles? And of course, what can you say about this nomination? Having Reno Mokri, having Fani Kayode, and of course, Yakub Mahmood. What do you have to say about it?
First and foremost, Iragbe Anslem, the National Youth Leader of Labour Party. Diplomatic relations and representation requires to a very large extent people who have built capacity in that direction. That's one aspect. The other aspect again could be political, just like what we have now. Then the kind of the caliber of men that you send to represent your nation will ideally also speak for or against you in that nation. Okay, we have just had a situation where people of different characters, what we have expected would have been to send people with modest character and history. But we have had people who have flip-flop both in their behaviors, in their character, even in the offices they have occupied. For instance, there are a lot of misgivings in Nigeria. When you talk about Professor Mahmoud Yakub of INEC, while he presided over INEC, particularly with respect to the 2023 general election, there are so many misgivings. So what it looks like now is a reward for failure. Ideally, it's not good enough. But again, this will serve as a lesson to humans, particularly Nigerians, who believe they can do anything and get away with anything or everything. We are beginning to see where people are being rewarded. Reno Mokri, this is a man who had insulted severally, a man who had called President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu a drug baron. At what point did Reno suddenly realize that Mr. President is no more a drug baron, that he had called him severally? Fani Kayode, of course, we have seen him severally. It's neither here nor there. You see, at the time in life, men need to know where they belong and what they do. It's not all about politics, but however, the interests of this nation, the integrity of people and nation also should come into play. One would have expected that President Tinubu with his track record, more so at this moment in the country, where we desire leadership, where we desire to move forward progressively, that the caliber of men and women he would appoint will be such that they will justify his desire to reposition this country. However, he has made the appointment. They are all within his purview. They are all within his rights to make as president. But the fallback of the appointment he has made, people like us cannot go help but to criticize. To say some of these appointments are not square pegs in square holes. So they are mismatched. So we hope, we don't know what he will do about that, but the president also needs to really look at the caliber of men and women he's sending to represent him and this nation going forward. So let me leave it at this for now to say, well, he has made this, it's long overdue ideally. We had expected also that Mr. President, this is about 30 or 31 months, about 65% of the tenure is gone, and he's just appointing ambassadors. So I don't know really what they are going to do this time, but they have been appointed. Let's hope they'll be sworn in, all the same. But we have the right to critique them, which is what we are saying. So most of them are not fit in the capacity in which they have been appointed. Some of them are not even fit to be appointed into public offices anymore by reason of their track record. Some of them I've mentioned. So, but we hope and pray that Nigeria will get it right and going forward. God bless you.
All right. Thank you so much, comrade. All right. Let me go to Chijioke before I get back with Mr. Liberty. Hello, Chijioke. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm always here.
Yeah. So, what do you think about this nomination? What do you think about this particular list? You know, this ambassadorial nominees. Who are you having issues on that list with? Who do you think was not meant to be on that particular list?
I just want non-career ambassadors first. But before I start anything, I want to tell Nigerians, my fellow Nigerians, that we are in big trouble. We are in trouble. Like, there is fire on the mountain.
And sorry. And it's even better that you are not here. So do you think that the people on that list can actually represent Nigeria, you know, in diaspora, where you are, for example? So please go ahead.
We might be seeing the Westerners as the unwise people, unsmart people. But I want to let you know that these people are intelligent. They are the one that invent education, like the education we know. They are intelligent. So there is no how you expect a country like Canada, and when someone is coming to represent Nigeria, you expect them to just welcome the person without doing a background check on the person. Oh, this person that is coming to represent this country, who is this person? And then they will check the background, and then let's take, for instance, someone like Reno Omokri. I don't need to tell you who Reno Omokri is because his background is there. He has been embarrassing himself all over. He's a natural disgrace. Now, someone like Reno Omokri, you give that person an ambassador position, and what is he representing? Like, how do you expect the intelligent Westerners or the intelligent foreigners to see us? Because Reno Omokri, if he's coming, he's not coming as Reno Omokri. He's not coming as he's representing Nigeria, and he's like the diasporas or the Westerners is not seeing Reno Omokri, seeing Nigerians, and such a person who has embarrassed himself, who has disgraced himself, brought himself to nothing. He's a natural disgrace. You're giving the person an ambassador position. What are you telling the world? I don't understand. Are you trying to say that we don't have capable hands? We don't have people with dignity, people with reputable or respectable reputation? You put someone like Reno Omokri to represent Nigeria. That is shameful. That is disgraceful. He doesn't have a good track record. That says a lot about our president. I don't know. Does our president really know what he's doing? Or is he just doing because it clearly shows that he doesn't know what is happening. I'm not even sure he knows that Reno Omokri's name is on that list. Because everything Reno Omokri says about him and this and that, and yet, I don't know, you have to understand that it doesn't really, I don't think that Tinubu is the one ruling us, because with what is happening, it's high time that we Nigerians need to start asking questions. Like, Tinubu needs to come out, not to address us, but to answer questions. He really needs to answer questions. He needs to tell us, why on earth should someone like Muhammadu Yakubu, the former INEC, how on earth should he give someone like that an ambassador position with what he did? The worst election we had was under his administration. The worst election, the worst thing that happened in the history of Nigeria happened under Muhammad Yakubu's leadership. And then he's giving him an appointment. Who else again? Should we go? Okay, I can understand. Let's talk about Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. It's you can say it's compensation because of course Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi was the one that brought the governor of Enugu State from PDP to APC. So it's like compensating him for a job well done. So who else again? Is it okay? Is it Bazu, the former governor of Abia State that had Abia State for 8 years? Nothing. I said nothing to show for it. Abia State, he was governor. He's not a commissioner. He's not a governor for 8 years, and there is nothing. Nothing to say that. Oh, this is what Okeze Bazu did in Abia State, and he's giving this. This sparks questions. So our president needs not to address us, but to answer questions. He needs to answer some questions.
Thank you so much, Achijeke, for that particular submission. And of course, I got something there. You were saying that the president needs to look into this, and of course, mentioning that there are so many things that he's not aware of. Are we going to say that this particular nominee list is maybe just equivalent to that of the pardon list? That, of course, he already gave pardon before he reviewed the list. Just like some people said that, oh, the president was not aware of what was going on initially, and he just pardoned it. But now he has seen it. That's why he's actually removing some names off it. So does it mean that he's not aware of this particular nominee list? It's just a question. But of course, I would like you to hold your thoughts. We have a caller. I'd like you to hold your thoughts, please. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. All right, so I think there's a glitch there. All right, Chijioke.
So, to answer the question, can you hear me?
Okay, so I think the call is in.
Hello.
Now. Hello.
Hello, this is Aina calling you from Lagos.
All right, Aina, please go ahead.
I know, let me start by you were just throwing jabs at me that so the president that I said, if you're referring to me that the pardon list that my president is not aware.
You said
of the
I
list.
was throwing what? Come again.
It's like you are referring to me that I once said.
No. There's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. I didn't mention that. Everybody actually gave that speculations. Yeah. Please go ahead. Let's
go back to the topic of the day. It's quite disgraceful from my president. To model that list is a poor reflection of my president, because with Reno Omokri, Fani Akayode, if my memory serves me right, Fani Akayode once I think said that he had a mental issue, if my memory serves me right. So where does these people come into the scheme of things of the Nigeria of today? I feel very bad that my country could be deregulated, brought so low by this psychopath.
So, that means that you are not also in support of this particular nominee list.
I am not in consonant of this list. So please,
for the very first time, you are not happy with what your president. You usually personalize it. You're not happy with what your president actually did. Is that what you're saying?
I'm an analyst, so that is what I do for a living. So if he's not doing it right, and I'll say he's not doing it right for this. No, it's a no. It's a no.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so let me go to Mr. Liberty, the Gombe man who's back to Abuja now. Mr. Liberty, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you, sir.
All right, so let's come here now. Let's talk about this situation. Of course, let's evaluate some things. What are the critical situation, as regards to this whole, ambassadorial nominee? What criteria do you think should be used to evaluate, the competence of ambassadorial nominee? And of course, we'll talk about conflict of interest, because you would agree with me that this particular news, the question is still, buzzing. We just want to know, is this about merit, or is about us, appreciating loyalists? We just have to get that particular conversation, out of the way. So, of course, conflict of interest and, of course, nepotism. Is there a conflict of interest in nominating Mahmood Yakub Given his role in the 2023 election that brought President Tinubu to power, and of course, do you think the nomination of former governors and the government official constitutes a form of cronyism? Please, I'd like you to take all of that.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Savio. I think there is something so important the administration is missing. And that thing is the administration is not in consonance with the fact that what sustains a democracy is not politics. Democracy is a sacred institution. And for it, the measures that need to be put in place is literally adopting sustainable measures, such as a sustainable rule of law, such as a sustainable justice system, such as a sustainable principle of meritocracy. And this administration is all missing this point, because what I think this administration is doing is not really deciphering or coming in terms with the basic understanding of what it means to be an ambassador. When I refer to you as an ambassador, what I mean by that is that you are an image of the person you represent. In church, literally Christians call themselves ambassadors of Jesus Christ, which literally connotes a sense of representation. That means that wherever you are, whatever you do, whatsoever you're going to be engaging with, you have a sole interest to protect the interest of the master. And I think this administration is getting it wrong. It's thinking that when we talk about issues of ambassadorial appointment, we mean sustaining a political empire. It's that will sustain a democratic empire. Mr. Chijioke has laid it so important. The way that have serious reputational crisis represent a country, it calls to questions issues of whether or not the country itself is even serious. You see, that's a critical aspect we need to put in place, we need to critically consider at this material point in time. You don't sustain a democracy using politics. Terms of politics are over immediately you took an oath of office as the president. But what the president is doing is literally what honestly I don't understand. There's one thing with politics. Politics is about sustaining a self-ambition. That's why a philosopher said politics is about who gets what and how. So when we begin to marry political principles into democratic principles, you're going to have a system that is and then I thank God for one from diaspora. And then critically, you can tell us how now talking about issue conflict of interest. It's definitely there. Though, our laws has not really provided an effective and efficient guideline for appointment of ambassadors. What we see literally is probably a provision of Section 171 of the Constitution that provides that they shall be the president subject to the confirmation of the Senate. By this provision, there is no guideline as to this is the requisite qualification that each person is supposed to possess before being appointed as an ambassador. But I think by practice direction guideline, just as said by the national youth leader of Labour Party earlier, he said something. He said even if we don't have guidelines, there are principles, there are operational terms that are guiding appointment as such. And these operational guidelines need to be put in place. That's why he mentioned issues of meritocracy in appointment of this.
Okay.
Trust me, there is none.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Wilson, for that wonderful submission. Let me go back to Comrade Rugby and Slim. Hello, Comrade, are you there? Please unmute your mic if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So, Comrade, let's talk about merits now. And of course, let's try and see how we can provide solution from this particular, side of the country. How can the presidency ensure that ambassadorial nominations are not used as a means of course, rewarding political loyalty?
Thank you. First and foremost, every political appointment, just like this one, actually reward for political engagement. probably in terms of electioneering or, or after election. It all depends on probably what we are beginning to see is you become qualified for appointment if you have a very high nuisance value. So this is what we are beginning to see. It's no more, the appointments are now centered on the extent to which your nuisance was high. For instance, if you take Professor Mahmoud Yakub, he orchestrated the highest level of nuisance in Nigeria when he conducted the 2023 general election. He talked about glitches. We saw how results were not properly collated. We saw how those that were declared were not actual winners. But of course, that went further to be justified by even the courts. So there are a lot of issues concerning this matter. But what we had expected was, okay, elections have come and gone. Yes, you could reward some persons for their nuisance politically. But at certain levels, you go beyond those nuisance values to the exact values that people are bringing on the table. For instance, in diplomatic relations, character. Character is a key component. Integrity. Of course, you must have attained certain educational qualification by way of education, maybe first degree, minimally. But in terms of career progression, again, as a diplomat, or as an ambassador to be, it's expected that you would have grown in certain diplomatic aspects by way of your training or by way of your service. Maybe you have been in the civil service, you've grown through the cadre to attain maybe a directorate level. You've learned management and leadership, some of these traits at those levels. You have attended to some other aspects, security matters. So there are core aspects of issues that should pertain to why somebody should be appointed as an ambassador. For instance, so there are many of them. Let me not go into all of those. But what we are saying now is what we have just seen, do not reflect what it should be for a country like Nigeria that is struggling to come out of all the bad image, all the bad name, all the misrepresentation we have suffered. A country suffering from insecurity, a country suffering from poverty and want, a country whose citizens across the world are known for, to a very large extent, misbehaviors. I don't want to use very terrible words here. So, however, what we expect is to begin to rebuild the image of this nation. First and foremost, by looking for men and women of reputable character. People whose character we could vouch for because of their antecedents. But here is a case where we have people with very terrible track records. Even if you've mentioned their names, they have been appointed, but their representation is not going to do any image laundry for Nigeria. It's going to be a very big disservice. And these appointments are going to worsen the plight of this nation, because what it is showing us is that it is only when you have done terrible things that you'll be qualified for anything in government. Of course, we are in a country where people have worked very hard, diligently, but nobody knows them. Just like I used Reno Mokri, for instance, I've used Professor Mahmoud Yakub, for instance. For instance, look at the problem in Labour Party, emphatically. Professor Mahmoud Yakub was there when all this happened. Let's keep the election aside. Julius Abure, the world knows what happened. To the extent where just only recently, on the October 14th, the then acting chairman claimed that Julius Abure submitted a valid court order from Gwagwalada. We ran to Gwagwalada only to find out there was nothing like that. Suddenly again, now this same Abure went to Nasarawa to go and get an interlocutory order to order INEC to recognize him as party chairman. And this same INEC, under Professor Joash Amupitan, is also beginning to perpetrate illegality on Labour Party by forcing Abure, even against a Supreme Court judgment. Then suddenly tomorrow, we are going to have an instance where, if for any reason President Tinubu wins 2027, he may not take Professor Joa Mushita, who is now beginning to act very terribly. I'm telling the world now, though he has not started, but he's acting very terribly. He has a Supreme Court judgment before him and is attending to frivolous court orders to parade Abure and INEC officials who are co-conspirators in this matter.
Comrade Anslem, Comrade Anslem, we are pressed for time. We're pressed for time, so our time might not be able to accommodate more again. And I have to just go to Chijioke. Hello, Chijioke, are you there?
I'm here. The point is made to say, because we are talking about the same government.
No, so comrade, these are your final thoughts, okay? Because of our time, we won't be able to take more again. Okay, we're pressed for time, and we'll just have to round off on the show. Thank you so much, comrade, for that wonderful submission. Hello, Chijioke, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right, so Chijioke, in just 30 seconds, okay? So I'd like to take your final submission, please.
Do I think that this list is just the same like the pardon list that the president did before the court came in? I have two things to say about it.
Please, you have to be fast about it.
It's likely going to be like, yes, it's the same thing. Or it's likely going to be that he's aware of it, he just want to compensate, or he's just planning for the next election, you know? Or then if it should be that it's the same mistake that he did with the pardon list, then this should spark a very big question. Mr. Tinubu, President, sir, do you really know what you are doing as a president? Because you don't know. Are you really ready for this job, or please retire and let's know what to do?
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Liberty, thank you. Mr. Liberty, are you there? Sorry, you had so much network glitch there. I would like to take your final thoughts in just 10 seconds, if you can.
All right. So over time, we have had in this country a very powerful foreign policy system, and we have had a prime minister.
Well, the network again. So sorry.
I think it's not really be wrong if
Okay. This is how far we can actually go on the show. Because we're pressed for time, and sincerely, we're sorry about that particular, network glitch there with Mr. Liberty. Of course, I just have to let you know that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect those of VOP Media. Of course, we're all entitled to our opinion. If you love the world of sports, I'd like you to stay put to actually enjoy another new week of sports. But I would leave you with don't give up, because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kiddies Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin.
All right, happy new month, and of course, the first day of December 2025. And of course, another beautiful edition of the Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry, Up in your highs, and welcome to the show this lovely afternoon. And coincidentally, it's a day I came to this world talking about the beautiful world. And of course, I want to say happy birthday to myself as I start the show today. And of course, coincidentally, if I look at the calendar very well, I was even born on a Monday. It means that I'm a serious person. Anyway, it is what it is. Anyway, it's a full house today. The guys are with me, and of course, Fees and Ikechukwu makes a return. Maiwa will be joining us virtually as we look at interesting matters arising. And of course, some will say, I'm sporting a Liverpool Chelsea. Why not? Isak is scoring. Isak is back on the goals. And of course, Florent is doing very well for themselves. Anyway, I don't know about others. It is what it is. And Ikechukwu, Hafiz, it's great to have you guys. Arsenal, Chelsea. How was the weekend on Sunday?
I don't know why you are tagging me with Arsenal because last time I checked, I'm a football analyst.
Okay.
Allegiances, but then it was a fantastic weekend. I mean, football gave us a lot. Before I proceed, I'll just say happy birthday to you and more life, long life and prosperity, more blessings as well. And it's a good job we are doing, and we continue to. God will continue to give you the strength to do more. So the weekend was great. I mean, one thing I like about the weekend was that the fact that all leagues, especially the top 5 leagues, are now like getting competitive. I mean, the gun ended the weekend with Lens, topping the table. I mean, normally it should be PSG at this point in time. Maybe you can say Bundesliga, that it's Bayern Munich, but the other teams are also coming. And look, we saw what happened in the Premier League. Arsenal up against Chelsea. It was fantastic. Arsenal, for me, I felt like they were just a bit, maybe a bit poor or shady kind of, but then you want to hail Arteta's game management in that game. And for Chelsea, it shows that those young boys are really, really hungry and they have a knack to go for it at the end of the day. And also Liverpool, just like you said, they are getting back to winning ways. It was a fantastic weekend. La Liga as well. Real Madrid dropping points while Barcelona won again. So it was a fantastic weekend, and we are here to break it all down.
Yeah, some will say it's a flash in the pan. That's what one of my bosses used to say. He says it's a flash in the pan. Liverpool's picture. I'm not excited yet, but I'm just happy that they gave me.
You shouldn't. You
can't blame. The only excitement I have about is that they gave me a beautiful birthday gift. At least they made me have peace throughout my birthday period.
It was not even vintage Liverpool then.
It was just a good victory.
It was a good victory.
At least a victory needed out of the ashes.
Just say a victory needed out of the ashes, but not a good victory.
It was a good victory against West Ham.
Against a 10-man West Ham, exactly.
No, the game was already won. No, the game was already won. It was 1-0. It was 1-0. 1-0 games. 1 is 3 points.
Liverpool was very.
West Ham had no shot on target.
Liverpool was struggling.
A team that wants to at least get a draw will have at least 1 shot on target.
But they were not poor. They were still coming.
They were poor. See, a team that doesn't have shot on target.
West Ham was terrible yesterday.
How far we have?
No, West Ham was very terrible that day.
Terrible, man.
But it shows, if you look at
this is a team that won games back to back before they met.
But where are they on the table? No, they're actually a terrible side.
No, they've been doing well before they met Liverpool.
How? What do you mean doing well, Jerry?
They won their last 2 games.
It doesn't matter.
That's doing well in the Premier League.
It doesn't matter.
But Jerry, with Liverpool's signings and all of that, West Ham is a team you should be negotiating.
This Liverpool team, I don't want to use the word. They've been next to nothing. They are ready to lose the next match. Let's just say it.
You only know that until the next match comes around. But
a team that lost 6 points. How would you all know that?
Erratic behavior cost them that
he didn't have to do
because the way that game was going.
Paqueta has played 200 minutes. They would have still lost.
No.
That West Ham team. I mean, shot on target Paqueta.
Jerry. Before Paqueta was sent off.
Okay.
Right.
They had opportunity.
We saw that game. West Ham wasn't fantastic, true.
Okay.
But the truth is, we saw the way Liverpool also played. Liverpool was not even looking convincing, like a team that wants to win. No,
they look convincing. I disagree because they are short on target because
there must be a reason for
that's why I said that West Ham side was poor. And coming against the quality Liverpool had naturally, you expect that Liverpool will do
roll over them for like
one of those kind of things. You struggle. I mean, you just find a way to get the 3 points in that particular game. It was clear. And I said it here on Friday that Szoboszlai, you saw it.
Yeah. Him moving back
to his natural position gave Liverpool a very different look. Liverpool was still not the Liverpool we saw, but you know that anytime they are moving forward, there's clearly an impact going forward.
Florent was balling.
That guy knows not.
That's disrespectful. No. Florent's performance on the day was top notch.
If you are trying to hail that for somebody that was once the biggest signing in the league, I mean, this was a game that he should even be playing very well.
So right now, you trying to like make it a big deal.
You know what I hope now? Going forward, Salah should be on the bench. Let him start.
For a player that's
exactly.
For a player that's struggling.
It's a breath of fresh air.
Was a very good one.
It's a breath of fresh air. It
let's leave it like that.
Because the first half was creating.
And for those who managed to negotiate away against Crystal Palace, it's great to have you join us on the show.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I did not sweat before I won that game. I mean, Man United was flawless in that particular game and they won. However, I think we should congratulate you, Jerry. After 6 successful, defeats, Liverpool finally won. I think we should cut Liverpool some slack. The confidence is very low. They are coming from back-to-back defeats, and a win is a win. That gives them, a boost, in their confidence. Yes, did they play well overall? You would expect them to play much more better than they did. However, it's a step in the right direction. They finally won a game. I think they want to continue with the tradition of 50-50. They won another one now. They will lose another one, win one, lose one. That's what they've been doing.
Let's wait and see.
Yeah, since they've won this one now, the next game they are going to lose. But congratulations, Jerry. No wonder you are wearing a Liverpool jersey.
No, it's just a day. It's just a Isaac is scoring.
Isaac scored a goal.
Isaac scored a goal. 130 million scored a goal, and Jerry wants us to feast.
Jerry scoring or scored a goal.
Isaac is scoring.
The keeper made a mistake.
That means goals are going to be coming from now on.
Yeah, he said the keeper made a mistake.
Keeper, no.
The keeper made a mistake.
See, that ball was intentional. Fantastic performance from Isaac. Don't take it away from the young man. He has paid his dues.
Fantastic.
He has paid his dues.
Get in that goal.
You see,
as a man,
Jerry is just a flip-flop.
As a man from Azerbaijan.
As far as that game is concerned, before that game, Isaac 0. But what he shifted on that game, I will give it to him. That game,
apart from the goals, he played well.
No, I think he gave a good shift, especially in the first half.
At least
maybe the second half.
He was a striker. Before I didn't know whether he was a striker anymore. I thought maybe it was just.
What I saw was the same Isaac I've seen all through the season.
No. Apart
from the goals.
That is unfair.
I think he did well. I think he did well in the first half. Unfair. But Ekitike also played well. Maybe this can spark in a competition between both of them. But for me, I don't think it's something that we have to start feasting over because Liverpool won the game.
Me, I'm not feasting over. I'm just enjoying the moment. That doesn't mean that Liverpool is back.
But where were you in the other moments?
The other moment.
We always
we'll go back.
The truth is that the Black Friday started early. So this is December. Black Friday has a time it elapses. So Black Friday has.
So you're in Black Friday season.
So this period now, no more giveaway.
No more giveaway.
Let's for that Christmas.
They will clip that. No more.
Except for that Christmas, to do something.
Not all things can win at the same horsepower.
Anyway, let's talk about
winning as well for everybody.
No. Today is the first. The AFCON starts in 20 days' time. And the Super Eagles are already preparing for the AFCON. And the fact that injuries are beginning to pile up is getting more worrisome for Richel and Nigerians who are looking forward to seeing the Super Eagles at the AFCON. And of course, the latest news is that Moses Simon is out injured. He just recently picked up an injury. We have a situation of Victor Osimhen. We have Benjamin Frederick is out, which is really, really a big setback. Felix Agu is out. I don't know. Ekong is retired. So many things are happening to this team at the same time. So many things.
It's somehow because this time that we are still talking, we still don't have a preliminary 55-man list. I mean, I still went on into their social media handles and it's still the same old thing there. Just posting something different, but not related to what we really want to see. We want to see the names. I mean, there are some teams that have actually released their final squads, and this is even the time to be releasing, the final squad at this point because, like you said, it's just 20
South Africa
days.
Has even released their
It's just 20 days. So you want to ask yourself, what is really going on with the Super Eagles of Nigeria? What's going on with the NFF? Why is this taking so long? We want to see the players that will be in camp. It's not going to be 5 days or 4 days before tournament starts now. We will now see, or maybe that time when they give you the deadline. I think the deadline is at December 11 or something. It's not when they give you that deadline, you will now start saying, these are the players we want to see. It is not fair. To be honest, I think it's high time we start seeing something different from the NFF. They need to do better. But well, for Moses Simon, I can say that it's disappointing for him to miss the AFCON because on his day he's actually one of Nigeria's best wingers, to be honest, because the way he drifts down and makes it cross. I know a lot of Nigerians are still demanding more from him, but that primary job of coming down the wings and trying to get across into the box, he does that so well. And it's going to be a big loss on the part of the Super Eagles going into the AFCON, because trust me, the AFCON is not even going to be easy. Looking at the draws, saying okay, it's Tunisia, Uganda, and Tanzania. I mean, in a better draw, something that's supposed to be a better draw for the World Cup qualifiers. You know how Nigeria struggled, and if you are not going into this one with your best players, I mean, it might be another recipe for struggle again.
But the report we're also getting is that he's not actually injured. The club is just trying to play funny, and they don't want to release him for the game against Egypt because we have a test game on the 14th, and they're already making sure that he will not be available on time. And even though he's going to be available, there's going to be stories of him being injured. But if that's the case, why is it that in 2025 we're still having club sides, having a pool of players, knowing that when you are signing an African player, you already know that he's going to be going to the AFCON in the month of December or January. So why should it be an issue? I think the players should be able to make sure they sink into their club that I am an African player. When the time is right, please try as much as possible to release me. I think FIFA has also already sorted this out 2 weeks before the competition. Why is it still becoming an issue?
We all know the disdain most of these most of these European clubs have for especially tournaments hosted in Africa. Remember the statement of Jurgen Klopp that said competition Nations Cup was a very small tournament. The same comment, the same sentiment with Gattuso, the same thing with Carragher.
The
Laurentis. And the reason for that is majority of this club is they pay the wages of these players. And most of the time, because of our own weather condition here, when the tournament wants to happen, it's in the thick of the action in Europe. And you don't expect those that are paying the salaries to just fold their arms. And remember, they will be paid for all those weeks that they will not be there to help their team to succeed. However, the thing is this, I think you said something, you said African players should probably insert that in their contract that, anytime they are going for competition, they should release them. How many African players you see a mouth watching him and we want to make Yanga put this contract, I put this clause in my contract. I don't think so. They just want to get, the next available, signing and be able to get out of poverty. But in any case, I think this is where FIFA and CAF needs to step in. It doesn't make any sense again. In 2025, this is a FIFA recognized competition, and I think it's high time FIFA steps in. Clubs cannot be playing hanky-panky. Yes, I understand that they are paying the salary and just for that. However, the competition is recognized by FIFA, and as such, they are required, to release the players. I think if this were to be true that the club is trying to play hanky-panky, I think FIFA needs to step in. It doesn't speak well of Paris FC to be playing, this side and stick with Moses Simon.
All right. Anyway, it's going to be a difficult situation. We even hear that Liverpool and Man City might also not be releasing their players as of December 14th.
Manchester United are having issues. They are trying to liaise with the national teams of Morocco, Ivory Coast, and Cameroon for Mazraoui, Amad Diallo, and Brian Mbumo, so that they can play some games before they go for the AFCON.
That means the Egypt friendly might not be achieving its aim eventually ahead of the AFCON proper.
So beyond what we see on the pitch is the economy, and also it has to do with independence. African countries are largely not independent, and that's why we are having this issue. I recall that when your club made this statement about little tournaments about Africa, some players, some former Brazilians, internationals, and even Gabriel Jesus also gave a clap back when he said no one can actually stop him from going to Copa America. This is exactly how they respond, because they know they are largely independent, right? And these are the issues with African players. Forget about whether these guys pay huge wages or not. They are very aware of the banner tournaments in Africa. They know that these tournaments will happen. They know the calendar. They know everything. The big problem is the fact that they understand that these guys also do not have choice. And like they say, beggars don't choose. So that's exactly why we are in this position. I mean, yesterday, Victor Osimhen also came out to say that he's ready to risk it all for Galatasaray, to play that game against Fenerbahce. The same Victor Osimhen that Galatasaray told us will not be part of our games until perhaps even the group stage, right? Yeah. Now, it says a lot about, what I'm actually saying. It's the fact that we are not independent, and also the players also do not. The players also understand that particular dynamics, and they know that if the club decides to actually cut them loose for that particular reason, there's going to be little consequence from FIFA. I mean, the CAF tournament is a FIFA accredited tournament. It's a tournament that falls in FIFA calendar. You cannot tell if imagine club sides holding back European players. Just say, for example, European Championship wants to hold, sometime in the year, and then some of their players actually playing in CAF Champions League, and then you are saying in CAF organized competition, which is the league or CAF Champions League, and then you are saying you will not release them within that FIFA time frame. You know what is going to come? FIFA is going to come so hard on you. But FIFA understands the dynamics. I mean, when it comes to Europe, people who bring money the bulk of the money is from Europe. And like they always say, he who plays the piper detects it too. And in this case, the piper that actually, make people dance is the money that flows in. And the money here is coming from Europe. So they have the biggest say as regards what happens in the world of football. Yeah. So that's exactly why we are in this particular position. It goes back to what likes of Balotelli and co have been saying, that Africans organize their house. The big players have to come back. Imagine likes of N'Golo Kante and co playing for Africa, playing in African League. Yeah. It's going to be difficult because you cannot hold this sort of players back. Yeah. We do not have proper African football development in Africa. Top players in Africa, you rarely see that. We have good teams. So we have good teams. Egyptian national team, they have good teams. Morocco, South Africa also have good teams. But top players with huge character, we don't have them. Most times you see them in Western, sub-Western Sahara Africa, like Nigeria, Ghana. These guys are big names. What in the country they are from, they don't have good teams. They don't have good structure. They don't have good development. Yeah. These are the issues. So when a continent is reduced to corruption, plus the fact that you're not independent, these are the kind of results you get, and it's a big problem. We're going to talk about it from now till the kingdom comes. It's not going to change anything until we sort out that particular issue.
I wanted to even ask Jerry just before you move on. I wanted to ask how about I hear what Jerry and Maiwa said about maybe the clubs trying to play a game or so. But how about if we had released that preliminary man squad and even the final squad, and Simon is there? I don't think it will give the club any leverage. So maybe I'm just trying to say that NFF did not do their part well.
It's not the case
if it has been announced that it's part of the squad.
Let's not look at NFF alone. You just mentioned the likes of Brian Mbeumo and co. These guys are not Nigerians. Yeah. It's an African problem. It's not our problem. It's an African problem. Yeah. These guys understand that at this point Africans have no choice. Right. Yeah. I mean, what will it cost? These guys to actually exercise African players. These players I just mentioned from the league. It's not really going to change anything. That's what it is. So they understand that particular dynamics. They know that behind Mbeumo in Cameroon, there is no top player that is coming. But we can always say that from here behind Foden, we can look at the young man in Arsenal, the Doman, say, okay, this guy is going to be a top talent. We can look at France, also see top talents as these guys. So these are the issues. We don't have these things here. Our football development is dead. And because we know that, they will always put us in this particular position. They will always play the game of chicken with us.
And it's really affecting our football, to be honest.
Yeah, and of course, even the case of Marmoush and Salah is also a big issue because I take a look at Salah's situation at Liverpool. Liverpool definitely want to still keep him, even though they know he might be on the bench.
I don't think he usually has issues with going to AFCON with Liverpool. I think they eagerly.
There's an understanding that was under Jurgen Klopp's era. Now. Because it's a big player.
Because it's big now. Eto also don't.
But for a player like Marmoush, I don't think he can stand up to Guardiola and tell him he wants to go
Jerry,
to the
before 2004.
I don't think Marmoush should be a player.
Jerry, before 2004. Jerry, before 2004, before 2004, African players don't have this problem coming back for AFCON. They don't. Because we had like Eto, JJ, these guys who come in when they have to come in.
They were big names.
They were big names. So they respect them. Because we just have to suffer. Because then football in Africa, we know that top talents will always come. Our development in Africa, across Africa, it seems to be fair compared to what. But now, we don't even have anything at this point. All we just have is, some countries trying to do their best, keep their league intact, but we don't have that cohesion that brings the best players from Africa, and that's the big problem that we have now. Because the big players are the ones that will break the rules, force the other ones to actually join the party. But now we don't.
I think CAF also has maybe a whole lot of work to do, because looking at the timing, I mean, if this was maybe a tournament happening at the end of the season, maybe it would be better, because I mean, just like you said, how many of our
the
players
one they did the last time that was in July, it was really a beautiful competition.
Because it was very much towards the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
Yes.
So players, they can actually really release players. Again, another thing you need to know, look at CAF Championship. The major sponsors of that championship are Europeans.
European, exactly.
Our
so you have to do their bidding.
Yes, it's a French company. So these are the issues. If you have African conglomerates sponsoring this championship, then we can have a say. These guys are the ones giving you money. So it's
but the issue is this: the weather has always been the issue. The last World Cup, the reason why they moved it to December was because of the same weather that we are talking about. At this particular period, by the end of the season, is deep into the rainy season. How many of our stadiums in Africa is covered, whereby you can play football without being interrupted by rain? So it's largely because of our climate condition here. That is the reason why the best period to play the tournament is probably December, January, because that particular period there is no rain and there will be no interruption, and that is where the issue has always been. And definitely, the European clubs will not shift their calendar like they did for FIFA when FIFA wanted to host the World Cup in Qatar, like they did. They won't do that for us. So that's the reason.
And there will be more issues in this kind of situation if they cannot find a way, to regulate this December, January calendar. I think there will still be more issues. Issues like this will not stop. Then I don't think it will.
It's not really about. I mean, Maiwa made a good point. The weather and the calendar. We understand that. I mean, during this winter, I mean, this summertime in Europe, that particular time is usually rainy season here in Africa. And because of that, we cannot really do anything. So this is the best time we can actually play our championship. We should be respected. 2 weeks before time is not too much to actually ask for. We should go back to developing ourselves as a people, do what is right, and then we'll earn the respect of the world. Until we do that, we'll continue to come back here to talk about, how much they disrespect us. And of course, you won't blame the person who's actually giving you money who is feeding you. You won't tell him not to decide how he wants your life to run. That's exactly why we're actually dealing with what we're dealing with. So until we do that, trust me, this is a case that FIFA itself cannot even really help us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just like the saying goes, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. And that's the situation we find ourselves as far as African football is concerned. But let's talk about the team properly. Take a look at it. Iwobi has said that the team has what it takes to win the AFCON. Do you agree with him? Take a look at all the issues bedeviling the team. So far, so good. I think he's making you smile.
No. Maybe looking at the Super Eagles side, they're not short of quality, to be honest. Though I know that a lot of Nigerians are begging for more. But for me, I don't think they are short of quality. But now the issue is, looking at the player, are we going to really put in our best legs, to negotiate that tournament? For me, personally, I think Stanley Wabali needs to be replaced already. For me, and I'm not saying this because, for me, yes, because I think if there's a big level of competition,
like to have your hand to say, "Oh, have a go," because if you're having a go at journalists too, calling for his head.
No. But for me, I think. He needs to face that level of competition now. We need to put in our best legs.
The wise Maduka Okoye refused to step up and challenge him for that.
Maduka Okoye is not the one that will select himself. We both know that on club performance level, it's supposed to be Maduka Okoye, because this man went for about 2 to 3 months and he came back, and not like his replacement Sava at that time wasn't doing well. He came back and earned the trust of the manager immediately. So if at the club level where, like you said, is being paid and they are seeing him, every other week, and the coach believes that yes, he's still the one to lead the line for Udinese, why not the Super Eagles? For much respect to Chippa United and maybe to Nwabali, they are bottom of the table in the PSL, and they are conceding left, right, and center. So for me, if it's by that one, if it's by that merit they used to say, for me, I think Maduka Okoye should be between the sticks for the AFCON. Yes, Benjamin Fredericks is a very, very big loss. But then we still need to fix up at the back. I saw a tabloid today. The likes of Olisa Onda is still there. The likes of Torunariga is still there. The likes of Chidozie Awaziem, could also step up. Let's just see what they want to do collectively. The issue is still in the middle of the park for me. There is still no creativity in that middle of the park. we are still going. I won't be surprised if we still spawn the same names of Wilfred Ndidi, Raphael Onyedika, Frank Onyeka, and Alex Iwobi. I won't be surprised. Maybe we can see one more addition. I don't know. Then that attack as well, the forward line. Now that Simon might be missing, maybe the group stages, who is going to replace him on that left-hand side? Ademola Lookman, yes, it does well, fantastic, but we need another extra leg. Maybe Chidera Ejuke this time around. On the right side as well, Chukwueze. Do you know Chukwueze is even performing better as a left winger now? For Fulham now, against Tottenham over the weekend.
Not just Tottenham.
I think the game against Sunderland also, where he gives that decisive assist, he's been playing as a makeshift left winger. Yeah, Eric Chairman also be looking at that one. But for me, I think quality-wise, I think the Super Eagles, I won't say they will win the AFCON, to be honest. And this is not me being pessimistic. I don't say Super Eagles winning the AFCON, in all honesty. Yes.
Wow, that's okay. Ikechukwu, honestly, do you think the team has what it takes to win the AFCON, or they are not even going to win it, even though they have what it takes?
Well, at this point, it's really difficult to call, but I can say I think there's a lot of sense in what Iwobi said, and I'll add that to what Afis also said, which is to tweak the team. I agree with him 100% when he said Okoye should be in between the stick. I mean, it's ridiculous that we have a goalkeeper, playing for Udinese and doing well week in, week out, and then we have another one for Chippa United that is struggling, and then the one in Chippa United, which is not even top 2 club sides in South Africa. Yeah. It's actually playing ahead of the one who is in Udinese. I can't make any sense out of it.
Because it sleeps on the floor like a yama.
Sincerely. But, yes, I understand the fact that team synergy can be altered. And this is the championship we are going into. It's not like we're playing a sort of qualifier. So we are done with qualifiers. So if we are going to start with Okoye, let's start with Okoye, which I think is the nod for me. But in the defense unit, because that's where a big problem. We have 2 big miss, Benjamin Frederick and Ekong. And if you look at the last AFCON, Ekong seemed to be like the only man that's going to be missing in the heart of the defense. Yeah. There's Kevin Bassey, there's Shemi Ajayi. So we just need somebody else to be there to shove that back line. And then Olaina definitely should be fit by then. And also we look at either Seydou Sanusi or Bruno Yemechi to actually play that role. I think if there's anything, Chelsea should just take something from Barcelona's playbook and ensure that the back line is watertight. Even if he's going to play 3 centre back, so that you can Shemi Ajayi will definitely take the place of Ekong, and then you have 2 other persons who is going to do the job of marking, because of course his age, and of course he might not have the leg to really chase the ball that much. That's settled. Then in the heart of the midfield, I think Eric Chelsea should really look at our players. There's a reason why these guys perform week in, week out in their club. Deploy them the same way their managers deploy them in their club. Iwobi is doing well for Fulham week in, week out, but he struggles for the Super Eagles to create chance. Play him the same way.
That's number 10 low.
Play him there, and then take Chukwueze and play him the same way he's been playing. If you want, I think I really fancy an Iwobi Chukwueze playing, ahead of, either Wilfred Ndidi or Raphael Onyedika. And there's also talks about Akin Samiro. I think he did very well against Inter, though they lost that game 2-0. Yeah. But then Pisa is also talking about, keeping him for good, permanently.
But I think Inter will want to collect him back because it's an Inter ball.
Yeah, but at this point, right, Inter might not be regular, because if he goes to Inter, he's going to really have to really battle, and he's quite young, so he really needs a lot of playing time. So that's another person who can actually really bring in, because of his age, and we can actually play him and what's his name, Raphael Onyedika, to actually play 2-2 in the 2 midfielders, and then two persons that will be allowed to create, and then we'll look for 1 man up front. Who's going to, because he will be for Fulham, can play, he plays from that particular center and then drift to the left and to the right. Chukwueze also plays from that center for Fulham as well and drift to the left. So if we can actually make do of these 2 guys and then get a Paul Onuachu or what's his name, Victor Osimhen, if he eventually gets fit to play for the Super Eagles, if he wants to play, because at this point, with the statement coming from him and Galatasaray that is contradicting,
like we have to beg him.
It means that he's really not injured, but Galatasaray is just trying to protect their stock, which is quite also understandable. So, but that's the best way we can actually, if you can do that. I mean, the coloration of the team that played the last championship is still very much there. A good number of them is still very much in that particular team. So I think if we can get to the final in the last one, I mean, who says we cannot actually take it a notch further?
Apart from even the issues with talking about players' injury, we're having a situation in the attack. Paul Onuachu seems he can't stop scoring. He's on the form of his life at the moment, and that's going to be a selection headache for Rachel to see if he will be able to drop him or include him in the team. And of course, what a timely one. Ademola Lookman over the weekend also got to the score sheet, making it look like the Champions League goal was not a fluke. And of course, the assist over last weekend, 2 weekends ago, was not a fluke. It looks like the man is scoring again and is on fire.
Well, I mean, this is what we want to see. We want our players to be informed. Onachu, your best friend, has been scoring goals with reckless abandon. I think Turkey really suits him. And to be honest with you, he has made a case for himself. I mean, we just talked about Nwabali and Okoye right now. Nwabali plays for a club that is struggling in the South African League. We have an Okoye that is doing so well for an Indonesian side who is way bigger than, a cheaper United. Definitely you want...
Even bigger than Kaiser Chief.
Yeah, you want an Okoye, between the stick. And Nwabali too has not clothed himself in glory in terms of his performance. So definitely we want to see that. However, in front of goal, we don't know the situation with Osimhen. Probably maybe they are playing gimmicks with us or he's actually injured. We don't know. But I mean, Onachu is making a good case for himself. And definitely you want to see somebody like that. It would be miscarriage of justice if a player like Paul Onachu does not make it into the national team. Because I mean, if you look at all our forwards at the moment, apart from Osimhen, I think it's another striker that is doing the job in Europe, and that is a sure way to the national team. So I would not be surprised if he makes it to the national team. Chukwueze and Ademola Lookman, they are beginning to step up, and they are beginning to do the job. However, the big question has always been, when these guys come back to play for Nigeria, do they usually step up the way they step up for their club? That I don't see yet. Do we have the quality to go find the tournament? Yes. But do we have the team synergy? Can we play together as a team, just like the DR Congo side did during the World Cup qualifier? That I've not seen so far. Most of the things we see with the national team is players coming out with individual brilliance, and that is what has been pushing us. I can't remember the last time we actually played as a team, and that has always been the problem. Can the HL fix it within the next 2 weeks? Well, the jury is still out. But for me, I think we have the quality, but I don't think we have the synergy. I don't think we have the team synergy to bring this particular Nations Cup home.
Wow. Yeah. Energy, synergy. And of course, we just talked about Paul Onachu. I'm not a very big fan of him because he's not been able to replicate his club form with the Super Eagles. But now that he's scoring, I think it will be difficult to tell Richard not to bring him into the team.
I think, in all fairness, I think he deserves to be part of the team.
Yeah.
Even if Osimhen will play ahead of him. But I think without Osimhen, I don't think we have any other striker that is doing as well as he is. Right now, I think it's about 11 goals now in the Turkish top flight. Yeah. So it says a lot. I think it's about the top scorer or somewhere around the top 2 top scorer in Turkey now. I mean, a man who is doing that well, and we are actually, I'm scratching our head for who is going to step in with Osimhen. Why are we looking for the rest of the guys who were part of the championship? I'm talking about the playoff. Many of them are actually, still struggling to find their feet, in their club, respective clubs. And one thing about strikers, when they keep scoring, the confidence keep increasing. So it's definitely going to be more hungry for goals. And this is why I find it painful that we are going through this whole issue of not releasing players on time for African Championship, because that little 2 weeks window would have really helped. The likes of Onachu, if he eventually makes the cut, they will get to see him and the other players to actually help them synergize and get to know themselves very well before this major tournament kicks off. But again, he's made a very good case for himself. I don't think it's going to be fair for him not to be part of the team going to the Mondial in Rabat. It's going to really be unfair. And if we're talking about merit, it should start with Onachu.
Yeah, starting with Onachu. Of course, I think just because of his form, it's difficult for me not to agree with you right now, because Aruko Dare is not on form. Terry Murphy, I don't know, is in and out. And of course,
Adams might just be the next best bet.
But he's pretty slow.
But I think he complements Osimhen up front, because having 2 goal-getters in Osimhen and Onachu, I think for me is going to kind of alter the settings, because Osimhen is somebody that we know that he can leave that number 9 position to drop back and come and collect the ball. But is he going to look forward to? Is a goal-getter? Is he going to be the one to start providing the assists for Onachu? So I think if we are going to play either of them, it's going to be either of them, not both of them.
So they can even play both of them. It depends on what the coach wants to do. If you are playing a game like that, then it's going to actually, increase the bodies in the middle, right? Because now the midfielders will definitely have to do a lot of work.
Yes.
You're definitely going to be playing one defensive conscious midfielder, and the rest is going to be ball playing, so that it's going to reduce the workload on. Because Osimhen that we talk about, coming back to do interplay and doing all of that, we know that it's not the most creative when it comes to being an attacker. He just wants to be part of it. But when it comes to the technicality of what a striker does in the final third, Osimhen is not right up there as one of those players you can rely on. He's quite good with his finishing, maybe first touch, interplay, and then help the teams recover and then hold up play. I think he's got that one, but it's not in the mode of the likes of one Kokano that when they drop back in the midfield, they are very deadly with the pass and all of that. So in cases like that, when you have two strikers like that, of course the coach will only deploy them. It depends on the kind of opponent you're actually up against. So Onachu might just be the one who will be holding up play for Victor Osimhen. They're going to be playing, as both centre forward, but one who is going to be playing ahead. The person who's going to be playing ahead is Onachu because of his size and his height.
Yes.
So whenever any ball comes up, just like how Liverpool played Hassenbank and Owen back in the days, this man is going to be so this man is going to be the one that is going to receive or bring the ball down for the other man who's got the quick feet. So they definitely would work. It depends on how the coach, That's why I said the coach should really, for me at this point, since we have a very short window, the coach should really look at these players, how they've been deployed in their club side, and then find a way to integrate in the national team. And I feel it's going to work.
All right, let's go back to the English Premier League. Over the weekend, there were lots of games played, and of course, the key match fixture on Sunday was the game between Chelsea and Arsenal. It ended in a draw. Arsenal were held by a 10-man Chelsea for much of that game. After, I think last week we were talking about Moses Caicedo and his form, and we even talked about the fact that he's more or less somehow kind of rough when he started, conceding penalties and so on and so forth. Somehow it would have cost Chelsea that game, but Chelsea really gave Arsenal a run for the money. And I saw a quote, I don't want to believe Arteta said that he was confused.
He wasn't prepared to play against 10 men.
I hope that's not true, but if that's a statement, I think Arteta should be prepared for anything. I think it gives you
I didn't hear that in his post-match press conference anyway. But for me, I think, yes, about Moses Caicedo, a lot of people have been saying a lot after that incident, saying he allowed the media to get into his head, about that comparison with Declan Rice. But I think from the get-go of that game, he has been making tackles. Just as the defensive midfielder, the 6 that he is, he has been making the tackles. That one there was, for me, a bit unlucky, though, because it looked like, I don't think he went in with malicious intent. It looked like he slipped just a little before, he caught Mikel Merino. And Mikel Merino was somebody that wasn't even prepared to hold on to the ball. He released the ball immediately, so Caicedo caught at the leg. But then, rules are rules. I mean, when you raise your studs up like that, it's a serious foul play, and he got the red card. But I have to give all credit to Chelsea because they held their own. But the one thing that most people are not getting is that in games like this, form goes out of the window. It's not about form. It's not about who you are. This is a game that has a lot of history behind it. We've seen a lot of players, big players, negotiate fixtures like this. And over the past 2 seasons, it was a 1-1 draw in the 2023-2024. I mean, it was a 2-2 draw in 2023-2024 season. It was a 1-1 draw last season at the Stamford Bridge. So I was expecting that fast start that Chelsea gave against Barcelona. They did the same thing. Joao Pedro was, wasting chances. They had chances on goal. Joao Pedro was wasting chances. I was surprised by that Estevao substitution because I felt like it was the main threat from the wings. It was coming out with Calafiori. Calafiori got a yellow card. But also, there are many talking points from that game. That's on the part of Chelsea. On the part of Arsenal, I said during my introduction into the show that Arsenal were a bit poor in that game, but then I will hail Mikel Arteta's game management. Look at the makeshift centre back pairing. This is the first time they are pairing ever in the Premier League. That's I'm talking about Christian Musquera and Pierre Nkapie, and they've been carried in the first 45 minutes, and they still gave that kind of performance. So for me, I think maybe attacking wise, Arsenal should have done better. They should have taken advantage of that extra man, but they didn't do so, and Chelsea stood up to them. There were times where Chelsea should even have gotten ahead, but then. It was a good game, but I won't. This should not rule Arsenal out as title contenders. But also Chelsea, I think, is just a time to say we should be beware of that team because they look hungry as well. But I think Arsenal still has what it takes to get to go all the way. 5 points they are leading Manchester City. They are still 6 points ahead of Chelsea, and only God knows how many points they are leading Liverpool with now.
All right. Okay, you have to bring Liverpool into that. I think the title contenders have to be between Man City, Arsenal, and of course Chelsea behind the scene. But I think Chelsea, they should have been able to take this one if they are serious about title contending. But I didn't really see that. It's like they're just comfortable being those who are going to be chasing the pack, and you don't want to be in that situation if you really want to win the Premier League.
Chelsea didn't come into that game like they just want to chase the pack. Before I continue, I was talking about not true. I said Hasselbank. I meant Heskey.
Heskey, yeah.
So the thing with that Chelsea game yesterday was I just saw one thing: a man who is tactically ahead, who is Enzo Maresca. He had tweeted Arteta in every way. Arteta struggled, to actually understand what was even happening, and this gives credence to Pep Guardiola's comment when he said Maresca is the most brilliant assistant he has worked with. That when it comes to tactics, before a game, he has never argued tactics with any of the assistants as much as he argued with Maresca. I saw it yesterday and it was clear. Arteta's men were, on form, were better. Physically, they were better. Technically, they were better. But just one thing gave Chelsea a very good fight in that particular game. Tactics. Chelsea was tactically every single time Chelsea attacked Arsenal in the first half, Chelsea, it felt like Chelsea was about to score. If João Pedro had been a little patient and released some balls to Estevao, they would have scored more goals in that first half. It would have been easy for them in that first half. Now, the red card, changed the dynamics of the game. A lot of people were expecting Chelsea to go sit back and hold on to the game, but Chelsea kept playing like they were not even 10 men. And that's where I saw, a team in Chelsea that, okay, this team is going to actually really, really be a title contender. The issue of Nkapi and Mosquera, these guys are fantastic players. They showed that they've got quality. If they are actually not, players that you require, you regard as players that are good enough to be backup for Saliba,
I think they are.
They would have fumbled in that particular game. Yeah. They showed that they are also top players. Forget the fact that they've not been playing regularly. Now, Chelsea also had issues in the heart of their defense. I mean, Fofana, it's been a while he was part of this setup. Chalobah, I mean, if they had Cole, he would not be there. But then Chelsea also did a very good job. One of the things that Maresca did to actually kill that game, he knows that Arsenal's strength is always in the midfield, was to deploy Reece James in the heart of the midfield.
I think it was the man of the match.
And Reece James, if you watch that game, every single time Chelsea moves, when Chelsea go to attack, Reece James will move towards Cole's side.
Yes.
Right. And then when they are defending, Gusto.
It goes to the right hand side. So when they are defending,
he jumps back. So it was difficult for the Arsenal side to understand where exactly Reece James was actually, because naturally the inverted fullback idea is, you be fullback or you just be joining the midfielder. But this one is more like a midfielder, like. If you look at what Man City did to win the UEFA Champions League, the same position that Pep Guardiola deployed John Stones. That's exactly what
you can play that right back and also
and go back to last season. You notice that Man City, it was difficult to actually score Man City in that particular season, and that was clearly Maresca's idea. That was what he did in that particular game against Arsenal, and tactically, trust me, he was better in that game. And if the both team have actually played that game with their full strength, the likes of Kopama and Chelsea would have won that game.
I don't think so.
I am telling you, Chelsea would have won.
I don't think so, because I also feel like if Arsenal started with the likes of Gyökeres and Odegaard, or even a Trossard, who unfortunately.
Do you know why Arsenal was very much in that game? The likes of Merino really helped by dropping the midfield, helping them to actually clean up the balls.
Exactly. But that's the thing. Merino is primarily essential.
That's what I'm saying.
But there was no 9.
If Gyökeres had started, it would have reduced the body in the midfield. Chelsea would have found it easy.
No, I don't think so. And for me, I don't think so.
I didn't like what Enzo was doing to Noni Madueke. He was busy bullying the guy. Him and Cucurella. I think Enzo needs to grow up. It takes a lot of things to be
see, they were teammates before.
It doesn't matter.
I'm not saying it matter. I'm saying this sort of attitude happens when you get to former teammates.
It needs to Mason Mount. It needs to Mason Mount. It was not last season. It needs to Mason Mount. So I mean,
he was practically bullying.
Enzo has this very, very funny character. I remember when Argentina won the World Cup, he made a very controversial post about the French national team.
Where even his teammates Fofana came out.
He has this very funny
busybody.
So Cucurella could not mark Saka. He had to switch
Cucurella was even joining.
He had to switch up the wings to come and meet Madueke.
Saka has really grown. even physically, before yesterday, if he was a kind of big games like this, he easily shoved off the ball. But I saw him yesterday. I saw him.
Yellow card.
You know, yes, I saw him winning duels. I said, okay.
And what's happening to Erling Haaland? But I don't want to get to that because he's not firing like we expect him to be. It's like he's gone cold and he's making my FPL dull. That's
now you are talking because I was surprised that this is the same Erling Haaland that scores goals.
You want him to score every weekend? No, now.
That's how it's supposed to be.
He wants to win.
This is Erling Haaland.
Even the season is scored. Even the season is scored 36 goals. He didn't score every weekend.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know.
Go for a Thiago of Brentford.
He's there.
He got Thiago scores goals.
I can't believe
you benched him.
No, he started. Yeah. But the thing is that since he's not captain, all those points will just be there. I did been I've given the captainship to him.
You know the decision that paid me the most.
Instead of Erling Haaland.
You know the decision that paid me the most. I sold Malik Thiaw.
This is investors complaining.
It's I sold Malik Thiaw and he went on to score 2 goals. A centre back.
It's pretty interesting, and of course, it looks like Arsenal is still on the verge of winning this title because Chelsea failed to do the job. Anyway, Arsenal is supposed to win this game with 1 man down on the part of Chelsea.
I think it's 2 points lost, and that might come back to bite them. They had 1 man down. They had every right to win that particular game, and it's good that we're pointing out exactly what Arsenal did not do right in that particular game. Maresca have played, Arteta, and one of the key ingredients in that particular game was James. James was very, very fantastic. James was the stone of Man City of 2021, and he was very impressive, in the midfield, and that helped Chelsea a whole lot. Even in that particular game, you would not know if you did not watch, the record being given to. What's the name now? Caicedo. If you not watch him being recorded, you would think the game was 11-11. Arsenal, they were panicking. Chelsea were creating a whole lot of chances. And, in this kind of game, when advantage is handed to you by a red card, you should take it. Arsenal did not do that. It takes just 1 more draw before you have Man City breathing down their neck. Can they sustain the momentum? Well, December is here. I hope they will not mess up this time around. But I think Arsenal, the 2 points might come back to haunt them again, to be honest with you.
All right, and of course, Arsenal dominated possession, which is understandable. And of course, they shared equal shots on target, which is 5 apiece. And of course, anyway, let's see how that pans out. Of course, congratulations to Liverpool also getting the result eventually. And of course, Manchester United winning against Crystal Palace.
No one saw that coming, but it was a good one.
Yeah, it was a good one. Gray was. Yeah.
Did you see it coming, man? You did see it coming.
Congratulations.
Obviously, when is not Liverpool?
All right.
Coming down.
You're bragging now. You're bragging now. I just gave you small lights to shine. You just want to take.
I think at this point, I'm just only concerned about the top 6 in the Premier League. Any other team is more like as good as relegation.
So who is not in the top 6?
We just have to go.
Who is not in the top 6?
We just have to go. We just have to go. Thanks very much, guys, for being a part of the show. It's been awesome having you guys. Of course, big thanks, Maiwa, for being awesome on the show. Big thanks to Kechukwu. And of course, a feast. Big thanks to the guys behind the scene who made the show great. And of course, up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. My name is Jerry Apelhai saying, have a fantastic day.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk,
lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Thanks for being part of the show.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Koro.
Okay, now we are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this show. It's supposed to be a conversational by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. Well, as you call, please endeavor to respect community guidelines. On the show today, Tinubu's ambassadorial list sparks widespread condemnation as Nigerians opposition kick against some nominees. And in the world of insecurity, attacks have soared despite U.S. designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, and opposition figures unite against Tinubu ahead of 2027 general election. Well, let's get into it right away. Now, President Bola Tinubu's list of 32 ambassadorial nominees has drawn widespread criticism, with many Nigerians and civic groups describing it as politically motivated, lacking merit, and dominated by individuals with questionable integrity. Critics like Huriwa's Emmanuel Onwubiko and former PDP spokesman Ayo Fadaka faulted the inclusion of figures such as Femi Fani-Kayode and Reno Omokri, arguing that they lack competence and credibility required to represent Nigeria abroad. Concerns over regional imbalance also intensified reaction. The coalition of northern groups highlighted the Southwest dominance with 11 slots, far above other zones, calling it a violation of the federal character principle. While the Arewa Consultative Forum acknowledged the president's constitutional authority, it urged the Senate to thoroughly vet all the nominees, where political parties added to the backlash, with the ADC condemning the nomination of former INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu, warning it worsens public distrust in the electoral system after the disputed 2023 election. Many analysts also noted that beyond the appointments, Nigeria's foreign missions face severe underfunding, which must be addressed for effective diplomacy. Well, despite these criticisms, some praised the list. Former Senate leader Teslim Folarin held certain nominees, including former Oyo State First Lady Florence Ajimobi, while Yoruba socio-political groups backed the nomination of ex-NIADG Ayo Oke, citing his security and diplomatic experience. While the PDP, however, rejected the entire list and urged its withdrawal, arguing that it fails to reflect integrity, competence, or Nigeria's best diplomatic interest. Now, Barrister, let's review the president's ambassadorial list. You are very familiar with the names there. Reno Mokri, Femi Fani-Kayode, Mahmoud Yakubu, Okeze Bazu, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, Erelu Ajimobi, and many more. What's your reaction to that list? What was the first thing that struck you, when you read through that list?
What struck me is that Tinubu is not repentant. Tinubu does not want to move this country forward. Tinubu is working towards failure. In fact, for a man who have displayed this type of failing in governance, I expected him to look for people who will help him. I expected Tinubu to look for people. We have them everywhere, even outside the country. For a man who is hungry to develop Nigeria, for a man who is hungry to give Nigeria a new image, this is not what I expected. Seriously. I don't know what gave him the idea, because one bad apple can spoil a whole bunch. Reno Omokri in that list have messed up every other person in that list. Reno Omokri alone in that list, that is, he has written off every other name in that list. On what ground did he include such a man in that list? Can't he find something for Reno Omokri, at least in Nigeria here? For a man who has a diarrhea of the mouth, what is he going to tell them out there? Reno Omokri that is not consistent with his mouth. He will think that because he's an ambassador, he will go there and be saying all those things he's saying when he was not an ambassador. I mean, is he going to change overnight? The answer is no.
He's going to go through diplomatic training.
Through what?
Diplomatic training.
Reno Omokri is unteachable. Okay. Did you hear me? For a man who abused the Tinubu to no end just yesterday, only for him to turn around now. So where is the principle here? Where is the principle? So all of a sudden, all those things he has accused Tinubu of, all of them have gone away. It's not as if the court has exonerated him. So I don't know who gave him that idea. Those who are supporting this, I don't know why they are supporting it.
I was coming to that, those that are supporting it. But you said something. You said that the president should look for people who will help him.
I'm telling you.
You think that people like Reno can't help him? I mean, these are I think someone called him a laundromat, These are people who are very forceful in condemning and also as well as very forceful in defending. During the elections, Nigerians understand what he said, all those things that he said about the president. And those things are in the on net now, on social media and everything. He called him drug lord, that they mounted a campaign against him in London and chased him out of London. He's a known drug lord. Daniel Bola said that, look, even if you give the president 30 years, it was not going to change anything. Now, he co-opted these people into his government. And now these are the people, who are working very hard to defend the policies of his administration. Now, is that not the kind of help that the president needs at this time?
If
people that are very forceful in defending him.
They are not forcing anything. They are not. They have just displayed themselves as what? Sycophants. Look, if you're a man of principle, you cannot go through that route. The question is, if you tell me your friends, I will tell you whom you are. Have you ever bothered you that look at all the people around Tinubu? People with baggages, skeletons in their cupboard. I mean, people with baggages. Intolerable baggages. These are the people you always want around. I don't know why. To what end? Meanwhile, the administration is getting a knock on all fronts, both within and outside. And they have forgotten that it is these people that he appointed that are doing all this damage to him, because they are not representing him well. When it comes to public fora, they score 0. People are weak and his behavior and character. And the president does not bother. So what makes Tinubu think that these people that he appointed are going to give him a good image? They are going to lift up the image of Nigeria. They are going to give him good service in the wake of what they have done and said. What makes you think that Nigerians are going to even listen to these people? That is where the marketing starts. Because these are ambassadors, they are going to represent Nigeria outside here. Eh? And in that place, they don't have time for what? For riffraffs. For you to be an ambassador, you must be tried and tested. They are sending you out there to go and lift up the image of Nigeria. Can Moren or Makri do that? No, he will think that it is a free ticket to go and be doing sacrifice and outside.
No, but that is he's expected to go and clean up the president and Nigeria's image.
Good.
You think he can't do that?
No. Not when Mike Arnold is alive. The man he invited here, who took him to the cleaners. You know when you invited somebody for interview and the man look at you and say, "Come, who are you?" Eh? You heard all that Mike Arnold said about him. And shamelessly, he did not reply that man for one day to debunk all he said. Is that the character you are sending as an ambassador? Please tell me. And this thing is all over the net. Eh? Mahmoud Yakubu.
Yes, I was coming to. Okay, go ahead. Since you've already brought him in, I was
Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Wonder shall never end. Mahmoud Yakubu. Is it not obvious to you now that man worked for APC? From what has happened now.
Does this look like a reward for a job?
In fact, a very dirty job. Very dirty job. Because up to today, Mahmoud Yakubu has not told us that glitch that happened. He has not explained it up to today.
So when we talk about the 2023 general elections, on whose doorstep should we put it? Is it the Mahmoud Yakubu or the judiciary that at a point said, look, that the guidelines that are not justiciable, that they are not actionable, that there were mere guidelines are not part of the electoral law? Who should take responsibility?
It is the INEC chairman who refused to implement what is already there.
And the judiciary validated it.
No. Leave the judiciary alone, please. Okay. If INEC chairman had done the needful, this matter wouldn't have gotten to court.
Yeah, we understand that Nigerians will ordinarily go to court.
No. When election is free and fair, what's the need going to court?
When was the last time it was free and fair?
Hey, that's what I'm telling you. That it was because of this INEC chairman and his actions. That's just the truth. If you had done the needful, no matter we go to court now. On what ground? Please tell me, on what ground will you go to court? On what ground? There wouldn't have any ground for the matter to go to court. But because this INEC chairman was working for APC, nothing. He didn't see anything wrong in all that happened. All the results that came in. Have you seen where they were trying to use tipper to, tipper some results and some figures here and
they were accepted.
And in fact, they were up to today. Do you know that all the polling units were not uploaded? After 58,000 of them. They were not uploaded.
Okay. So, Barrister Darlington, somebody like Mahmoud Yakubu being sent as ambassador to any of this, of course, after the Senate confirmation and all of that, we'll get to know they will assign countries to them and all of that. What do you think that Mahmoud is going to do? Because recall that at a point, well, they said that Ghana election did very well because he came here to learn. Don't you think that is the reason why they are sending him probably to one of these African countries to go and teach them how to conduct election?
Look,
what do you think?
That Ghana came here to copy something and made something out of it. It's not the working of Mahmoud Yakubu.
So who did it? Who pulled
Remember, listen very well. Listen.
Okay.
Malaysia came here to take our palm kernel. Two of us. They came here to take our palm kernel. And they went back home. And what happened? They are now the biggest producer of palm oil in the whole world. Two of us. You that they came to collect it from your home, what happened? You killed your own. So that Mahmoud Yakubu brought out something. Ghana went home and modified it, and put it into good use. Is that not something to cheer for Ghana? If Yakubu Mahmoud did the right thing with the so-called electoral act, will I not celebrate it? Will you not celebrate it? Why are we celebrating Ghana instead of Nigeria? Look, it is that's why I told you here that technology cannot be reinvented. It's already there. All you need to copy it, bring it, modernize it, and put it into good use in your country. But in Nigerian case, we always make mess of technology. We don't apply it properly. That is why it's not working for us. That's the truth. So let nobody praise Mahmoud Yagari. He brought out something that Ghana copied. No, Ghana modified it and make proper use of it. Mr. Okoro, if you buy a car and they say this car, you must put fuel before you drive it. You now buy the car as expensive as it is. Like that G-Guard that I had that they bought for you. Is that true?
Who did?
That they bought for you. I had it.
Who did? Who bought for you?
Don't worry, after you tell me. I don't want people to know who bought it for you.
Okay.
Now, if you buy such a car and they say put fuel before you drive it, and you now come home and put water because water is very cheap, you can get it everywhere. And when they why you know, all of them are liquid now. So let me use car. Let me use water and drive it. And now the engine now knock or the car cannot even move. You now say the manufacturer, they don't know what they are doing. Is that not what you are going to say?
Okay, so essentially what you are saying is that that Ghana copied from us is not a reason to say that
it's not at all. It's not at all. Okay. It's not. These other ones that are working, did they copy from you?
Okay, now Barrister, let's look at former governors who made the list. These are people, you know, who for 8 years, their people believed that they couldn't deliver dividends of democracy to them. Looking at Ifan Ugwan of Enugu State, looking at Okezi Ipazo of Abia State. Now, these people have been named ambassadors designated to Africa, to other countries. Now, how can they deliver Nigeria's promises to the world effectively if they couldn't deliver dividends of democracy
into their own states? That is why I told you that Tinubu is working towards failure. If he has not failed already. Because for a man who is hungry for what? For development, who is hungry for success, he cannot pick this kind of people. He cannot. I remember when Obasanjo came in 1999. Is that not true? He went for what? Technocrats all over the world. Obasanjo went outside there and picked people. Tested the hand. In fact, the World Bank gave him a Okonjo-Iweala. And you saw how the economy was under Obasanjo. Of all the things anybody can accuse Obasanjo, he tried. Is that not true? That is why we keep telling people, forget about propaganda. APC, since you don't know what to do, return us back to PDP. I'm not joking. Since APC doesn't know what to do after 10 years, going to, what's it called? Going to how many years now? Return us back to PDP. We are better off under PDP than under you. You saw the results. It's just that sycophants and the propaganda, they don't want to say the truth. We can sit down here and tell you what PDP did in office. Because of the caliber of people they employed, the caliber of ministers. Akin Woman Adesina got that ADB job because of what he did in this country under PDP. People were coming here to copy all the things he was bringing out concerning agriculture. Tell me any of them in this APC government. So when I say that Tinubu doesn't, in fact, it's like he has sworn to fail. That's just how to put it.
Now, Barrister, you know, in 6 months now, the president will be 3 years in office.
Of course.
And it took him 2.5 years to put together this list. So does it look like the president didn't know that the people around him, that the people that he nominated, I'd like for us to liken it to the clemency list, you know. You know, when the clemency list came out and there was this backlash, you know, Nigerians opposed it, kicked against it. And the president said, oh, sorry, Nigerians. And the Police Service Commission said, and NDLEA said, no, these are the names, these are not the names, you know, that we pushed out. It must have been doctored. Some names were smuggled in. Is there a likelihood that this might have also happened in this list?
Of course.
Does it look like the president doesn't know the character of people that he recommended as ambassadors to?
Thank God you raised this issue.
Okay.
You can see that like Buhari, like Tinubu.
I don't understand.
Hold on. You can see like Buhari, like Tinubu. When Buhari was there, Abba Kyari, his chief of staff, was doing all the appointments. Two of us. Buhari, you remember that letter when they asked Buhari something, he said, I am not aware. I am not aware. Everything, I am not aware. So, who is aware in your government? So, Tinubu have outsourced his government to what? To his cronies and sycophants around him. He is not in charge because a president that is in charge cannot commit this type of blunder. This is how many times now? From fuel subsidy to clemency list to this one now. A president that wants to succeed cannot make this type of mistake. That means some people are making this mistake on his behalf. It's only when the thing becomes public knowledge and people start crying out that you now get to know and say, come, Mr. Lagbaja, what is this I'm seeing? Who did this? They will now start doing damage control. Yes. Look at all the policy statements and all the policy actions you are taking. You always reverse them. That means it was not thought of. It was not thought through. There was no clear-cut deliberations on them. People just wake up and then put everything together and know. Apparently, because they know that he doesn't read the most of the briefs. Yes, now, if you read them, you will see the list, Abi. He will go through them. You want to tell me that list, he didn't went through them and still went ahead to approve or whatever.
That's the question that you're asking.
That will tell me that he's not in charge. But his sycophants and will not agree. He is not in charge, it's obvious. If not, why does it take a Donald Trump to wake him up? Mr. Okoro, why does it take a Donald Trump to wake President Tinubu up?
How did you wake him up?
Look at all the actions you are taking in that 2 weeks against insecurity. Is he not supposed to have done all these things before now?
Okay, Barrister, I'd like for you to hold on your thoughts because the issue of insecurity is the second topic of discussion. Let us stay within this ambassadorial list. Now, because of the backlash that has greeted, these ambassadorial appointments, and do you think that the president will reverse himself like he did the other time? We believe that some Nigerians believe that the president has listening ears that if Nigerians say no, we don't want this, that he will go back on it. No. Do you think that is going to happen?
He may not. Okay. Because some of these people are his attack dogs. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Okay.
People like Reno Mokri, Faneka Yode, they are his attack dogs. So he may not withdraw them.
Okay, so assuming the president didn't get to see the list, the people that put together the list now are able to read the president's mind. Is that what it looks like?
It looks like because more lists are coming. I hope you know.
Yes.
They just use this to test the water.
Okay.
So if this one says true, maybe the next list now, MC Oluomo will be included. Or don't you think so?
I don't know.
This is a man in the court who said, no, you cannot be any URT chairman. The court who said so. His association disowned him. But what did Tinubu do? He promoted him and took him to Abuja. Two of us. So that will tell you the kind of character that is, revolving around this man. And you ask yourself, why? Why? And you are asking, why did you get here? Like somebody was asking the man, how did you get here? You can see how we got here by the kind of people that is leading. You cannot give what you don't have. It's not possible. It's not possible. All of a sudden, Nigeria don't have men of integrity that can hold high office and make something out of it. People like Okoji Wala, Akiuma Adeshino, Aganga, this other Batenaji. Where are them in this administration?
Minister, we have them. We have Yemi Kadoso. Isn't it good?
No.
We have Wale Edu. We have Tunji Olubumi Ojo.
You made a mistake.
How?
You made a mistake. Where is the economy now?
And the demand is trying. Inflation has dropped. Inflation has dropped.
No, daily basis. Sorry, hold on. What is happening with this Edu, Wale Edu and Kadoso, CBN and Ministry of Finance?
As of this morning, Naira gained over the dollar.
To what and what?
But at least it gained.
It gained with how much?
No matter how little.
You see. People like you celebrate mediocrity.
Barrister is not celebrating. These are facts now. The dollar is stabilizing. Naira is stabilizing.
So how much?
Barrister, at the point it was 1,800. Now it hovers between 1,400 and 1,450.
And you are clapping.
Why wouldn't I? From 2,000. Yes.
When
Why wouldn't
APC,
Nigeria
hold on,
scrap?
when APC took over, how much was the exchange rate? Please, Mr. Okoro, how much was the exchange rate when APC took over in 2015?
Barrister, how much was the price of crude oil at the international market at that time? Yes.
You are talking also. So it's now attached to crude oil price.
Is there any other thing that you put out there except oil? Yes.
No,
Are you
no,
productive?
No. Hold on. Oh, no. Don't go there. Don't attach the exchange rate to crude oil supply. Please, don't ever try that.
So where do you get your forex? Where do you get your
It is because the economy was working. Companies are working. All the major international companies that left Nigeria, was it under PDP or under APC? So how can your companies close down and you still want your naira to firm up? How can that happen? You can see what I'm saying about you people. You are attaching now.
When you say you people, who do you mean?
You just said it here now. You are attaching it.
I ask the questions and you provide the answer.
The question you ask is not tenable.
How?
Don't ever try it.
No.
Crude oil has nothing to do with the exchange rate. It
has. It has a lot to do.
No, not on the economy.
It has a lot to do.
Look, crude oil is international.
So where do you get your foreign exchange?
Listen very well. Listen.
Barrister, where do you get your forex from?
Yeah, look, listen very. Let me explain.
Where do you get your
Let me
forex
explain to you.
Okay.
You are not the only one producing crude oil. Two of us.
Beautiful.
So why are those people are not using?
When Venezuelan currency was falling, what wasn't it because of the crude oil business?
Don't compare this economy with that of Venezuela.
Barrister,
please, you compare incomparable, compare comparable, not incomparable.
Okay, now, Barrister, I would like for us let's come back to the ambassadorial list. Let's come back to the ambassadorial list. Now, the Delta Democratic Forum, where Reno Omokri comes from, has said, look, they have written a letter, direct letter to the president. Look, Mr. President, this man doesn't represent the moral values that Delta people are known for.
Okay.
And we want you to drop him from that list. Do you think that the president will listen to that association?
He may not listen. I've just told you. Those people who don't have moral character, Tinubu is in love with them. Seriously. You can see it in what he's doing. He doesn't want anybody who is so decent, anybody without a skeleton in his cupboard, anybody that is morally upright, anybody that is diligent at work. In fact, he doesn't like go-getters. That is why these ministers, none of them can perform. In the 48 laws of power, the Godfather doesn't want you to outshine him. Are you aware? So he wants to be the only person. So all those people with skeletons in their cupboard, he likes them because they cannot outshine them. He has something on them. So whenever they want to rear their ugly head, he will pull the strings and you come back to your senses. That is what I've discovered. That's how all over the world, that is what dictators do. They don't want anybody that people will celebrate more than them. Why was he changing deputy governor when he was in Lagos? Because
beautiful. Now, the same man, Femi Pedro, also made the list. So what does that tell you?
He wants to send him out, he's not working with him again.
But I heard that they reconciled long ago. He served in one committee or the other. That
was then. Now he had left the governorship, whatever.
No, he had left. Then after then, I heard that they reconciled, that the president and Femi Pedro reconciled. And during the Buhari administration, he propped him up and he served in one federal committee.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, he made the ambassadorial list.
The question is, why did he even fall out with him when he was the governor? Did you ask yourself that question? How about Bokna Kerele? Why did he fall out with them?
He wasn't the only governor. Ojo Zokalo had like 2 or 3 deputies. What's his name? And Engineer Baribe was one of his deputies. Sullivan Chime had 2. In fact, one was shoved out of office like 6 months before the end of their administration and all of that. So Tinubu is not the only one.
Okay.
I'm just asking. No. Should that count against him?
Yes, he should.
Why?
For a state like Lagos, it's not falling out that is the problem. The question is, why and how did you fall out?
No, there must always be a reason. There must always be a reason.
If those reasons does not hold water.
Who decides?
Who decides? No, it is the people. Because the people that put you there. It's the people. Yes, it's the people. If you look at the excuse, you will now know that this man is using 48 laws of power. Do not outshine your master. It's a
Okay, so
cardinal-
Femi wanted to outshine him.
all of them.
And Bukono.
All of them. Because when they wanted to give him, they celebrate him as an accountant. The woman now said, come, oh, before you people can do that, please, can we know this? Can he present it and let us verify?
Barrister, were you there? Why you?
Oh,
were you there?
then
You had the meeting.
why not ask me why they fall out? Why not ask me, was I there when they fell
Okay,
out?
so Bukono Akerele didn't know that he didn't have a certificate before she decided to be her running
Yes,
mate.
all this
She
thing
didn't know all of this.
You said what?
She didn't know before she accepted to be.
How would she
this
know?
running
How would
mate.
why would she know now? She wouldn't know.
So at what point did she realize that?
And that was the point of saying, let us find out. She was because she's a member of that body. And because
wasn't the man delivering on his promises to Lagosians? Didn't he do that?
Nothing was done.
Okay.
Mr. Okoro?
Yes, sir.
Nothing was done. That was why he became richer than even Lagos State. Of all the governors that ruled Lagos State, mention any of them that came close to the wealth of Tinubu. Tell me. Just mention one person. So where was the money?
Well, Barrister, I'm not a survey agency. I don't know how well
really?
each of the governors
You don't know, Abi?
and I don't know the information available to you.
Go and do land audit in Lagos. Go do land audit in Lagos. You'll find out.
Now, Barrister, before we leave this topic, you see a situation where, because in the diplomatic circles, in international relations, countries also have the right to reject, people who are sent to them.
Of course.
So, in the light of what we see, the backlash, the world is a global community. Now. Mark Arnold is there; they're already trolling Reno, Mercury, FFK, and all of that. Do you see a situation where any of them could be rejected?
It has happened severally.
Before they present their letter of credence.
Yes. When you present your letter of credence and then after going through and all that, then people will now vet it. Remember, there are technocrats and foreign office in that country.
Yes.
Yeah, they are going to vet anybody that is coming in, whether they can talk with him, discuss with him and all that. If they find out that no, this one is not, they will tell you that, look, this guy is not fit for us.
Barrister, there was an uproar in the Senate today during confirmation over Reno Mercury. Someone said, no, Reno is not fit. Others said, no, it's the president's prerogative. So, what should it be?
Of course. That is why we are falling out. Look, Mr. Okoro, you see this thing, this sentiment that people bring into governance, it has killed us. I'm not joking. 90% of the infamy committed at this government is because of what? Selfish interests, sentiment that they bring into governance. Remember, this was exactly what happened when they brought one man from Abuja division of the judiciary to go and represent us at ICJ. Remember? The 3 tests they gave the man, he failed it. He failed the 3 of them. And of course, they don't have time for, please, now another, give us a second chance. No, they just, himself and the other 9 slots that is for Nigeria, they shift them back. And this was a place, people like Bola Ajibola made a mark, Taslim Elias. All of a sudden, we are going down because we put square hole in a round peg. How can it fit in?
Okay.
Do you play with such a thing? You are talking of where you are going to meet the big boys, international league. You are sending somebody
and
there.
We are sending more like our 4th 11.
I am telling you. Can you imagine?
So what does that say about what moral exports are we taking to the world?
Apart from that, look at also the tribal sentiment. In the Southwest, you have 11. You have 6 states. Abi, ordinarily, each state should produce one ambassador. But the Southwest has 11 slots on this list.
Yeah, some say 12. Some say 12.
11 up to going to 12. Just Southwest.
South has 3.
That means each state brought 2. How many from the South is, Mr. Okoro?
I think South has got 5.
How many?
South has got 5.
That's the 5 states in the first South. Yeah, the 5 states, yes.
Was he not fair enough?
Go and look at the country they will give them.
Okay.
Is either
DRC,
Burkina Faso,
Somalia, DRC,
good, and then maybe
Mozambique,
Togo, Republic of Benin, no be Cape Verde, or with that other country, Saint Lucia, Saint Lucia, So
okay, now, Barrister, we are questioning home. Barrister, on the show this morning, a guest said there was a new lexicon in our political dictionary. I don't know if you have heard about it. I just remembered it because you talked about the judiciary. He said there is something called JPC now, like CPC, called countries of particular concern. He said they are judges of particular concern. Have you heard that before?
Is it not obvious?
Judges of particular concern.
I'm telling you, yes, no, it's truly. I mean, every lawyer knows that. It's not the news now.
Okay.
There are judgments of particular concern.
No, judges, not judgment.
Okay, judges and judgment. They are the same.
JPC. That is a new word in our
the only thing that they did not go forward to name those judges.
No, he did. He
they named those judges in their particular order. Okay. Because the last CJN, it was by, second to the last, yes. It was by petition that he left. His own body wrote a petition against him. Is that not true? And all the corruption cases against him before Ariwola took over. Is that not true? Good. These are the things. So if at that height, corruption is prevailing, you can imagine what is happening on the...
Okay, but Barrister, it is good to know that you agree that we have what we call JPC.
Can I deny it? No, there are things.
Now let's get into the second.
If you want to support your person, your body, or your association, it's not in this case. I will look stupid.
Okay.
If I want to do that, I will look very stupid.
Seriously. All right, Barrister, a 13-day surge of coordinated bandit and terror attacks across northern Nigeria has left at least 490 people abducted, including monarchs, students, worshippers, travelers, and an entire bridal party. The wave of violence stretching from Sokoto to the FCT, Niger, Kwara, Kogi, and Borno states has triggered widespread fear as communities flee their homes and rescue operations continue. While several large-scale kidnappings, including the abduction of 303 students and 12 teachers in Niger State and the kidnapping of a Kwara monarch whose captors now demand a whooping 150 million naira ransom, underscore the scale of insecurity despite ongoing military operations. While the crisis has prompted strong reactions from lawmakers and advocacy groups, the Senate warned that Nigeria must strengthen community-based security structures, while Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin urged security agencies to prevent bandits displaced from neighboring states from regrouping in Kano. Well, Huriwa sharply criticized the Tinubu administration, alleging poor strategy, nepotism, and weak security leadership, linking the recent mass abductions to what it called the government's failure to decisively confront terrorists. The group accused the president of lacking the political will to prosecute terror financiers and condemned the retention of the Inspector General of Police. Meanwhile, political tension has fled as former President Obasanjo advised Nigeria to seek foreign assistance, a suggestion the presidency rejected as capitulation. Presidential aide Sunday Dare defended Tinubu's security strategy, arguing that the administration is confronting full-spectrum terrorism through coordinated military and non-military approaches. As attacks continue across multiple states, analysts warn that the spread of violence highlights the urgency of a more robust, locally integrated security architecture, while affected communities plead for faster intervention and sustained rescue efforts. Barrister, have you noticed the surge in attacks recently?
In fact, it's like they just woke up. It's like somebody just annoyed them.
What could be the reason for the surge? What do you think?
To tell you that what Donald Trump is saying is that the man is blowing hot and I cannot do anything.
And you think he won't do anything?
He will not, because the Nigerian government is not cooperating.
They sent a group led by Nuhu Ribadu.
Listen, they are buying time. Leave that, they are buying time. Listen very well. For a government that is serious about this insecurity, and the former president made a suggestion, what was their reply? That response from the presidency against Obasanjo, what does he tell you? He tells you that they are not serious about all this collaboration with America. Yes, they just exposed themselves, but they didn't know. They say it will amount to capitulation. Are you serious? But you are telling me now that you are cooperating with America. Look at the contradiction. If they are sincere with what they are doing, they would have told Obasanjo, yes, we are doing something in that regard. It would have, it would have been enough. But they said no. It will amount to capitulation. Capitulation, yet you are capitulated to terrorists. You have capitulated to terrorists. You have outsourced your sovereignty to terrorists. So what is the contradiction here? A A foreign government that has good intention want to help you said no. But terrorists are here, sharing power with you, and you didn't see anything wrong with that. You didn't see any. So they have just exposed themselves that this thing they are doing with America, they are just buying time. And because they are buying time, that was why these terrorists now went haywire. They know that nothing will happen. They know. They know. If not, there would have been some element of fear in them. By now, they would have started leaving Nigeria, thinking that this will happen today, tomorrow. But look at how the federal government now went to go and stop America by engaging them in the usual discussion and all that. The usual discussion just to water it down. And the terrorists now took advantage. Do you think that if the Nigerian government is serious, America would have not come in since that time? But look at how they watered it down with so much discussion. Like that lawmaker said, that instead of the president to do something about issues raised, he's busy sending emissaries here and there. Is that not what they said in America? So they know what they are doing. Mr. Okoro, don't deceive yourself. They know that answer.
So instead of tackling the problem, they are buying time by sending.
Yes, now so that with time everything will die. Look at part of the trick that when they release some people out of 315 people, was it not 38 they released? Where are the remaining people? Please, where are the remaining people? And they were celebrating in that sort of that Tinubu is happy that the girls have been released.
The president said he personally coordinated that effort.
So why did he coordinate? Did you release all the students? Did you release all of them? So what did you actually coordinate? Meanwhile, your special assistant was talking with them on phone. So what did he make?
But Barrister, shouldn't we cut the president some slack? For achieving that.
No. He did not achieve anything serious. He did not. It's an embarrassment for them to release some to him and kept some is an insult. The people they kept, do you know that 80% of these people are still there? Are you aware? 80% out of 350, how many was released? So what did you achieve? No, tell me. And we may never hear about these people again. No? That is the irony here. We may never hear about them again. Mr. Okoro.
But Barrister, there's a debate out there, which says that, look, what is happening is orchestrated, that it is not merely insecurity per se, that it's politically motivated. Like a replay of what happened in 2015, where a certain group of people made sure that they make the country ungovernable to put Jonathan in bad light.
They are the Chibok girls, yes.
Do you think
of course, whatever you sow, you will reap. The Bible can never be wrong.
But Amechi has denied that they never went to US to report.
Leave that thing. The records are there now. Whatever they deny is immaterial. The records are there. Whenever you deny, thank God the internet and the social media are there. They will bring it out.
He says that at the point that John Kerry came, that he didn't come in the capacity of the Secretary of State, that he came as a private citizen, and that he never even visited Abuja. He came to Lagos to meet a few people and went back to the opposition.
It's a lie.
That's what Amechi said. I'm not saying.
Amechi is lying. You too, you know. They called
I don't know.
Listen, let me tell you the story. Okay. The Kerry man who came, that lanky guy that worked with
yes.
That worked with Obama.
Yes, that was the Secretary of State.
Yes, he was his firefighter then. If you count how many times that man came here, it was up to 10 times during that period. He came here because APC wanted Jonathan to give them assurance that whatever the outcome of this, they will abide by it. So they now told Ukeri that, look, they are not sure this man will agree that he should come and let him validate it before him. So because of insecurity in Abuja at that time, they now invited Jonathan to Lagos. Can you imagine? Jonathan came to Lagos before this John Kerry and some APC people, and they signed it. Jonathan agreed that whatever is the outcome of the election, he will abide by it. By that time, they have perfected what they want to do. They only wanted Jonathan to validate it. That was what happened. The moment they did that, I said, this election is over.
Okay, the pressure the president.
I am telling you, because they knew what they have done.
Former President Goodluck Jonathan has been very consistent in saying, look, Barack Obama put me under pressure.
Of course.
In his book, he wrote about it copiously. But Amechi is denying that they didn't report him.
I said, leave what they are saying.
When we see Christian families, Christian pastors and their families abducted and killed in the glare of the camera.
Everybody.
In the glare of the camera, like what happened to Venerable Archie. Another pastor has been kidnapped with his wife somewhere in Niger State and all of that. And churches are sacked mid-service. Barrister, in what do we call that insecurity?
I am telling
insecurity literature.
In fact, this is no longer insecurity. This is no longer banditry. This is a direct attack, a direct provocation to the Christian community.
Okay, so does that amount to Christian genocide?
What
because
else?
I hear some Christian leaders say, people like Father Matthew Hassan, look, there is nothing like Christian genocide.
Yes,
a certain group of Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, from the north, has also come out and say, look, this is not Christian genocide. So, and when we see all of these things, when one is killed because of his faith, what do we call that in security literature?
Of course. What else? If not the same genocide. Do you think that genocide is when you cut off somebody's name? No, when you displace somebody. When you violently take away because of his religious belief, because of his tribe, because of his ethnicity, because of political leaning. These are things we are talking about. But ignorant illiterate, they think that it's only when they kill people. These people that they have displaced now, that are in the hands of terrorists, that place, is it their home?
Okay.
Is it their home?
Barrister,
when we want to make references, we must not make references with those who are compromised, like Father Kuka. Because he got appointment somewhere. Is that not the only reason? Now, Mr. Okoro...
And we hear the Benue State governor, who is also a reverend.
Yes, he's the governor now. Yes, he's the governor. Mr. Okoro, to tell you how government create problem. Now, imagine, if not for our peaceful nature as Christians, how can you witness that embarrassment in the bush with a clergyman and the wife and daughter? These people threatening to rape her with her pregnancy, and the man is begging in a helpless manner. Is that not enough to provoke the animal in you to say, no, this cannot go on? Is that not enough? But because it's happening to the Christians now, you see what they kept quiet. Have you seen any of them talk? Mr. Okoro, did you see any clergy, any Muslim clergy condemning what is going on? This was exactly what Nnamdi Kanu was talking about. And they put him away. You can see the provocation.
Barrister, we need to get into the third topic of discussion. Now, opposition figures across the country seem to be uniting to forge efforts aimed at removing the All Progressives Congress, that's the ruling party APC, and incumbent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Last week, Atiku Abubakar, who left the PDP some months, formally joined the ADC, as well as his protege, Nasir El-Rufai, who officially joined the party and called on Peter Obi and other opposition figures to come to ADC and join hands to remove the APC and President Tinubu from office. Meanwhile, former presidential advisor Hakeem Baba Ahmed has said that he hopes President Bola Tinubu will not seek re-election in 2027, arguing that Tinubu has not shown the drive or hunger needed to fix Nigeria. He stated that Tinubu has already fulfilled his lifelong ambition of becoming president and has not governed with the urgency expected. Baba Ahmed suggested that Tinubu should instead support a younger, healthier, and more focused candidate within the APC for the next election cycle. He argued that the president's current performance does not justify a second-term bid. Now, various opposition figures are gathering forcefully. We have Atiku, El-Rufai, Amechi, jump to ADC. El-Rufai says it's a matter of time for Obi to join the ADC. Barrister, how far can they travel? Do you think they're able to forge that effort, united, to wrest power from the APC and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? What do you think? What do you see coming?
What I expect is for the opposition to intensify this collaboration.
Okay.
Not blowing hot and cold. Today, they will gather momentum. Tomorrow, they will die down. Let them sustain this thing that they are talking about, because there is no other way. Except those two opposition come together and sustain the momentum. Nobody will take them serious. Nobody. I don't want this situation whereby tomorrow you see that ADC, they are gathering momentum. Then tomorrow, all of a sudden, you will not hear anything again.
But Barrister, what else would they do apart from what they are doing? Putting the government on its toes. Issuing press releases and statements, criticizing the government and all that. What more should they do?
They are not doing enough.
Okay.
Mr. Okoro, this ADC, they are not doing enough serious because I remember.
That's what I'm asking. What more should they do?
I remember when the APC was in opposition. Every day, Lai Mohammed will issue 3 to 4 press statements on any issue, and the press was feasting on them. Granted that ADC does not have the media outreach, but the ones available, they should use it. There are neutral opposition newspaper and media houses. They are not making good use of them. They are not. Seriously.
I was thinking that Bolaji Abdullahi is doing a lot, always on TV, issuing press releases, statements, and all of that, taking the government to account.
How many times do you hear him? I'm talking of Lai Mohammed.
Okay.
When he was here as the spokesperson for the opposition, you saw what he did. Now you saw it. Why can't they get something like that to balance? Reno Mokri and that other man, that lawyer in Enugu also, who have been insulting P2B, who have been saying all sorts of things. I said the opposition, they are not doing enough. I'm not joking. If they are doing, there are things they would have been telling this government. There are things that should have made an issue. In fact, have you seen them go abroad to go and complain like opposition APC did? Every little thing, they run to Obama. They run to John Kerry. Every little thing. Is that not what they were doing? And that was why they got the attention of Obama and his gay rights that he used against Jonathan. There are things that this government should have done. Yes, yes.
And I hope that the ADC, the people concerned, are listening to Barrister.
Of course.
Barrister, I'll take that as a conclusion because we are out of time.
I know what would have happened if PDP were performing like this in government and APC is opposition. Imagine, I think there will be protests every day at that Freedom Square. Is that not true?
All right, Barrister, we have to go now. We are out of time. Thank you very much. I appreciate your presence. And I'll be speaking with Barrister Darlington Agomo, lawyer and political affairs analyst. I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister. Thanks for coming to Political Lens. And I hope we can do this some other time.
It's my pleasure.
And on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and guest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is issues with Nena Ndemduto. Stay with us and don't go away. I'll see you tomorrow. 8 a.m. on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on running 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Another exciting episode of the issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. It's a new month, the last month for the year 2025, and I wish you a happy new month. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Tinubu's ambassadorial list to triggering outrage, even as presidency defense list, to northern leaders, the crying the insecurity ravaging the region. Also, Obasanjo's criticism of negotiations with bandits sparks fiery rebuke from presidency. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The release of President Bola Tinubu's ambassadorial list has triggered a heated debate across the nation, with many describing the list as an embarrassment. The list includes a former governor of Enugu State, Ifeanyi Ogwuanyi, immediate past chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Mahmood Yakubu, ex-minister Femi Fani-Kayode, and ex-presidential aide Reno Omokri as ambassadors. Veteran diplomat Joe Keshi delivered a scathing assessment, asserting that some nominees on Tinubu's ambassadorial list should be in prison, suggesting serious concerns over the integrity and suitability of certain individuals chosen for key diplomatic roles. Echoing the need for diligence, former advisor on political matters to President Bola Tinubu, Hakeem Baba Ahmed, stressed that the National Assembly should scrutinize nominated ambassadors thoroughly during the confirmation process. Despite the strong criticisms and calls for caution, the presidency has come out in defense of the selection process. An aide to President Tinubu firmly maintained that the president chose the best ambassadorial nominees for his administration, asserting that the list was compiled based on merit, experience, and the strategic needs of the country's foreign policy objectives. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by three distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Nosike. Dr. Nosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
And joining us virtually is Barrister Clem Aguiyi. He's a lawyer and a commentator on public national issues. And he is the former council chairman, or a former council chairman, I would say, of Njikoka local government area, Anambra State. Glad to have you join us. Okay, he'll get to join us later on in the show. So we have Sarah Jackson, public affairs analyst. He's also a security expert and an executive protection specialist. Glad to have you join us in Paris.
It's my pleasure. Good evening. And good evening, Dr.
It's always a pleasure to have you. Yes.
It's my pleasure too.
Okay, let's dig in to our issues. After waiting 2 years, Nigeria has been waiting for the past 2 years for the president to, bring out a list. And here we have a list, or an ambassadorial list, which has names like Reno Omokri, Fani Femi-Kayode, Mahmood Yakubu, Okeze Ikpeazu, and of course, many others. What's your reaction about this list?
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. You can go ahead, please.
Good. When I saw the list, I laughed. But in my heart, there are tears. Because I sympathize with the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. If for 2 years, if a president that promised that he was going to begin, how did he put it, that he's going to begin to run from the day one. Take this president for 2 years, I was expecting that he was looking for the best that Nigerians can parade. I saw I sympathize with people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I said that yes, it is very clear now that government is taking it for a joke. Imagine somebody like Femi Fani-Kayode, he is from Ile-Ife, in my state of Osun. With his name on that platform, I believe the Yorubas of Osun State have not gotten a nominee. Because I don't see Fani-Kayode representing any decency, any Yoruba man that would be expecting of any Yoruba man of this world. This is Femi Fani-Kayode that first of all called this the APC the criminal party, party of the north, all sorts of things. Then I look at Reno Amokiri too. Reno Amokiri, the openly campaign, the picture, the video you see on the internet, that he called the president all sorts of names. But just because for little money, he has moved now to be supporter of President Tinubu. Ambassadorial appointment now has become what they use to compensate the back dogs, to compensate whosoever that could do all sorts of things for them, that could compensate the propagandists of the highest order in the negative form. Then again, Mahmoud Yakubu that conducted the election few years back, this man went to the global platform in a certain house in London, and he promised the entire world that election result was going to be released and transferred to through the what do they call it? But he did this election and he came back again to say it was their decision. That was a deceptive election that was run. This man ran an election that the whole world found out. And that is the same character we are compensating today to go and be one of those people that will represent our country at a global level. That shows the caliber of people we have in Nigeria. That shows that is what we call one of the best. The man that conducted one of the worst elections in Africa, they have to compensate. And compensating a man that the whole world knew that rigged the election for you, that means you are telling him well done for a job well done. Thank you for a job well done 2 years ago. It is sad. How many of these, the number you see there, that are career diplomats, how many of them are the career diplomats? The other ones are just mere political appointments. We can manage all sorts of persons to become minister, to become special advisor in the country. But why will you send somebody, set of persons that are not diplomatic in nature? How do you say that to go and become a diplomat in another country? This is sad. And we were expecting, in a normal climate, somebody would have been expecting the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to screen these people out, but not this type of 10th Senate, Robert Stamp Senate, the worst Senate in the history of political Nigeria. But my joy is this. Most of these people we are talking about, whichever country they send them to, most of them are still going to be screened. Their antecedents and other things are going to be profiled by those countries. And most of them will be rejected. And it will become a monumental shame for the entire country.
Okay, thank you. Let's come back to Dr. Peter in the studio. Dr. Peter, one of the aides of the president has said that this is the best the president has seen for the interest of his administration and for Nigeria. In your own opinion, do you think this is the best? The president, before during his electioneering and process, or during his campaigning, one of the things he prided himself for was putting round pegs in round holes. And now we are seeing things like this. Are these really round pegs in round holes?
Or there's a saying that if justice existed, prisons would be filled with politicians, not with poor people. That's assuming there's justice in the world. Prisons would be filled with politicians, not poor people. But now the reverse is the case. The only person that I see on that list that doesn't have any criminal record is Ogbonnaya Kanu, that's the daughter of Ojoza Kanu.
Ogbonnaya Kanu.
That's Nenea Kanu.
Is she the one there?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
So, every other person there has criminal record in one time or the other. Every other person there, Jimo Ibrahim, Fani Kayode, the former governor of Abia State, Okezi Ikpeazu, who approved the 10 billion for airport that was built in the air. Because I from Abia State, we use Google, search every part of Abia State. We didn't see airport anywhere. So there's nobody on that list that doesn't have criminal record. And for me, it is better that Tinubu forget about appointing ambassadors than us using these people. Because ambassadors are more sensitive, are far more important than ministers. Ambassadors are the mirror of the country anywhere they go. They are the image of the country because they are the people that where they are posted, they see them as the mirror of Nigerians. So if they have integrity, you know that Nigerians have integrity. Understand? So there's no credible person among all of them. I have just taken time and gone through, and it is a shame if this is the best that Nigeria can produce. Tinubu is somebody like Atiku who I feel can appoint ambassadors within 24 hours because he had been around. Atiku the same thing. When he took Buhari 6 months to appoint his ministers, I say it is because Buhari was not a socialite. Buhari doesn't socialize with people, understand? But Tinubu socializes just like Atiku Abubakar. So it is shameful. That word shameful is in capital. It is shameful that that this is what Buhari Tinubu can get in 2.5 years. Bunch of criminals from A to Z. For me, it is better that we don't have ministers for ambassadors for 4 years than sending these people to go and represent us. And I know that if any of them goes to Europe, they will be rejected. No country in Europe will accept Reno or mockery. No country in Europe will accept Femi and Fani Kayode and others, including the one that $43 billion was found in his house. Understand me? So there's no single one of them that doesn't have EFCC after him at one point or the other. And these are not the people that you use for ambassadorial positions. Because when they go, before they even go there, those people have Googled their profile and read about them. So coming there, no, this is not a serious person. It's not somebody that we can interact with. So I don't know why Tinubu decided that to put this shame on us. So for me, this is not the right time to be a Nigerian with these names that we are seeing as our ambassadors.
I was only going to ask you that where does this put us in the international space, having these kind of people as ambassadorial nominees? But you already mentioned, but you can speak more about it. Also, you can also answer to the question, what actually good ambassador? what should Nigeria be looking at?
What?
Who should Nigeria be looking at as good ambassador?
A good ambassador is credibility. Somebody with integrity. Somebody who will be respected anywhere he goes to. So when he talks, understand, his words will carry weight because he's a man of integrity, he's a woman of integrity, and not somebody who has been running who EFCC has been running after, who has told so many lies like Reno or Mockery, Kayode, and so on and so forth. So those are not. Tinubu just made us a very unserious country. He has just shown that Nigeria is a very unserious country. He has made Nigeria a country of mockery. Understand? If this is what we can parade, then Somalia is far better than us. If Reno or Mockery, Kayode, understand, and others are the best out of this country, we will better begin to write that we are no more Nigerians. It is shameful. It is very, very shameful.
Okay. Let me come back to you, Emperor. Okay, you know this. Some persons have said, or in some quarters, it's been said that the president should withdraw this list. Like, of course, we saw in the case of the pardon list, and after Nigerians talked about it, he actually had a rethink and he withdrew the list. Do you see the president doing that in this case?
Let me give the credit to Mr. President. I think this president pardon prerogative of mercy or whatever you call it, that was the second time or third time Mr. President is listening to the way Nigerians react to some issues, and it changed. You understand? In this case, I wouldn't want to blame Mr. President. Mr. President is a socialite of the highest order. He is a political, he is a political heavyweight with his political dexterity and sagacity. He knows a lot of persons. But when you become president of a country, it is not easy like when you are just ordinary person or ordinary leader. So there are a lot of people around Mr. President. There are a lot of people from respective states where these people are coming from that would have one way or the other recommended these persons to Mr. President. Mr. President may not know much about them. In the world in which I am living here, how many people, I am a popular figure here, but how many people do I actually know? If I need to employ, for example, I need to consult with respective families to send name of some persons. And whoever they send, maybe they say those are the best, but they may not actually be the best. So to me, as people are reacting to this, I think Mr. President could look at it once again and can make some changes. But if Mr. President still maintain that those are the persons, because one of his special advisors said that that is the best Mr. President has. But to me, I am not saying they are the worst, but they are not the best. So if Mr. President listens to Nigerians' reactions, possibly he may look at it and change. But we need to blame at times some persons that must have recommended this personality to Mr. President. So it is not a bad thing. The people he granted pardon. When he listened to the way Nigerians react, he changed, he reversed the list. He could still do it now. But one thing is certain, if that is the best known to Mr. President, he may not want to. But in the normal democratic settings, the National Assembly, the Senate, will help him to screen some of these people out. But we have the worst Senate. The 10th Senate is lesser than a rubber stamp Senate. But I am too sure that when these people are sent to respective countries, most of them would have been profiled, and those countries are going to return them back. But returning them back at that level is a monumental shame and disgrace to the country. So I urge Mr. President to listen to reaction of the people, and he can make amends if you want to.
You know, one of the things you said while you were speaking was that you do not really blame the president, or you feel like some person might have influenced this list. But really, I want to ask, for something as sensitive as this, should the president not actually really scrutinize the persons he's putting on this list? Are you saying that the president should just allow just anybody influence his decision for ambassadors, which are like representatives of our country?
Yes, but there is what they call conspiracy theories. Some of these people, the people that nominated them, must have conspired with some persons that are very close to Mr. President to do this business of nomination together. Mr. President's hands are too filled up to begin to, as a person, to begin to want to go to Kano, look at Kano, choose somebody he trusts, go to Oyo State, choose somebody he trusts. When you look at the list, the numbers from the Yoruba land of the Southwest, there are more in that list. So I want to believe that maybe he may know most of those people. But for one Mr. President to say he must be the one, is somebody he knows from Borno State, somebody he knows from Yobe State, it is not possible. He must delegate people to recommend people. And those people too, most of them will not look for merit. They want to look for the people that are loyal to them, even at the detriment of the country. That is it.
Okay, let's have Dr. Peter wants to chime into this particular question.
I want to disagree with my friend Emperor Jackson Ojo in this. This particular case is different from that pardon. Tinubu know everybody on that list one-on-one. Femi Pedro was his deputy who was impeached. Understand me? So that even though he was later pardoned, but he was impeached. He was Tinubu's deputy when Tinubu was governor of Lagos State. And for somebody to be impeached, that person must have committed an offense. Tinubu know Reno Omokri one-on-one. Tinubu know Fanika Yode one-on-one. Tinubu know Jimo Ibrahim one-on-one. Tinubu know the G5 governors, Ifani, Ugwani, Okezie, Ikbaza. He knows all of them one-on-one. What I can say is that people must have pushed those names. This person worked for us. Let us reward him. He may not be the one that gathered those names, but he knows everybody on that list one-on-one. Understand? People must have not be there for them. Understand? I can say that for Okezie, Ikbazu and Ugwani, it could be from what's his name, Nyesom Wike. Understand? These people fought for us. They lost election because of us. Let us reward them. Understand? People must have pushed those names, but it doesn't mean that Tinubu does not know any. He knows all of them one-on-one. The daughter of Oji Ozokano was living with them when she was still there in school here. So there's nobody there that he does not know one-on-one. And saying so, it was based on sentiment and not on merit. All of them were appointed based on sentiment, not on merit. All of them was a reward for a job well done. Understand me? Just like or the man that conducted or the worst election in the history of this country. Understand? So he was rewarded for making number 1, number 3. Understand me? So nobody can say all these pictures that we are seeing on the screen, everybody know them. Understand? Tinubu also know them one-on-one. But he may not be the one that assembled the list. But people must have got those names and now persuade him that this is the reason why they should be compensated or they should be rewarded. Understand?
Talking about reward, let's look at Mahmoud Yakubu's appointment or nomination rather as one of the ambassadorial list. And some persons have, of course, we know that this has actually, many persons have actually condemned this. Shai seen it as, like you said, a reward for the job well done.
For the job well done.
Do you get? But some persons are also saying that Mahmoud Yakubu, if he actually wants his dignity or whatever is left of his dignity, according to some persons, maintained or whatever is left of his dignity intact,
nothing is left.
He should decline the appointment.
Nothing is left of him.
Do you see Mahmoud Yakubu declining this appointment?
Before you are nominated, they will consult you. Understand me? Before that, I've been in this process before. Before your name is mentioned, they have already reached you. Look at what we want to do. You will tell them yes or no before your name will be announced. Understand? So he has already accepted it. I saw Reno Mockery dancing, celebrating. This guy is not even qualified to be a councillor in his village. Reno Mockery don't have integrity. What it takes to be a councillor in his village. And I pity any country that would accept him. The countries that will accept him, or Tinubu will send him to Togo, understand, Niger, understand? But no country in Europe will accept Reno Mockery. No country in Europe will accept most of these names. So for me, it is disgrace. If he thinks good of himself and the country, he should do another renomination.
So you actually feel like there's a possibility he can withdraw some of those names because of the public outrage?
He should withdraw. He should withdraw all of them. Because to be an ambassador is not what you wake up and become. It's a position that requires integrity, honesty, because you are the mirror of your country. People will be seeing you. When they are seeing you, they are seeing the country that you represent. It's not what every Tom, Dick, and Harry should go. Understand? You must have that temperament, understand? That intelligence to dialogue. Assuming if somebody is sent to let me say, Austria, talking to him, they feel that they are talking to the president of Nigeria. So for me, he should do another renomination or let us go without ambassador for the next 2 years.
One of the things that Joe Keshi had said during his conversation online or in an interview, he actually said that some of the officers in the foreign ministry are upset. They feel slighted. They feel like they were not given any officers as any most of them or some of them were not given career.
We have trained diplomats. We have career diplomats who have been in the international space and know how this thing is done.
But we just have few of them. Don't you think that's just like a few number?
Understand me? So but what he did is to overlook them and now appointed those who helped him in one way or the other, understand, to be where he is to today. I will see how Omokri will go through the Senate. He has to explain to them how Tinubu is a drug baron.
And he actually mentioned that he can never
work with Tinubu.
And today, he's happy that he wants to work with the same Tinubu he had called the drug.
But Nelson Wike said that he doesn't want to be a minister. And today he's a minister. So Nigeria, that's why I said, if there's justice, prisons will be filled with politicians, not poor people.
Let's look at National Assembly. I know Imperial had mentioned that he feels that they will not, scrutinize these people. Hakeem Baba Ahmed, who was he was an appointee a former appointee of President Bola Tinubu.
Yeah.
He's saying that National Assembly, there's some names there, National Assembly should actually really scrutinize. Do you see the National Assembly that we have today capable of truly scrutinizing these nominees?
Well, the 10th Assembly is the worst assembly we've had since 1999. Our Babio squad is the worst that we have ever had. But let us see what will happen. Let us see Nigerian Senate turning Reno Omokri, bow and go. Understand me? Let us see them telling Reno Omokri, bow and go.
You actually feel they would drill him? Are they really capable of doing that? Of really drilling Reno Omokri?
They have the capacity to drill him and reject him if they want.
If they want, will they?
Let us see how it will go. I don't want to
preempt them. Okay, let's move on to the next issue we have tonight. In a decisive joint meeting held in Kaduna, the Northern State Governors Forum and the Northern Traditional Rulers Council has issued a stern and urgent warning, asserting that the North stands on the brink of losing its future due to escalating insecurity and deepening poverty. Chairman of the forum, Governor Muhammadu Yahaya, emphasized that the region faces a grim reality that threatens its very existence, urging leaders to take immediate decisive action. The two-day summit brought together 19 governors, traditional leaders, and security chiefs in what was described as a final push for a coordinated regional response to the rising threat of terrorism and banditry, which has specifically, according to them, targeted education, the bedrock of the region's destiny. The leaders unanimously stressed that the crisis extends beyond mere criminality, being fueled by underlying factors such as underdevelopment, literacy, poor resource management, and the sheer number of out-of-school children. To combat this multifaceted challenge, the governors reaffirmed their renewed call for the establishment of state police, viewing it as a critical and effective mechanism to address the security deficit, and urged the National Assembly to fast-track necessary constitutional amendment. Furthermore, the forum called for an end to partisan bickering, urging religious and traditional leaders to deploy their influence to preach tolerance and ensure a united stand for the very survival of the North and the nation at large. Let me come to you, Imperial. Are you still with us?
I'm with you, yeah.
What do you make of this meeting by the northern leaders? Does it look as if they are now they're waking up? One of the things they also said is that the insecurity in the northeast, or rather in the northern part of the northern region, is more about out of school children and all of that, like social backwardness, for lack of a better word. What do you make of all of this?
The northern leaders, both traditional and political leaders, I think the issue of insecurity that is bedeviling them, I think is now bringing them together. And coming together will be for the economy and peace interest of the northern Nigeria. At the same time, it will be detrimental to the ruling party. 2027, mark my word. These people, they were divided before, and that was the reason for the penetration of the incumbent president the little he made from the northern Nigeria. Now that these people now, they know the economy hardship is on them heavily. Because there are no companies in the north the way we used to have in the south. The major industries companies they have in the north is farming, and now insecurity is bringing about hardship that no farmer goes to farm except you pay tax to the non-state actors. Most of them go to farm, they are killed, or their relatives are killed. Those people that goes about with cow, they rustle their cow. Now it has got into their throat. They are not able to breathe again. That is what is bringing these northern leaders together. And this is a very united force. And if President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not able to solve this problem for them, definitely they will stand against him with their block vote that we call Northern Traditional Block Vote in 2027. That is it. But it is good they come together. Maybe coming together now with a united force positively, they can approach Mr. President and work with Mr. President on how to curb this high level of insecurity in the northern Nigeria. So it is good. It's a good development. But if somebody is thinking that for security reasons alone, it's a lie. I think to command every mountain of insecurity is part of it. To revive the economy is part of it, and a united political force for 2027 is part of it. But all the same, whichever one, since they can work with the incumbent president and let all these killings, kidnapping, and every other thing stop from the northern axis. If it stops from the northern axis, it's not too rampant in the south. That is it.
Okay, we have our other guest join us, Barrister Clem Agui. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
So sorry we have kept you this long. The northern leaders have come together and they are speaking. Do you think that this is a good step in the right direction?
Well, thank you for the question. Anytime at all that people come together to maybe fight a common cause, I think should be welcomed. It's a welcome development to will congregate to confront internal and external challenges. That is expected. But again, if you also look at what I've identified as the issues concerning why the insecurity in the north, you will find that they're being economical with the truth. They're just being trying to be politically correct, because the insurgency in the north, whether you look at it from the point of view of Boko Haram, or ISWAP, or Fulani harassment, terrorism, and maybe farmers herders clash, or ethnic crisis in the north that have led to millions of displacement, you find out that you ask yourself one question: who are those perpetrating these criminalities in the north, in those areas? Who are those that are responsible? Of what faith are they from? What is the agenda? The agenda of every typical Muslim in this country is to plant Islamism and let Islam rule the entire Nigeria. I think they said it, they haven't heard about it. It's the radical Islam and jihadists that is actually killing people in the north. They're also killing Muslims. And the Muslims that are killing are the moderate Muslims that will talk about coexistence. Let us be one country, let us respect. Because all this thing we are seeing did not just happen on Nigeria. It didn't just happen. It started with when Obasanjo was the president, when the 12 states in the north imposed Sharia and make Nigeria to have two laws, whereby people in the north are having Sharia laws and people in the south are being tried on the 1999 constitution. And the Sharia is in such a way that Anybody that is practicing Sharia will tell you that Sharia is superior to the constitution of Nigeria. We don't have two laws in Nigeria. This problem started with imposition of Sharia in 12 to 13 states in the core north. And it started expanding, where they begin to claim more rights from their civil rights, which is laws of inheritance, their petty quarrels they may have one another that could be treated by Sharia. They're not entering into criminal cases that even imposing death penalty on people whom they are accused of blasphemy, on people who convert from one religion, from Islam to Christianity. They're passing their sentences on them. And then it expands to where now they have their Hizbah police that are enforcing their Sharia. This is how all these things snowballed. So now some people now that carry guns and begin to kill people, to displace them, to take over the whole place. They have to, first of all, acknowledge the fact that there is a jihad going on, not just in Nigeria, but across West Africa, across the Sahel. There's the jihadism going on. And the intent is conquer the north, then conquer Nigeria. And after they conquer Nigeria, they conquer the whole of West Africa. That is, they have to accept that. It's other that I could accept that they begin to fight it, to see if they can push it back. Because right now, if they are getting ground, as we are now, even the federal capital territory, Abuja, is in danger because it has been circled by these jihadists. Because the jihadists are very active now, as I speak to you, in Kogi State. Very, very active. They are very active.
So what? Let me come in here now. So what do you think is the way forward for us as a country? And I want to. Okay, can go on.
Go ahead with your question. It will help me.
I was going to say that I was going to tie it to our next issue, which is the President Olusegun Obasanjo talking publicly advising the federal government to immediately cease all negotiations and apologies with terrorist and bandit group. What do you think is the way forward? Do you align with the former president saying that we've come to a point where the federal government should cease all negotiations and, of course, fight this thing head on?
Before you came in, the seat of power is threatened as we speak because the terrorists and bandits are very active in Kogi State, bordering Abuja. They're active in Benue State, bordering Abuja. They're very active in Nasarawa, bordering Abuja. They're very active in Kwara. They're very active in Plateau. Abuja is in danger as I speak to you. And if Abuja, it's a question of time. Abuja will be overrun by these Taliban, and they take over the seat of power in Nigeria. It's a question of time. So the wake-up call is for the president, because I heard the former president say, fight this on. You don't do appeasement when you almost having your back on the ground. Nigerian government is acting weak against insurgency. The insurgents and terrorists are dictating the terms. The enablers are dictating the terms. Just today, the president or the presidency released list of 17 names or so and companies that they say that are terrorist financiers. This is not what Nigerians want to hear. What we want to hear is, what are you doing about it? What are you doing about them?
Okay.
The second list they released is the list we already know that came from Dubai. What is the outcome of their own investigation? The list is supposed to have expanded, because we know this list already. The question is, what are you doing about these enablers?
Okay.
Someone like Sheikh Gumi was denied access to Saudi Arabia for Hajj as a terrorist enabler. But in Nigeria, he's being observed and celebrated by the Nigerian government. So the Nigerian government is not yet ready to accept the reality. Some people have said they are complicit. Some people have said they are complacent. Some people have said they are tolerant. And I'll tell you that anything that you accuse the present government of is in order. Their response to President Obasanjo shouldn't have been their response. The response they needed is action. We want to see what the military, the police are doing to contain this crisis that we're having in our hand. Because right now, as I can speak to you, any nation that have lost up to 120,000 people within a space of 11 years is at war. You have to face the reality. Nigeria is at war. There's no need being politically correct about it. It's a question of time. It will be a full-blown crisis. If you are following the social media postings that are being done by these terrorists, they're no longer afraid of Nigeria. Nigeria is afraid of them. So the president should wake up and and live up to the responsibility of his office. President Obasanjo was right to call him because, as I speak to you now, we have just one president, and that president is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The buck stops on his table. What he decides to do is what is important, not what I say or what anybody says.
Okay.
I and people can say as much as we want here. What is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu doing now that he can see that even him is not even safe?
Because of time, I will have to cut you here. But I would like you to just briefly respond to this. The presidency has actually said that Obasanjo does not have any moral rights to talk. That because Boko Haram actually started in his time. Do you align with that? Do you think that former President Obasanjo has no moral right to talk? Please, in just one sentence, respond to this, but I can quickly move to other guests for their concluding talk.
That statement is very reckless. The buck stops on the table of the present government. Whatever anybody says is immaterial. What are you doing as the one in charge today? You are the commander-in-chief. You are controlling the resources. What are you doing about the situation?
Okay, thank you.
Not throwing backwards and back and front and responding to everybody that says something that you don't like. What are you doing about it? We're in a deep shit. Why are you still digging?
Let's go to Imperial. Imperial, I don't know if you're still with us. Can you just have your concluding thoughts on this issue?
Yes, I think my brother Peter has spoken very well as far as this matter is concerned. To me, if the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, if he do not have local standard to talk, that means they don't need to invite him to the Council of State meeting again. Because any of the former presidents that are still attending the Council of State meeting ask one or two things that happened during their time. So if we still want to begin to revisit what happened during their time, and we are not treating the prevailing problem now, that means they should not call any of the former presidents to the Council of State meeting again.
Okay, thank you.
To me, I think no matter what anybody want to say, Mr. President, who is the incumbent president, should have listened and pick one or two things that he could use to solve the present problem.
Okay.
I think that is it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Peter, can you just quickly, in just one sentence, please, because of time?
Well, as Nigeria stands today, Obasanjo remains the most influential person. Understand? And not just in Nigeria, in Africa and the world as a whole. Boko Haram started in 2009, became violent in 2009 when Mohammed Yusuf was killed. Understand? Under Obasanjo, there wasn't like an insurgent. We just have two cases of Zakibiam and Odi. Understand? Odi in Bayelsa and Zakibiam in Benue. And Obasanjo dealt with it decisively, even though there were a lot of uproar. So for me, Tinubu has lost control of the Nigerian ship.
Wow. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being on the show today. Thank you very much for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues. Your
It is hashtags right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we're going to tell you all things trending and all things topical. And today I can bet you we've got lots and lots of things to discuss. I mean, over the weekend, lots of stories broke, so we're going to be touching on them, and then we're going to be doing should I call it follow-up? Yes, and some of the stories we broke last week, right? And of course, we got some fresh scoops for you. I'm telling you, nowhere else but here. So if this is your first time joining the gang, I say accept a very warm welcome from us. I say welcome because I'm not flying solo. Hello.
Good evening and good evening to our viewers. I'm Ikechukwu Agwagu. This is exactly where you get every information that is breaking the net. And of course, the follow-up, we definitely, like Vivian said, we'll always bring it to you as it unfolds. Vivian, let's fly this plane.
Okie dokie. That said, we begin with hashtag President Tinubu's ambassadorial list. Gosh, this is what's got everybody talking online. I can tell you. It's a huge debate that's raging on. So I'm going to be taking you straight to X in a short while. So a couple of days ago, President Tinubu submitted about 32 names to the Senate for confirmation. Non-career ambassadors and career ambassadors. There's a difference. But the one that has so much wahala right now, that's got so many people talking online, is the non-career ambassadorial list. And that has the likes of FFK. He is Femi Fani Kayode. He used to be a minister once upon a time. Another one that's got people talking is Reno Omokri. He used to be a presidential spokesperson once upon a time, now social media influencer. So like I said, not too much talk. I take you straight to X now. The first post you're going to be seeing is from Bayo Onanuga, President Tinubu's spokesperson. He's keeping us posted. So let's go to X now. Hashtag President Tinubu's ambassadorial list. Bayo Onanuga says President Tinubu nominates 32 additional ambassadors. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has sent the names of 32 ambassadorial nominees to the Senate for confirmation, days after he sent the first batch of 3 names. So you guys, you get it? There was a first batch of 3 names and then the second batch of 32 names. Bayo continues by saying, in 2 separate letters to the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, President Tinubu asked the Senate to consider and confirm expeditiously 15 nominees as career ambassadors and 17 nominees as non-career ambassadors. There are 4 women on the career ambassadors list and 6 women on the non-career ambassadors list. Now, among non-career ambassador designates, that's what they are called right now because they've not been confirmed by the Senate. So among the non-career ambassador designates are Barrister Ogbonnaya Kalu from Abia, a former presidential aide, Reno Mokri Delta, former chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC Mahmoud Yakubu, a former Ekiti First Lady. Did you notice how he didn't qualify the Reno Mokri name on that list? But hey, let's not do all that. He goes on to say former Ekiti First Lady, Angela Adebayo, and former Enugu Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. Now, that's not the whole of the list. The next one you're going to be seeing is going to be breaking down the list into non-career and career ambassadors. All right, thank you. So this is the non-career ambassadors. Nah, this is the career ambassadors. See, this one doesn't have too much wahala. Career ambassadors, that's it. So far, nobody is saying withdraw this list. The PDP is not shouting and crying wolf. But let's go to the next one, which is that of the career ambassadors. Non-career ambassadors. The one you just saw is the non-career ambassadors. This is the non-career ambassadors. Barrister Ogbonnaya Kalu, Abia, Reno Omokri, Delta, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu Bochi. Professor Mahmoud Yakubu is the former INEC chairman. And then we have BC Angela Adebayo Ekiti, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi Enugu, Musa Maigari Katsina, Yakubu Gambo Plateau, Professor Nora Datut Plateau, Tumba Femi Pedro Lagos, and Chief Femi Fani Kayode Oshun. Barrister Nkechi Linda, Anambra, Fatima Florence Ajimobi, Oyo. You remember her? She is the widow of the late governor of Oyo State, Ajimobi. Now, Lola Akonde, Lagos, Grace Bent Adama, Dr. Victor Kezi Biazu, Abia, Senator Jim Ibrahim Ondo, Ambassador Paul Oga Adigu, Benue. Adiku, Benue. Right? So, the PDP is saying, withdraw this list, and they are hammering on the non-career ambassadors list that the president has sent to the Senate. Not just the PDP, there is so much ado right now. In fact, people went so far to pull up 2 videos concerning 2 people with the most concerns, talking about Reno Mokri and FFK, that is Femi Fani-Kayode. Now, the first video I'm going to be showing you is that of Femi Fani-Kayode. This video was taken from 2020, where he was seen screaming at a journalist. So it was a press conference, and the journalist had asked him that who is bankrolling all these your journeys that you've been doing, because he was making a lot of trips around the country that period, especially the north. And the journalist asked him, who's bankrolling it? Oh my gosh, and FFK let it go, as in he was spitting fire like a dragon. Why don't you take a look at that video, and then we'll show you the next one. But first, this one, take a look.
I'm saying this on live TV. What? No, put that thing now. Let me address. What type of stupid question is that? What type of stupid question is that? Bankrolling who? Do you know who you are talking to? I will not take any questions from this man. What type of insulting question is that? Which bankroll? To do what? Who can give me money for anything? Who do you think you are talking to? Bankroll what? Go and report yourself to your publisher. Bankroll what? Please don't insult me here. Okay, I don't want to take any questions from this man. Very stupid. I could see from your face before you got here how stupid you are. Don't ever talk to me like that. Who do you think you're talking to? Bankroll who? You think that I'm one of those ones you'll be from who? From how? When? Where? How? You have a small mind. Very small mind. Don't judge me by your own standards. I've been in politics since 1990. I'm not one of these politicians you think will just come. I've been locked up how many times by this government? Suffered. I've been persecuted. Unlike most of the politicians you follow for brown envelope. You. Don't ever judge me by that standard. I spend, I don't take. And I'm not a poor man. I've never been and I will never be. Bankroll how? Don't ever suggest that to me. I'm sorry, that was deeply insulting. I don't often get annoyed.
Looks could kill. That journalist will be dead, I'm telling you. Okay, I'm almost speechless. Did you see the fire coming out of Femi Fani-Kayode's face? The journalist, by the way, went on to bag an award after this incident because so much sympathy from Nigerians, and they made FFK apologize. So it was a publicly done thing. He apologized for the, like my colleague Shagun is saying, the journalist did not utter one single word. He just stood there. But I don't know if I can do. He just stood there like Jesus stood there when he was being taken to the slaughter, and he didn't say anything.
He's a professional.
He's also a born again. He was doing like his master.
Is he born again?
Yeah, he was. I followed that story closely.
Interesting.
He's still a born again.
But the truth is, I mean,
that was hard.
Not everyone can actually, take that hit. Again, you also need to understand that he understands the power that FFK wields at that point, and compared to where because
he was struggling to go to the journalist.
Yes,
bus,
just snap of FFK's finger. The guy would be. We've seen the journalists,
but the journalist company came to his defense.
No, what I'm even saying, I'm not even talking about the company now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about we've seen journalists make certain statements, and we've heard of cases where people got missing, because of things they're actually pursuing. But
I don't think that's why he was keeping quiet. I think he was shocked. He was shocked into silence
because
nobody saw that thing coming.
Because that was a big man.
Oh well, that's
that's it.
But so netizens went out to pull up this video, and they are saying this is the person you want to put as the face of Nigeria, and all of that. The internet does not forget, right? Another video netizens went to pull out from 2023 this time around was that of Reno Omokri, who happens to be one of President Tinubu's cheerleaders, right? He used to be his arch enemy. Not too long ago, before President Tinubu became president, Reno Omokri had gone to the university President Tinubu had graduated from outside the country to verify if the president actually went there to school. And he said the president did not have a certificate. Reno Omokri was the one that went about calling President Tinubu a drug baron and all. But all of a sudden, he did a 360. He now said President Tinubu is one of the best things to have happened to Nigeria. And he's now, 5 and 6 with the president. And the president went ahead to nominate him as a non-career ambassador. So it looks like he's doing a good job, isn't it? But hey, netizens went to 2023 to pull up this video. I'd like for the director to start from 20 seconds into this video where Reno Mokri was asked, in a televised interview that if he was given a position by President Tinubu or by Tinubu, would he accept it and would he work with him? Guys, listen to what Reno said.
Somebody from Bola Tinubu's camp has already reached out to me, and I told the person that, look, it cannot happen. I can't do it. It's just against my principles. I'm not. Some people can do that. It's not in my DNA. I can't do it. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. I wish Bola Tinubu well if he eventually is sworn in and then the courts uphold his victory. But I can betray privilege. Somebody from Bola Tinubu's camp.
So this was before the president was sworn in as the president. And this was when his case, the thing about a certificate forgery was in court and all of that. This is Reno now. So are we keeping our fingers crossed to hear him say no if eventually the Senate confirms him?
Okay, that's going to be a very tall order because at this point, I want to believe the president's already reached out to him before actually submitting this name.
Maybe.
Because, he and the president are very well, in a very good place now. And turning down the president's request here would more like, throwing the president, making the president look like he doesn't know what he's doing, or there's a problem, within their ranks. So I don't think he wants to really give the president what will look like an embarrassment. So I want to believe they've reached out to him and he's agreed to do. But Reno is a politician for me. And
he's really really a politician.
It's all about interest, and that's what we're going to see.
Can you describe him as a politician? He is, some people will call him a lobbyist. Some people will call him a social media influencer. He used to be a presidential spokesperson, but I don't know if you can call him a politician.
No, so the thing is, when you mix with people who are actually in a certain field for too long, you begin to exhibit their attitude.
But that doesn't make you, one of them. For example, if you mix with soldiers for too long, that does not make you a military. If a bike stays in a garage for too long, it cannot become a car.
So let me give you. I like what you said, right? Bike and of course soldiers. Let's talk about politicians now. And there are two types of politicians. There are those who actually will aspire for public office, and there are those who they know they don't have the means to actually, fund themselves or push themselves all through. But they definitely, because they are very used to the corridors of power, they are the ones who scheme and arrange how whoever it is that is going to be in power do the job of a politician under who plays the behind the scene role for politicians. And these guys are as good as politicians, whether we like it or not. And we've seen we've seen a lot of persons over the years who graduated from playing behind the scene role to become actual politicians.
So if you tell me Femi Fani-Kayode is a politician, I'll say yes, hands down. But can we agree to disagree on Reno being a politician? But netizens are reacting to this particular hashtag. The PDP is saying, withdraw the list, we don't want it, you can't even do it. And they're saying this is an integrity thing. Lots of other netizens are reacting. So let's go back to X so you see how netizens are reacting to President Tinubu's ambassadorial list. OCFA says career ambassador, professional, merit-based, a lifelong diplomat. Non-career political ambassador. Political appointee, usually a reward or strategic placement by the president. Thank you, OC, for clarification. Yeah, the next one. So Lim M says, these ambassadorial appointments are pure political patronage rewarding loyal allies instead of choosing competent representatives. This administration clearly prioritizes loyalty over good governance. There's another one. So The Guardian says the PDP has slammed President Tinubu's new ambassadorial nominees as scandalous and reprehensible, arguing the list reflects the administration's troubling values. This is coming from the People's Democratic Party now. The next one. So, Nigeria Story says PDP demands withdrawal of Tinubu's ambassadorial list over integrity concerns. So more netizens are reacting to this post that Nigeria Stories put up. Let's take a look at them. Effects Baba says, well, it's great advice for the presidency. Ambassadors are the face of Nigeria in whatever country they are posted to represent us as a nation and image builders. Having anyone with a questionable character in that role can dent the country's reputation. Nigeria deserves better. One more. So, Atobaba Bajaye. I hope I got that right.
Bajaye.
All right, thank you. Says the list is an embarrassment to Nigeria. Tinubu, before you came into power, Nigeria was a nation respected globally. Why are you turning us into a laughing stock? Leadership is not by force. Why would you nominate individuals with questionable character to represent Nigeria as ambassadors? So that's like a question now. I don't know if Bayonanuga is going to reply and answer and all, even though the APC has been defending the president's list. I mean, he has the right to do what he wants to do, right? He's president.
Yeah, I mean,
have your say before
yeah, it is his falls within his purview to actually choose who is ambassadors.
But you are leading people, right? So if the people you're leading are not happy with you, hey, what does it mean?
Well, it's one thing for people to actually, question the list. It's another thing we're in a democratic country. Some persons don't have issues with the list. That's what the reality is.
Yeah.
And if they can actually do the job in the end, why don't you give them a chance?
This thing about the list, this is not the first time it's happening. When the president was going to grant clemency to a number of people, and there was Miriam Sander, and then there was a number of other people with weighty convictions.
Yeah, drug and other issues. Yeah.
Kidnappers and all.
so.
Nigerians came at that list.
Yeah.
And the president did a second look. Took a second look at the list, and some names were withdrawn. There's a possibility that this is going to happen.
Yeah.
In this case, because this is coming with that kind of intensity. There is so much chatter online about this.
Well,
so we keep our fingers crossed.
All right.
Especially when it comes to Reno Mokri and FFK. Reno Mokri especially. We'll see how this drama unfolds. We move on now to the next hashtag Obasanjo. So former President Obasanjo was at Plateau State over the weekend at an event, and again he was blowing hot. He was like, look, Nigeria is part of the world community. He coined that phrase. He said Nigeria is part of the world community. So if Nigeria is not able to take care of her business and needs the help of Trump, why not if not? That's what he said. This is me paraphrasing. So I'm going to take you to X, so you take a look at a couple of publications, and then I'll play a clip for you to listen so you get a feel of the gist. Shall we? Let's do it. Hashtag Obasanjo. So, Ibuya Media says, quote, Nigerians are being killed and our government seems incapable of protecting us. We are part of the world community. If our government can't do it, we have a right to call on the international community. End of quote. Obasanjo chides Tinubu on insecurity. Instablog Nigeria also has it. Yeah, thank you. If the government cannot protect its people, we have the right to call on the international community to act. Obasanjo challenges Tinubu over rising banditry. I dare to edit that post. Take a listen now to the president.
No matter what religion you belong to, no matter where you come from, no matter what profession, we Nigerians are being killed. And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting us. We are part of the world community. If our government cannot do it, we have right to call on the international community to do for us what our government cannot do for us. And for anybody to say because those who are being killed belong to this region, belong to this religion, belong to this tribe, and then others too are being killed, cannot be an acceptable excuse. Before I left government, I know we had capacity to pick up anybody in Nigeria who commits crime anywhere. The capacity that we didn't have then is after we have identified and located such a criminal, we have no capacity to be able to pick him up without moving on land or by air. Now we have capacity. With drones, you can sniff them up. You can take them out. Why are we not doing that? Why are we apologizing? Why are we
That's a cliffhanger, I can tell you. He was really angry. But there's something he said, right? He said when he was president and there was insecurity in a particular region, that they had to go by land. They didn't have, the luxury that the military has now. And he specifically talked about drones. I know I talked about this earlier on. It looked like it was nothing. But these monies that have been pumped into equipping the military, where are the equipments, for crying out loud? That was him coming down hard. And you know, Baba, once he gets on your case, it's Nawahala. You remember when President Goodluck Jonathan was campaigning for a comeback, and Baba tore his PDP membership card. It was like him tearing Jonathan's presidency apart, like things fall apart. Now he's coming down hard on President Tinubu, who happens to be from the same region as himself. Some people are saying he is a de-tribalized Nigerian. But hey, let me not put words in your mouth.
So we've talked about this drone issue for a long time. In fact, I can't even count the number of times we've actually done that. The truth is, if an 80-something years old Obasanjo is saying
who used to be a soldier,
yes, who is saying stuff about drone in 2025,
yeah,
tell me why a general in their 50s, in their 40s cannot actually move mountains to ensure that we have drones all over our forests, to ensure that we find these guys and then we nip whatever issues that we have with insecurity in the board. He says just one thing. What former Chief of Army Staff T.Y. Danjuma said, they collude. Because if there's no ground for that, trust me, these guys will have taken these guys apart. Again, right? It brings the question. The job of a leader is actually to delegate, right? But then when you delegate and then you don't do follow-up, it means you are abdicating your responsibility. That's what this government has been doing. And that's why insecurity has been increasing. And that's why it seems like there's no one who is actually running the country. Hey, Vivian, go get that job done. I should call you back and say, how far? What have you done? Let me see.
It's called division of labor. It's why the president was also asking that. Why is the administration apologizing to bandits?
That's the negotiation thing.
And
yes.
The second, why are you, he was going to say, why are you negotiating?
That's the thing, right? Because you have the luxury of what I don't have. What we don't have. See,
but is it easier said than done?
No, it's not easier said than done. We have the capacity. This is our territory. In fact, there was a point in time, one of former President Jonathan's aide, I can't remember, I think it was late Donyo Okukpe, who was actually interviewed. I think it was on BBC or so. They were having a conversation about terrorists during Jonathan's regime. One of the questions that was asked him was about insecurity. And he was like, insecurity is everywhere in the world. Even America has suffered insecurity. And you know what the reporter told him? The reporter said, yes, America suffered 9/11 and all that. But there's no point, no inch, no county in US that was taken over by terrorists.
Yeah. And
that's
you don't
the difference.
have the terrorists flying their flags.
Yeah, so when they come attack you, it's different. You know that, okay, they don't hold even if it's a room in your territory. But these guys control mass. I mean, our forest is up for grabs now.
And farmers are crying.
Yes.
They have to pay fees to continue to farm and all.
And then we have to keep buying, because they cannot go to farm. We have to keep buying, imported, and then whatever is coming locally is going to be very expensive. These are terrible times to actually be a Nigerian, sincerely.
So President Tinubu has joined the bandwagon of those asking for Trump to come. Peter Obi did that last week, and Bayo Onanuga came for him the next day. Put up a post to say, Peter Obi, you will not be forgotten, you will not be forgiven for asking for foreign invasion. I'm waiting to see what he's going to say to former President Obasanjo. But hey, I'd like for us to see how netizens are responding to this particular hashtag. It's a mixed bag, yeah? So, Princeton did it's elaborate, and I'm thinking let's have a go. Princeton says Nigeria faces a political will problem, not a security mystery. The government knows exactly how to reduce insecurity within 6 months, but their nonchalant attitude keeps us moving backwards. Yes, what could be done immediately if they could care? Deploy special forces to the top 15 hotspots and keep them permanently, not just for photo ops. Shut down illegal mining sites funding bandits and prosecute the politicians protecting them. Build a national drone surveillance network to monitor every forest in real time. Freeze financial flows to terror networks using aggressive banking and telecom data tracking. Mandate state governments to create rapid response units with a 10-minute reaction window. Strengthen local vigilante groups with proper training radius and legal backing. fix police logistics once and for all, field vehicles, functional GPS, and operational allowances paid on time. Create a unified command center where military, DSS, police, and immigration share intelligence instantly. That's 9 and 10. Let's take a look at it. 9. Seal porous borders with joint operations and mobile scanners. Publicly, that's 10. Publicly prosecute ministers and officers caught aiding kidnappers to ensure consequences are real. And then he says, Nigeria has the capacity. Gosh, sounds like a military operative, I'm telling you.
It's actually a very long one. But then in all of this, if you don't give state governments the power that will really define them as the chief security officer of the state, all this will amount to nothing.
Yeah, but I see governors coming together now. It's the regional thing. As we speak, northern governors are meeting. Last week we had the southern governors meet and all. I think the governors are stepping up the plate, yeah, as to be chief security officers of their various states. But we have more reactions.